Welcome everyone to the WPT500 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Time to get this party started. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Okay guys, welcome to the final table of the WPT500, the 1 million guaranteed here at Dusk Till Dawn. With me in the commentary booth is Natalia, the sponsored ambassador of Party Poker. Welcome. And Matt Harris.
Hi guys.
There you can see the players at the final table, the chip counts, the blinds at the moment. I think they've just been rolled back then to 125, 250 with a 25k ante. Average chips is 5.5 million, I believe. So the chip leader there is sitting in seat 9.
It looks like we're underway.
Absolutely. So a couple of regulars here at the final table. So we know Keith Cummings.
Yeah, Keith Cummings is a sponsored player with the same company that backs me. He's had a couple of decent results recently. He won a W Coup not that long ago. And apparently he's using that money to build himself a house in Ireland. So he's already doing good things with his poker winnings. Hopefully he'll take another big score today. He's the guy I'm rooting for sure.
Disciplined fold there from Andrew. He had a pocket pair. Maybe because it's the first hand of the final table.
Maybe you don't want to go out on the first hand, do you? Looks like Ben's got a pretty nice hand here.
Yeah, Ben wins up.
Yep.
Very good player. I think he's got some a bit of a list on the Hendon mob.
He has. There's a name that a lot of people will recognise.
He's opened up 600,000. Jack 10 suited. Nice playable hand in position.
Very nice playable hand in position. And looks like is that Keith's big blind?
Yeah, I mean, Keith's got a stack 9.3 million.
Yeah, it's just a min raise as well from Ben, so he's getting reasonable pot odds for Keith to defend with the 9-6 off there.
So we know the pink chips are 25,000. Just going to see the other chips in play. White chips.
For 100k, I think.
Must be 100,000.
Yeah, very standard C-bet from Ben with his couple of backdoor straight draws, and he takes the first pot down.
It's always nice to get the first pot underway at a final table.
It's always nice. Little confidence boost, isn't it? It's sort of, if you're sat there for half an hour, and you don't win a pot, your confidence starts to get knocked a little bit. It's pretty nerve-wracking, even for the people I think that are used to it. People like Andrew Hume and like Ben Windsor as well, who are going to be used to making final tables like this. It still must be pretty nerve-wracking to sit down for that first hand, and it's important to get off the mark, I think.
Especially when it's out on a stream.
Yeah.
Some players haven't made a final that goes out Twitch or wherever other places that it's streamed. Some people get a bit nervous.
Yeah, I certainly do. Well, not that I make that many final tables, but I certainly get pretty nervous whenever I'm about to play on a stream or anything like that.
Well, the short stack, we always see a short stack coming back at final tables. Here at Dusk Till Dawn, there's a big stack of just over 10 million from Marion Flezer in seat number 9. And Lapas Charalambus, he's the short stack. Just 1.5 million, but he's made the final table. Natalia is no stranger to final tables, especially online at Party Poker.
Yeah, I can't complain there at the moment. It's been going pretty well. Yep, it's all good.
And there he is, Will Davies. He's a regular all over London.
I've just been looking at Will's stats. He's got 270k and $270,000 worth of live earnings. 101k being his biggest. He won the 2015 WPT in Luton last year, which was a rather large one. He's definitely he's not going to be taking any prisoners at this table, I don't think.
No, he's a solid grinder.
Definitely.
He won't be putting those chips in too light, and he'll understand the ICM value and laddering, of course. First prize here, £150,000. The runner-up, 90,000. Third place, 60,000. Fourth place, 40,000. Fifth gets 27,250. Sixth place, 20,000. Seventh, 15,000. Eighth, 12,000. And the first player out here at the final table will get £9,000. 550 buy-in. $1 million was the guarantee.
Yeah, I think especially with the average stack being around 20 odd big blinds, something like that, I think there's going to be a lot of ICM implication for some of the players here, especially the shorter stacks, obviously. It's going to be interesting to see how that develops, because the pay jumps, I mean, 9th gets 9,000 and first gets 150,000. Pretty significant jumps there. So
150,000 is the biggest cash for any of these guys, bar Ben Windsor as well. He's the only person that's ever cashed for anything anywhere near that. So it's a very, very big amount of money to these guys. To anybody, I guess.
To anybody, yeah.
Absolutely. And of course, the WPT main event coming up here. That's a £2,200 buy-in with another $1 million guarantee. Day one gets underway here tomorrow.
Yeah, it's an excellent festival of events they've put together for this, with this being the warm-up. A few other good ones. It looks like we've got a good hand here for Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's started the final with just over 8 million.
Yeah, one of the biggest stacks here.
You know, raising up an early position with that stack. Especially when he knows he's got the chip leader behind. Wouldn't be thinking he'd be doing that too light.
No, you wouldn't expect it. Again, what we were talking about earlier with not wanting to bust out early on a final table. I think that sort of plays on everybody's minds. It's kind of embarrassing to. You see, we've had a kind of tight fold there from John with the Queen Jack, and I think it's partially for that reason. That no one wants to bust out early, no one wants to do anything too crazy at the start. Everyone just needs to take a little bit of time to get relaxed and relax into their own game.
Find their own feet, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's sitting with 12 bigs. His only move there would be to
go all in.
To move in, and I'm pretty sure he'll assume that he's going to get a call from an early open with a chip stack of that size. So nice little pot. So did you play the event, Natalia?
I did. I played the second live flight, which is Thursday night. I played the flight where they were giving away the 2.2k seats for the chip leaders. I think it made the play a little bit different. There was definitely a lot more action towards the last couple of levels as people were trying to build stacks. I did make it through to day 2 with just 20 bigs.
Good enough.
Wasn't able to spin it up. Just you need to win your flips, and I did not win mine.
Yeah, it's kind of important.
It is.
Win a flip.
Yep, you've got to win your races.
So these are the RFID cards. So a couple of people always asking how the graphics come up on the screen. Action back on Jack.
Can't see
So
Jack's
Jack's
card
in the
yet.
big blind. So Will Davis, he's not really going to put a chip in unless he's prepared to commit, I think, with his stack.
Yeah, Will sat pretty short. He's pretty much forced to be playing shove fold here.
It's Keith. You can see a few of the players there. They're wearing a patch for the Party Poker Caribbean. And there was a free roll, basically. It was a last longer. You just wore the patch. The last 3 players in this event will receive a $675 entry to win a package to go to the Caribbean.
You do.
Pretty nice little free roll for the players.
Yeah, actually, they do a lot of good things here at Dusk Till
They
Dawn.
do, yeah. The last 50 players today as well, they all received a 2.2k package. So on top of the prize pool, all of these guys are guaranteed a 2.2k seat into the WPT in a couple of days, WPT main.
Yeah, you can see there, I've got a couple of short stacks. I've got the bottom 4 people there sat with 12 bigs or under.
Pretty standard defend from the big blind.
And I think this is the sort of board you'd expect someone to see bet quite a bit. There's lots of high cards there. Generally, that's going to favour the person who's opened rather than the person who's called, that sort of board texture. Obviously, we can see it's not going to work here.
Yeah, once he gets called, I'm pretty sure he's not going to continue too much. You know, a couple of these guys know each other too.
Yeah,
Does Jack have a big enough stack to just call? Yeah.
Yeah, 8 mil.
yeah, these are two of the bigger stacks at the table going at it here.
We're in prison. So we're in the WPT prison. Prison, the world prison.
These guys mean business.
That's an intense stare, isn't it? I wouldn't want to be on the other
No.
side of that. That one's intense.
We go just past Beeston, and then there's a travel lodge. There's what's in there.
This is level 33. There's 40-minute blinds for day 1 and day 2 live, and they came back today. I believe it was an hour clock today.
I think it's an hour clock today, yep.
I think it's roughly 58 players came back today. And as you say, the top 50 on top of the prize money received entry to the WPT main event here. I mean, if Keith can barrel the turn, it's a very tough spot for Jack, because if he's going to call here, he's got to expect that he's got to check call the river.
This is exciting. I think what we're seeing here is Keith is not playing his cards here, obviously. He's playing
He's playing the board, yeah,
Exactly.
he's playing his position.
Yeah, and he's playing the range advantage that you'd expect him to have on a board like this. And he's actually putting Jack in a really tough situation here.
Yeah, a great bet. He'll probably be sure that once Jack calls, obviously it's some form of draw, either a small ace or a king Jack kind of hand.
That is power poker right there from Keith. Excellent work. There's such a tough spot sitting there with the a7 on a board like that. Because you've got to expect you're going to be facing another bullet on the end, and an a7 just isn't going to stand up to that very well.
Yeah, position.
Yeah.
Yeah, not just that. Obviously, I guess He doesn't want to lose any of his chips while there's so many short stacks on the table as well. And these two guys have got quite a bit of dominance over the table. They want to try and keep that.
Yeah, you often get big stacks. Some players don't like to collide with other big stacks.
No.
There's a lot of pluses to going after the other big stack.
Yeah, from what I know of Keith, he's not one of the guys who's just going to roll over and let people steamroller him. He's going to be going for it. And I think we saw that just there.
So much coming up. The World Poker Tour is heading to Prague.
Yes. The 4th, is it the 4th to the 7th of December?
I believe so.
Something
We'll
around
get the
that.
schedule up shortly for you. So it's a whole list of events. So our man Marion, the chip leader here, I've actually played with him before. Not afraid to put chips in the pot. And not afraid to put pressure on his opponents. I think he won a huge hand just before the final table that made him chip leader.
Yeah, there's a few regulars of the club here. Obviously, we spoke about Andrew Hume, otherwise known as Stato. Played a lot of the live stream cash games here. Plays a lot of the bigger cash games, a lot of the tournaments as well. Certainly a regular on the tournament circuit and on the cash game circuit all the way around here.
And Windsor as well as a UK tournament reg.
He looked like he wanted to move in. He's put them in.
He has put them in.
Keith's opened.
He's found a pretty good spot here, I think, Jav has here. I think he knows that Keith with his stack is going to be opening pretty light. And they say it's not a bad hand at all. We can see he's ahead here.
Cheryl Amber's the other short stack.
Yeah, this
It's
is
a
a
very
very
tough
tough
spot
spot
for
for
him.
him.
I
What
think
did
he's
he have to
gonna
start this hand? Seven big blinds, something like that? Yeah, he didn't have very much at all. This is a really tough spot.
He has to assume that Keith is going to call
Yeah.
because of the size of the bet. And if he's thinking, I mean, it's 3,000 the pay jump. If Keith does win the hand.
Yeah, this is an interesting ICM spot here because, as you say, he should expect Keith to be calling because it's not too much extra. So he has got to take that into account. It's a fairly significant pay jump, but then again, he has got 7 or 8 big blinds and a pair.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to go for the win, if he believes that they both maybe have a big ace.
That's a wry smile there. If he's been sat there grinding that short stack for a while, he looks down at a pair, that's got to feel pretty good. I think that smile is definitely genuine. What have I walked into here?
What do you think Keith will do if he calls?
I don't know, I think Keith might have called as well.
Yeah. I guess he has to still take that into consideration that he could be up against 4 over cards.
Yeah, Keith knows it's a size scenario, but he's got a call.
Yep.
Mathematical situation.
It's a reasonable chunk of his stack, but not too much, especially after winning that last hand. Keith's got a little bit of room left if he loses this pot.
It's a safe flop.
Oh!
Never easy.
Commentator's curse.
Oh!
No! Oh, no.
I get in against one, but not against 2 players. 4 overs.
4 overs, that's it.
Yeah.
It's all right, Paul.
It kind of makes it worse if the 6 comes because you feel that, oh, I should have done it. So next time you might think about doing it.
Yeah, it's a good fold. He's going to make himself £3,000 by that fold a fair chunk of the time, so that's definitely a good fold.
Would you have called? What would you have done there?
The 6s? I'd have folded.
I mean, if if Keith doesn't open and Javid just moves all in, it's another situation.
Yeah. But like you said, most of the time you're either dominated or you're facing, worst case, you're facing 4 over cards, I guess, really. And
I get there every time as well.
the pay jumps are a little bit too big.
Yeah, absolutely.
And his stack, although he's the shortest stack, it's still a chunk of quite a few of the other players' stacks as well, so he can still apply pressure to some of the other shorter
If he had
stacks.
more chips, I get it in. But because I know he's not folding, if he had 3 million, then it's fine. I take the flip if it's a flip.
So we're a couple of hands in. In the background, the Devilfish Cup, £5,300 buy-in, another $1 million guarantee.
Yeah, some big guarantees this festival at Dusk Till Dawn. Really big guarantees.
3 £1 million guarantees in a week.
Yeah. There's a lot of big guarantees coming up. They've got the Punta Cana,
Punta Cana. There's a 2 million and a 1
2 million
million.
and a 1 million. And Party Poker Millions just went from 5 to 6 million
Yeah, what an
guarantee.
increase that was.
Yes.
With £1 million guaranteed to the winner.
Yes, it is.
First ever.
I think Rob's been saying that for a while, that he wanted to put on a tournament like that at this club, and he's found it.
So favourite hands. You guys got any favourite hands that you like to play that mean anything?
I think everybody would say aces in this spot.
We've got an all-in here.
Well, blind on blind, it's folded round. You can't blame him for moving in.
Oh, and Will wakes up with sixes.
Yeah, I mean, especially against Will. Will's kind of solid as another short stack that he's going to fold a lot.
Some hope with the 5 on the flop, though. Backdoor diamonds, too.
8 diamonds.
Will's funking for it to pair the king or the 9. 5 outs. Or we lose our first player at this final table.
Yeah, there we go. Unlucky.
Congratulations to Lapis Charalambus with the nickname Babbies. He's going to take home £9,000. He'll feel. It's always a situation as soon as you go out. If you're not the winner,
unless you win, it always hurts initially. And I guess for him as well, he'll in his mind be thinking, I should have just shoved with those sixes.
I think when you go into a final table as one of the short stacks, though, it's a little bit less painful. Like if it was, if for example Ben Windsor would run into a big hand against Marion and bust out, then I think he'd be pretty upset about it.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you come in with the short stack, it's just one of those where you're gonna, you know that you're a favourite to bust out pretty early. So there's almost like there's a little bit less pressure on you. It's a little bit less annoying, I think, if it happens.
Yeah. A little bit less.
Yeah, everybody wants to win, of course.
Yeah, when you wake up in the morning and you've got 9,000 extra and you wear a short stack, there's always a positive.
It's the sick thing about tournaments, though. I mean, we just won £9,000, but I don't know. You always sort of feel like at the start of the tournament, if someone had said, "Do you want to make the final table £9,000?" you'd be like, "Yeah, absolutely."
You'd take it any day.
Where do I sign?
As soon as you get there and you bust out there, you think, if only I called with those sixes. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, someone's going to win 90,000 and be a little unhappy for a while.
Yeah.
They couldn't win the last flip. That is poker. That's poker tournaments.
It's tournament poker.
This is the WPT 500.
It's tough to win a tournament.
It is tough to win a tournament.
We're talking 1,856 runners, or
1835?
1835.
Yeah.
A lot of entries. I mean, what a great format they've got, teaming up with Party Poker. There's the live day ones. There were some online day ones.
Yeah, we've got Stasso tanking here with the King Jack suited. He's got a pretty awkward stack size. I think he's got a little bit over 20. Yeah, it's just popped up here. He's got 20 big blinds. This is a kind of awkward moment. I think he was presumably thinking about whether he was gonna limp or raise or shove. Limping's quite an interesting option, actually. It's one I quite like, because it's kind of difficult for people to raise light, given the stack size he's got behind him and given the stack that he's got. So he's going to get to see a flop quite often, and obviously that's good news with a hand like King Jack suited that flops very well.
I can't see Will doing anything other than just calling here as well.
It's a really interesting strategy, this limping strategy. It's one that you go back a few years and it wasn't something that anybody did. And
it's definitely becoming more and more common, especially as the stacks get shallower.
Not a bad flop for the King Jack of diamonds.
Not a bad flop for Ben either, with the backdoor nut flush draws and backdoor straight draws. We could see a decent sized pot here.
After limping, you're going to lead here for like a third pot.
Yeah, I can't see the other guys calling.
It would have been interesting if it was a paired board.
Or if a 2 came, or if it was the 4-9, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, 4-4-7, that Will would have probably decided his 2s could be good.
Yeah, Ben's got a decision here. I imagine he's probably played quite a lot with Andrew over the years too. Knows that he doesn't have to have it here.
He's also the most likely person to have these kind of hands in his range.
Yeah, that's for sure. It makes it slightly easier when everybody checks to him on a board like that. You'd expect somebody to lead out if they had something to try and protect it. So he might have been thinking that it was a kind of easy spot for Andrew to lead out and try and take the pot, but it was a well-played hand by everybody.
7.1 million.
Yeah, that's a pretty healthy addition to his stack that he's had there.
These guys all started the event with 30,000 chips. Seems like a long time ago now, 33 levels.
Yeah, they're running day ones for quite a while as well, wasn't it? So it could have been actually quite a long time ago for some of these guys.
Of course, there was one re-entry per day.
And two flights Thursday, 3 flights Friday, Saturday, and then the turbo on the Sunday.
So it's been an expensive week for a few.
Yeah. Not for any of these guys, though.
No, my colleague Tony Dunst, he fired 6 bullets and still managed to make day 2 with, I think, between 15 and 18 bigs, and still managed to spin it up, and I think he busted out in the last 20 or so.
Yeah, he was back today.
Yeah. So he managed to make a really deep one out of that, and just goes to show it's sometimes worth firing that 4th, 5th, 6th bullet.
Yeah, I mean, with value, with the value of this event, you've got to be silly not to have a couple of bullets.
Especially with the 2.2k seats that they'd thrown in for the top 50. It added so much value.
This is interesting. We've got Andrew with another playable hand here who's chosen to raise this time. He's got a little bit more now. I think he's got about 24, 25 big blinds after that last hand. But he's got a slightly bigger stack to be raising with here.
Another spot for Will. He knows Andrew's going to open a lot, but it is into the big blind of the chip leader.
Yeah, Andrew's raising into a couple of people that are going to know him very, very well. Certainly Will is going to know him, Ben's going to know him too.
Well, Ben. Ooh. Ace Jack. Out of position.
Ben's just going to call from here, right?
As announced raise, looks like 1.6.
Now the real game begins.
Yeah.
So it's just under $1 million to call. There's 6.5 million stack. Could he be thinking here, the problem is if he hits the ace, he won't know where he is? I think Andrew might, I mean, me personally, I don't like a flat call here if the guys 3-bet me out of the small blind.
Yeah.
That's a big chunk of his stack as well.
I don't think calling's really an option. I think it's all in or fold.
Looks like he's gone for
I mean, I think if the stacks were a little bit more,
It's a third of his stack to call, so
he could have pulled the trigger.
Which is part of the thing too. I think we might see a little bit of leveling going on here because obviously
some of these guys really know each other.
exactly, and
They know each other's game.
Yeah, they know what to do at those stack sizes too. So you've got Andrew sat there with his 24 bigs, and he's going to think that Ben knows that he can 3-bet him quite wide there and get him to fold a lot because he's putting him to a decision.
Yep.
All sorts of leveling, but made a good decision.
And everybody on this final table's got lifetime earnings of over 35k, which is not bad.
Yeah, we've got some real poker pedigree at this table, that's for sure.
Yeah, a few final tablists. There's a few players here that finished the job and got trophies.
Yeah.
It's always a nice feeling. You could have made a few finals, but until you've actually sealed the deal and finished it.
We got any trophies in this room?
There are trophies, yeah, for sure.
But none of them ours.
Yeah, I've got, yeah.
You've got
yeah,
trophies?
Loads.
I have a few.
What? I do not. I have
Table
none.
tennis, snooker. No. No, a few.
I have a sailing one from when I was about 9, I think. I have a chess one from around that sort of age too.
I have 2.
That's poker trophies.
I have 2 poker trophies.
Those are poker trophies.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I remember winning one trophy, and then when it was presented to me, it was like a box that they covered with green felt and stuck what would only look like your grandmother's gravy bowl on top as the trophy,
no.
and then a plaque on the front. It was so funny. It's hideous.
You still got it though?
Yeah, of course. They're all in. I say they're in the cabinet. They're in a cardboard box at the moment. Oh, there's the hand Will's been waiting for. So, looks like Jack's opened.
Yeah, and Will's sat there pretty short.
Oh,
Wow, he's going to get action here.
he is
Here
going
we
to
go.
get some action.
The chip leader, I don't know if he knows Will and knows how solid he's going to be here. Will's very unlikely to be doing this with ace jack and below. And he's just moved in.
I think that's pretty much
Will
the only
actually
option you've got there.
satellited into this.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
ace
there was ace jack is there as well.
Yeah, that's not good news for Marion.
Well, he's folded. It's a good
There's
spot.
2 left in the deck.
For
See if it's true. Is there always an ace on the flop?
They call him wavies. It's normally on the river, to
I was
be
going to
fair.
say, yes,
Now, there's the 8-6.
the 8-6 that Jack
The 8-6,
open folded,
yeah,
open and folded.
Always interesting that another player getting involved in a hand in scenarios where there's an all-in that he would have probably called with the 8-6. And instead, Wavies, Will Davies,
Big double up for Wavies.
has got a double up instead of walking out the door.
That's an enormous double up for Wavies.
Does that put him as a chip leader now?
Very possibly. Yeah, that was against the chip leader. So yes, that puts him as the chip leader, depending on what Keith had. Yeah, that will put him as chip leader, I think.
So that puts him up to like 11.6, right?
Something like that. Here we go.
There you go,
Oh,
spot
excellent
on.
work. Excellent work, Natalia.
Can't take credit. I saw it on the screen a minute ago. Not gonna lie.
So I think there was just over half an hour left of this level when they began. From where we saw the clock before we came in the box. Goes up to 200, 400, and 255, 36. When you're a chip leader and you lose a big chunk of your chips, something in your head starts to panic, and all of a sudden you feel like a short stack.
Yeah, there's a bit of a momentum loss there, isn't there? So you feel. I know Marion won a big one just before the final table, I think, with his jacks into ace-8 to give him a pretty healthy stack. And it looked like he'd been doing pretty well before that as well. He'd been like cruising along quite calmly and gradually building chips. You know, the sort of thing you want to do when you play a tournament, just gradually accumulating chips. And then you take a big hit like that, one of the early hands of a final table. It's really hard to mentally regroup.
The thing is, with average stack being around 20 big blinds, it's going to be very tough for a lot of these players to gradually increase their stacks now. There isn't a great deal of play. There's going to be a lot of people raising and people just 3-betting, shoving with their stack sizes.
I mean, if we think about it, the guy that opened and then a really tight player moves in that you know is probably not going to move in with ace-jack and below. If you've got the ace-king and you're in a flip and you have to hit your ace or king because Will may have a pair, maybe one ace or king's already out. Would there be some reason to maybe just let the ace-king go and use your chips in a different way to accumulate?
Yeah, I guess there's always that reason, but when he has I think if you were maybe a short stack there, you have more reason to fold. If you're going to take ICM into consideration.
Yeah, he's
and
not
then
at
you
risk.
have to think about, then you are the player at risk, whereas when you have chips and you're going to have chips left, and still a reasonable amount of chips as well, it's just one, if he knocks a short stack out, he's back to being chip leader again. I think...
We think about best case scenario as well. If Wavies has got like ace queen there, for example, and Marion sat there with the ace king, he takes out a guy and he's got all of a sudden all of the
He's
chips.
got a massive chip lead, yeah. He dominates him. I think he just has to rejam there the way like he did.
He's got a nice playable hand, the next hand.
Also, if he doesn't really know Will as well,
Yeah.
he's not played against him that much.
Yeah, you don't know if they've been on
No.
the same table when there was 2 tables left.
I feel like, I know Will and I would not. I don't think I'd be folding ace king there. I think it's just a little bit too good.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one thing, those chips won't be releasing from his stack that easily.
We've had that proper stare from Keith again. I'm just catching the edge of
It's
that
my
in the
big
booth.
blind.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'll let you get away with it this time, but don't make a habit of it.
Yeah, that's what that stare was saying. I wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of that.
And Natalia taking selfies in the booth.
That's a commentary box selfie.
So we're trying to get the chat box up. So any questions you've got for any of us, just type them into the chat.
Yeah, we are live on Twitch with the WPT Twitch channel. Also, I believe on the Party Poker
Yep,
channel
Party
too.
Poker TV. I'll also be streaming live from DTD tomorrow night on the Party Poker channel. 7 PM, which is my usual slot on there. hopefully the Wi-Fi holds up for us, because I will be interviewing some big names while I'm streaming tomorrow night, including Mike Sexton and Tony Dunst. Also, some of the local regs and some of the other big names that have travelled for the Devilfish Cup in the WPT. So that should be quite fun.
Excellent. Yeah. So if you do have any comments for us, any questions, any little tidbits of information on any of the players at this table, please do feel free to write in the chat boxes on Twitch. We will try and get it going, and we will do our best to reply to you.
Happy Halloween to everyone, of course. Here he is, second hand in a row. He's going to open 2.5x, and John in trap 1 with about 12 bigs. I'm pretty sure he's just going to move in here. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
Marin is not going to be loving life. Well, look at this, his other cards are out. This is going to be an easy fold, surely.
Yeah, Keith's going to fold. I feel like Marin's probably going to fold. I feel like Marin's probably going to fold too. He's not going to want to lose any more of his chips. He's already lost a pretty big one just recently.
Yeah, 2 million more to call into the pot of 4. He's getting 2 to 1. Like you say, if he loses another pot, all of a sudden, if we look at his stack,
yeah, he's already been crippled. I think he started this hand with about 21 big blinds, something along those lines, 21, 22.
it's a situation with still got like 7 million, yeah, but he doesn't want to lose 2, and that's happy days for John, because he was probably expecting a call.
Yep.
So he's picked up a nice pot there, uncontested.
Just want to apologise to Natalia for that last selfie. I'm not very photogenic. Face for the radio, they say. Face for the radio. Yeah, we were talking earlier about favourite hands. I guess I don't really have a favourite hand. I'm not sure if it's something that many people have anymore. I know a few of the sort of older, like the old school people have favourite hands, but I don't know. Like I've had a few hands that I've played that I've particularly enjoyed, but I don't think I have a hand that I necessarily like always play.
I definitely don't have a hand I always play. I have a favourite hand that I like to look at. I quite like the look of Jack 9 of diamonds. There's no reason why, other than I just think it looks very pretty.
Diamonds, obviously.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Yeah. I have a few favourite hands that I've played, big bluffs that I've pulled off, or big calls that I've made, but
That have some kind of memory for you, or yeah. Pocket fives were my hands this summer. They did a lot for me. Let's see. Couldn't seem to do any wrong with pocket fives for one of the tournaments this summer that I ran deep in.
One of the tournaments I ran deep in. Oh.
The biggest one. The one that meant the most.
Keith getting that stare on. See if Keith can keep that stare up all the way through the final table. See if we can get him to crack a smile at some point. Any ideas on how to make Keith smile? Twitch chat, please, guys. Twitch chat.
Give him a big pot. That should do the trick. This is a button. Is this button V big blind?
I can't actually see where the button is.
Guessing Keith's got 300.
Looks like it though.
And sorry, Andrew's
Yep,
got 3.
that's it. Button versus big blind.
Oh, there we go.
I think we're seeing some of Andrew's experience here, that he's always taking his time over his decisions, making sure that he makes the right decision. He's going to know the implications of getting something wrong. I mean, early on in a tournament, it's not as important because there's not so much money on the line, but by the time you get here, every mistake is amplified that much because everyone's that much shorter, and the pay jumps, and the fact that you're at a final table.
Yeah.
So I assume Andrew is in check call mode.
Looks like it. think Keith is going to be loving this spot, though. It's similar to the one that he was in before. This is not the most wet board ever, and it's a board where I feel like Keith is going to probably fire a couple of times here and put a lot of pressure on the shorter stack of Andrew. He only started the hand with, you can see there, Andrew only started the hand with 18 big blinds. He's going to be put in some pretty tough spots here. Bottom pair isn't going to hold up overly well against too much aggression, and we've already seen that Keith is pretty happy to keep on piling that aggression on.
Is it worth a check raise to kind of, I mean, take the risk that you're not going to get called from a lot of hands that have bet draws?
Yeah, there's some merit to that. I think the problem that you've got here is Andrew's just a bit too short. Yeah, he's just a little bit too short.
So sometimes, I mean, it's just a question. Of course, you're out of position. If you're folding when you've hit the deuce, would you have folded if it came an ace high board? Because you're going to get the same c-bet.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that earlier, didn't we, with the a7, where he bet into it, and who was that? Was that Ben was forced to fold? Someone was forced to fold top pair. Jack was forced to fold top pair. Keith's going to be feeling pretty good here. Like he lost that pot, doubled up. Was it Javi doubled up a little while ago?
Yes.
He's got straight back on it.
Well, the next player out here is getting £12,000. The winner, of course, 150,000. Not a bad couple of days' work.
It's not.
And Will's thinking, okay, I've had a double up. I'm going to go and get something to eat. See you in an hour.
Don't blame him. I'm going to go and get a beer.
I once was over an hour late for a final table in London of a decent size event, and I was the short stack, and I was sat in traffic, and there's nothing I could do.
Yeah.
But I was kind of hoping that when my big blind was on offer, that they might go to war. I could turn up and there could only be 6 players left.
I once made a day 2 with one of the chip leaders going into day 2, and I'd already committed to a 10-pin bowling tournament. And I was trying to get out of it, and I couldn't get out of it, so I was 3 or 4 hours late to a day 2. And I came back, I had chips. I was quite impressed I had chips, and didn't last too long, obviously, afterwards. But that's how much I expected to make it day 2 in that tournament. We call that a victory lap, when you just won a pot and you get off, you walk off, go and tell your friends about it, go to the bar. Lovely little victory lap there from Wavies.
So we've just got the chat up and running. I can see one of my Twitch stream regulars, Chubby Butter, on there asking how Molly is. She is good. She is at home with my parents at the moment. Molly is my dog, who makes a regular appearance on my Twitch stream.
What dog do you have?
I have a miniature dachshund, little sausage dog.
Okay.
Yep. She sports a party poker patch while on a bandana while I'm playing. So yep, she is good. So any questions that you have for us, guys? We now have the chat loaded finally. Do apologise for that.
So Keith opening again. Probably looks like he's got the best seat at the table.
I think he certainly feels that way now.
Yeah. I mean, he had the chip leader just to his right. He's got quite a few solid players to his left.
He's going to be very happy with his stack as well. He's going to be able to put so much pressure. He's quite a long way away from Will Davies as well, who's the other guy who's the chip leader, and Ben too. So he's got the 2 chip leaders on the other side of the table, so he can sort of boss his little corner there. Yeah.
Section, yeah. And I don't think he's too worried about Will, because he's not going to look to tangle with Will.
He doesn't seem too worried about anything.
Yeah, he's looking. He's got that kind of
confidence.
He looks angry about something. I wonder what he's angry about. Any suggestions? Twitch chat.
Yeah.
What is Keith so angry about?
It's his Halloween mask.
Yeah.
It's Halloween after all, right?
It is indeed. I think we should go trick-or-treating.
With Keith's face.
Definitely scare the kids.
Oh dear.
So here's Marion. Got an ace. Out of position. It's a solid fold.
Where's he from?
I believe it came up on the screen that...
Let's have a look.
My geography's not so good with flags.
Yeah.
That geography isn't very good either.
You're going to open again if you're Keith? Into
Slovakia.
Will's big blind.
Depends how he's feeling. I think he's definitely thinking about it. Yeah, a little bit too far away from the button, I think, there.
Players pen asking what is the location of this tournament. We're playing from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham.
The home of UK poker.
It is.
Jav quite rightly opening. I think if they were deeper, Andrew may put pressure on. He likes to 3-bet a lot from the button, but look at this. Jack has woken up with kings.
Yeah, that 3-bet would not have gone very well.
No. Now Jack stack 2-4, about 5 mil.
I'm going to see it here.
Yeah,
Yep,
5.3.
About 18 big blinds. Do you like a 3-bet here, or do you like just putting it in? Or do you like a call?
Well, I think if you move in, Jav's going to fold a lot of hands. So I personally might make it like 1.75.
I would be very tempted to just call here. With the big stacks behind, try to induce something behind maybe.
I think if there was an action player with Will stack there.
Yeah.
Getting the impression that you think Will's on a little bit on the tight side.
Yeah.
Not that he's tight, but he's going to play a final table
Yeah, yeah.
strategy. He's not going to step a foot out of line now he's got the chips.
Doesn't need to.
And there you go. Well, he was about to do it.
Looks like, has Jack gone for the 3-bet, or has he gone for the all-in?
He's 3-bet.
Yeah, 1.750, I believe. There it is.
So you win this round.
1.75. That basically says to Jav, if you've got ace 10 and above, you're going to have to put it into seal 5. It's very hard to flat call with a pocket pair unless he's planning a stop and go, but he's not in position for that. Where's the button? Oh, yeah.
I think Andrew had the button, so Jav is cut off. Jack is small blind.
It's that horrible feeling where it looks like a big hand and all of a sudden it shrinks.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play these sorts of hands because you're just not quite sure. You think, is the other guy bluffing? If he's bluffing, I'm probably winning. If he's not, I'm miles behind. It's so difficult to play these. And remember that Jav doubled up not that long ago. He came in as the short stack.
But he's never folded into an all-in once he 3-bets.
Yeah.
I think sometimes a 3-bet can actually look stronger than an all-in in that spot.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't 3-bet with a hand like sevens, for example. You'd just stick it in.
He did make a disciplined fold.
Yep.
Could have been fun if he did flat call with Will behind. You can hear Mr. Trumper in the background. $200, $400, the next blind level.
It's going to start putting a lot of pressure on the shorter stacks here, that blind jump.
Daniel Charlton in the chat box. It's the same one I'm thinking of. What a boss.
Yeah.
So the blinds are up. 400k with a 50k ante. John, he's just moved in.
Yeah, blind's just gone up. He's got
10
little
bigs.
touch over 10 big blinds.
There's a
It's
million.
pretty hard to make a pair, so
There's a million in the middle. I mean, I think Andrew could even fold the ace-9 here.
yeah, Andrew's in a really tough spot with the ace-9. I mean, I think he knows he's probably going to be ahead or like, doing reasonably well against John's range with the ace-9, but with a few players to act behind him, I think that's a good fold.
Sitting in the big blind, it's another story.
Yeah. Nice little pot though.
Yeah. So
It's quite a big chunk for him.
if you are in the UK and you want to win some big money playing poker, you've got the WPT main event coming up. £2,200 the buy-in.
Starts on Wednesday, 2 o'clock.
Day 1 Wednesday, yep. There's Day 1B Thursday, Friday, Day 2 Saturday, and the final, I believe, Sunday.
We also got a players' party on Wednesday night, so if anybody does travel down for that, or up for that.
Yeah, last year was a
There'll be
big
fun
Halloween
night.
party.
Yes, we're having a Devilfish themed party this year. He's picked up 10s now.
Yeah, we've just moved in again.
Yeah.
I like that. Because in a way, if he opens and gets 3-bet all in from an ace-jack hand that may fold to the shove.
He has 12 big blinds.
12 big blinds is a good pair. Yeah. In it goes.
So far, nothing to contend. Another 2 in a row. So he's picked up $1 million each time. He's near enough, got a 50% increase. That's what they call a bit of oxygen.
Yeah, got a bit of breathing room now. I think it is going to be important for the shorter stacks to make a lot of moves here and start getting it in pretty light, because the blinds, next time the blinds go up, what are we going up to next? 255?
255.
255, that's another huge increase in the blinds, so they're going to really start feeling the pressure.
I mean, there's a lot of players here that play tournaments where there is structures where the average becomes between 15 and 20 big blinds at the late stages. So
they are used to it.
They're confident and they'll know how to play each situation, which is quite an advantage against maybe people that have satellited in.
You know, people that aren't so used to playing like that. Like for me, I come from much more of a cash game background.
So you're used to playing much deeper stack,
Exactly.
stack, yeah.
This is definitely not my specialty, what we're looking at here.
I was very fortunate that although I do play a lot of tournaments, my cash background was originally in the push-fold cash games, which you're sitting with 5, 10 big blinds. So.
Oh, we spoke about that, didn't we? Yeah.
So.
Interesting format.
Kind of got the best of both worlds a little bit.
Andrew's just moved in.
Yep. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this for a while with all of the short stacks. The big stacks are just going to sit there and wait for the short stacks to knock each other out.
Just need 2 big hands to clash.
Yep.
Like you said, it's just going to be nearly every hand, nearly every round now.
I think they're all going to be fairly happy. I think Keith and Will are going to be looking for their spots to maybe pick up a few blinds and just try and stay even, wait for the stacks to level out, everyone get a bit deeper.
Yeah, I mean, with a hand like, if you pick up ace-king, I know you kind of want to move in, but you do lose a lot of the ace-10 suited, ace-jack, ace-queens from coming along where you've got them dominated. Players are just saying the same thing.
Adam Neal is in the chat room. Hello, Adam.
LNC, how you doing, bud?
He was, I think he was one of the chip leaders coming into day 2.
Adam, yeah.
I think he was one of the chip leaders of his flight.
Okay,
He was a notable stack.
Yeah, excellent player. He's involved in the Twitch streaming as well,
He does.
isn't he? For
Yeah, he has a
Partypoker?
live stream on a Thursday night, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, he does a lot of rap music as well. This is
yeah, I was gonna
LNC
say.
music is his so what do you call it? Handle, nickname? I don't know. Yeah, that's not me. I don't really know. I mean, if you guys could see me, I'm definitely not the sort of person to know about that sort of thing. Yeah, I've actually listened to quite a lot of his music, and he's pretty good at it.
He is.
I mean, if you've got a stack here and you can see that no one's really getting too involved, I mean, we can see the cards, it helps. But you start maybe trying to open up a bit more, pick up some chips at this point and take the risk-reward while the blinds are still around the 20 big blind mark.
Yeah, the problem that you've got here, as you say, is the people that are around 20, 25 bigs. Those are the big stacks at the moment. You know, they see one more blind increase where they don't win a single pot, and all of a sudden they're in the danger zone. You know, they're dropping down, they're getting short. So this isn't a final table where anyone's going to be able to just sit there and wait. Everyone's going to have to try and make things happen and
make some moves at some point.
Absolutely.
And I think John here, this is a button raise. You pick up ace-8 in the small blind. You've got 15 bigs.
This is a tough spot.
It's an all-in or a fold, I think.
I agree.
If he does go all in, do you think Marion will call?
Well,
based on him already losing a rather large chunk of his stack.
And that he folded last time.
He's not
I think
I
would have gone for it. I think I'd have moved in there knowing that last time I did it, he folded to me.
Yeah.
You know, if he's got a big ace, good luck. saying that, it's easy when you're there. When you pick it up and there's a couple of
It
other
is,
short
yeah.
stacks, you know.
Yeah, Marion can relax a little bit as well now. He's won a couple of pots since that big one. He's still going along fine. That's a smile. We got a smile.
So he is, I think he's part of BRS.
He is. He is part of BRS, yeah. He's been with us for a little while now. Very good player. Very aggressive player, as we're seeing here.
So
Speaking to a few people beforehand, because I don't know Keith overly well. I was speaking to a few guys beforehand, and they said very much his style is he'll play the other people, not so much play his cards, and we've certainly seen that at this table. He's been playing his range and putting a lot of pressure on people playing good, aggressive poker.
Jack's picking up some hands.
He's picking up some hands.
His king's not long ago.
it's always good to pick these up at the final table.
Yeah.
Look, they've still got a hold.
Still needs to find himself a customer.
That's the tough part.
I think at this stage, though, with the blinds being so high, it's okay if everybody folds. It's still a reasonable increase to your stack. Ooh, hand here for Marion.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's just a solid fold.
I think that's actually a very good fold.
Now the button with King Queen. I mean, if he's folding Ace 8 to a button raise, I can't imagine that he's even going to want a flat call here.
Yeah, this is a different situation, obviously. I think when someone raises the button, you're in the small blind. Ranges are so much wider. When someone's raising from earlier position, however, it's a bit more difficult. But King Queen's just such a pretty hand. You want to see a flop with it.
But I mean, my thought process goes: if I hit one of my cards, and we're going to be put to the test, I could be crushed.
Yeah.
If I hit my card, or the flip side is I'm going to make no money.
Yeah.
He's decided to call.
There's the Jack of Diamonds first card. I was thinking of your Jack 9 of Diamonds
Yeah.
there. Maybe the winner will win the event with Jack 9 of Diamonds.
That's a nice looking hand for Jav, but Jav has not got that many chips.
You're coming along for the ride. I mean, the difference between 7 or 8 or 9 bigs with suited connectors.
I don't know, I'm a little bit behind the curve in tournament poker strategy, but I might decide to flat here and try
Yeah,
and
I
see
think a
flop
lot
with
of
hand
people
that-
would flat here, even with less than 10 big blinds.
He's going to know that an all-in is not going to get through. He hasn't got enough chips to get it through, but it's a hand that flops pretty well. He can just call here, do a stop and go, see if he
Exactly,
sees a good
yeah.
flop.
Yeah, it was 400k into 2.6 million.
Yeah, he's getting excellent pot odds.
And if he hits any of it, I mean, he's
That is
I
a
think he's-
disaster for pocket queens.
I think he's got to put it in here.
I think he does too. I think he does too. He's got a backdoor flush draw as well. That is a disaster for pocket queens. What do you do if you're Jack?
You just got to lead out for like a mill, a third pot. I mean, if your opponent's got a hand with a king in it, king, queen, ace, king, you'd probably think that they would have raised the button. Certainly with ace, king. So now you're worried about
Ace, king,
king,
definitely.
queen, king, jack. Would king, queen, king, jack? Maybe he's thinking that he's quite solid that he would fold.
Yeah, I think my default here would be to check probably, but again I'm used to playing much deeper. So really into this. Natalia is the
yeah,
tournament pro.
I mean,
what can we do?
With
Give
the
us a
stack
lesson.
sizes, personally, I probably check here too. I think if he didn't have a king, then the chances are he's just going to check behind. Whereas he's been a pretty solid player. I mean, we've always seen his cards, but he has been pretty solid. So, and he's actually decided. Oh, he's just flat called.
That was excellent for Jav the way that action went though. I
Yeah.
think if he checked and it was just against one person, it would have been really hard for him to fold that hand. But
Yeah.
the
He's
fact
been
that he's got a
saved.
bet and a call, he's been saved. But he was saved by Jack C-bet there. This is the sort of hidden luck factor of poker. The sort of thing that when people talk about running good, they talk about winning flips and things like that. They don't so much talk about that hidden luck factor.
Yeah.
You know, if Jack decides to not C-bet there, then there's a very good chance that Jav goes broke.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would have just moved in on the flop once they saw
Yeah.
the 6.
But that's that hidden luck, and that's kept him in. And who knows what could happen from here for him.
I mean, if you're John now, are you checking to make it look like a flush draw and then you can potentially make it look like a bluff on the river?
I think we're about to find out. It's a really tough spot for
It is
Jack, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, he's all in.
Yeah.
And he's not really going to get action unless he's beat. I can't imagine that Jack is going to call this all in.
I think what Jack's got to consider here is that's a very good fold. I was going to say what Jack's got to consider here is that
What is he calling the
he'd have raised all in with a flush draw on the flop. So
Precisely that. Precisely
Yeah.
that.
So what is he actually calling with?
And I think if he had a worse pair, if he had a hand like sevens, eights, nines that he decided not to go with pre, I think that he would probably shove that on the flop as well for the same reasons, to try and protect. So I think that's
He
a
would
very
never just
good
call with those kind of hands on
Yeah.
the flop. He would just fold.
fold and roll.
He would never go all in, I don't think, with his flush draws either on the turn.
On the
Yeah.
turn. Or if he's getting a
Um,
free card.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he knows that he has to be beat there.
Yeah, sometimes with a short stack, you know, you're going to take a chance that your opponent doesn't hit maybe an ace on the river, but I'll play the math, and if I check here and on the river it's checked to me, and it does come a brick, you can get a bet in, and queens may have to call the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody else in the chat's also commenting as well that they don't like the c-bet there. I think it's... I would definitely just check there, especially when it's such a large portion of your stack as
Yeah, I
well.
guess, and you've got probably to assume that Javid didn't hit anything since he didn't move in on the flop. Yeah, I guess the king's already there. It's only the ace now you're going to worry about.
Yeah.
Well, back on Jack. Has he found another hand? He's all in. All in, the fella. It's like just over 5 mil.
Not seen his cards yet.
It's folded round. Back to John with sixes. Pretty sure they're going in the bin. He hasn't worked this hard to just call it off. Keith. The ace-8. Chav's folding ace-6 of spades. And that gets through. No, King-Jack.
King-Jack. Got through 2 better hands.
The power of all in.
Yeah, I think we're seeing this is what ICM is all about, isn't it? It will tell you to go all in a little bit lighter and call off tighter.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what we're seeing here.
and the fact that it's taking a while for players to go out, if the next blind level comes up at 255, I mean, there's a lot of pressure now with the average stack.
Yeah, the biggest stack will only be 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
It's not going to be much.
It's a 7 million the average at the moment.
Such a violent game, isn't it, Hold'em? All these guys have been playing for 3 days, and now they're just all sitting here trying to win their flips.
You got to love it and you got to hate it.
Yeah, I think certainly the professional players on this table are going to have it's almost like a little masochistic thing going on, where they enjoy that sweat and they enjoy that. You can't help it, can you? After a while, there's a part of you that enjoys that.
I don't know. Sometimes I don't even look if I'm in a flip. I just close my eyes. I'll see if the chips come to me.
That's the feeling I go for in poker, is that one where you've just run a big bluff and the other guy sat there tanking and you were hoping he was going to snap fold, and now you're properly sweating it. I love that. I used to hate it, but the more I've played, the more I've grown to love that feeling. That's what I play for. Trying to make a big call or trying to make a big decision, work out the puzzle. But that sweat, nothing quite compares to that sweat.
Well, you don't want to be in that situation too often.
I don't
Another
know,
big
some of the
fold.
people that play cash with me.
You like running these bluffs.
I'm trying to build an image here.
Fair enough. And there he is. He's got the nines.
He's got the
Jav
nines.
is all in. Wow, Andrew is sevens.
Yeah, Jav has not got very many chips here at all. He had certainly got less. What's he got? 6 bigs, something like that? 5, 6 bigs?
4.5.
4.5. Yeah, I feel like we're probably going to see a rejam here from Sato. No.
Wow.
Wow.
But he probably feels if he's
Because
calling
Ben's
an early
obviously already
raise. Yeah.
raised.
Ah. Okay.
We've seen one Jack fold, the ace Jack. Looks like he's in a flip, but we can see he's in a bit better situation. And John's going to be feeling a bit unwell. Ace Jack he had. Well, 4 extra outs.
And the 9's hold. Another double up for Jav.
They cannot get rid of Jav. They're trying.
I think Ben might not be overly happy about having to show that hand. That's a fairly loose open with the Jack-10 off in early position. I feel like that's might be a little bit of a change of dynamics. I think certainly people like Keith and Andrew and Will are not going to. They're all going to have noticed that.
But since he's lost the pot, it's going to be unlikely that he'll open again for a while.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. He might think the best time to do it is the very next hand.
Exactly.
That's
anything could happen. Anything could happen.
That is the beauty of this game. Everybody plays different.
Absolutely.
If we all played the same, it would be a dull game. So Party Poker are running satellites for the main event here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yes,
There's, I believe there's one going on at the moment, 10 seats guaranteed.
there is. 550 buy-ins?
200.
They're doing 200?
200 buy-in for the 2,200.
Excellent. That's one thing you say about Party Poker and Dusk Till Dawn. They do try really hard to make sure people can get in cheap to these big events.
They've been running so many satellites all week.
Absolutely.
There's been plenty for the Devilfish Cup, one every night for the past few days, during the day last week as well.
Yeah, they give so many people opportunities to get in for sure. In fact, I think the last winner of this WPT was a gentleman who got in that way, got in cheap and managed to turn that into an awful lot of money.
I think Will Davies actually won a satellite for this a couple of nights ago.
There you go.
I was in here when he'd just won his seat through that.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but Keith might have got in through a satellite ticket as well. I'm
Yeah.
not so sure. But yeah, so there's these huge satellite trees that give everybody an opportunity to get into these big buy-in events. So you can get yourself in to be playing for huge sums of money, £150,000 for very, very cheap.
Very little, yeah.
Very, very cheap.
Oh, he's all in again.
And there's Wavies. He's not going to release chips. He won't feel it's his job quite yet to start taking players out here.
Yeah, I think you're sort of forced to when the stack sizes are like this. You're just sort of forced to play your hands, aren't you?
Looks like the entire BRS team is in the chat box.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Good morning, all.
What's up?
And there we see. There's not much between them. So, $1 million in each pot. I mean, if you just pick up 5 pots in a row, you're chip leader. It's as easy as that.
It is.
We saw an English player in a very famous European event pick up, I believe it was 28 hands in a row when they're on the bubble for the final table.
Wow.
28 in a row, uncontested.
Bet the rest of his table were getting bored of that.
And Marion.
I wonder how many of his hands the table actually saw.
None.
None?
Not a single one.
Not a single one.
Just sat there
Nothing.
with the raise in front of him and just left it in the middle.
One
If you
time
want it,
somebody
take it.
played back, he just folded. I think maybe even a cheeky laugh. But everyone was so looking forward to making the final table. So the winner, there's a lovely trophy. It's nice to have. I'd like to get a World Poker Tour trophy.
I'd like to get any trophy. I'll be happy with a trophy. I don't do
Maybe
trophies
you
for
need to
cash
start playing these
Maybe.
tournaments.
Tournaments.
I
then.
played this one. I played this
Just-
tournament.
Are you playing later on this week?
Probably trophy hunting. I'll just get one and then I'll be done with it. Have my little trophy.
The worst is when you play events and you get heads up and they don't put the trophy on the table and they say, well, there's no trophy. In the old days, that would really bug me.
That'll be upsetting if I ever do win a tournament and there's no trophy. That'll be.
He'd be
upsetting.
gutted.
No glory for cash players.
There's a decision here. Do we know how many big blinds Stato has?
Not too many.
He's all in then?
Not too many.
He's
Yeah,
all
he's all
in.
in. Yeah, not too many. 13 bigs-ish.
Only the big blind.
Yeah, and he folds as well.
Looks very pleased with himself.
Bit of confidence again.
Yeah, it's going to be so nervy for these guys. They're always going to be putting themselves at risk whenever they play a hand. They're putting such a huge amount of their stack at risk every time they want to play a hand.
I'm really surprised there's still 8 of them left.
Yeah.
Considering the stack size, it's just a lot of chips moving around, I guess. Not too many big hands have clashed.
Yeah, that's what it takes, isn't it? Just a couple of big
Yeah.
hands and then that's it.
Who's the tournament director for this tournament? Because all these things about headphones is great, but when the tournament started, the clock then started for like 15 minutes. Then it was running through like a 20-minute break. Like, can we make sure these things are right? You can have the information during the break. Yeah, no, I mean, so you're saying...
Sounds like there's a bit of drama going on at the table.
The clock
Yeah, there's some discussion going on there, isn't there?
So can we make sure somebody's watching that properly? Like, when we started, the clock hadn't started for like 15 minutes. 50 minutes later...
In amongst all of that drama,
Keith picked
Keith's
some
picked up a
nines.
hand. Yeah, Keith has picked up a hand.
Make sure they pay attention.
Has he looked?
I don't know if he's looked yet. I think not. Keith's one of the big stacks at this table. Do you like raise here? Do you like an all-in?
Alright, it's just
Like
a raise.
Just
yeah.
a raise. Just give him a minute to get that stare back on.
You definitely can't just go all in and risk one of the big stacks waking up
There we go.
with a big hand.
There goes the raise.
I mean, he'll be raise calling a lot of the shorter stacks.
Yeah. Standard min raise there with the pocket nines under the gun. Hoping this one just gets through.
So your Twitch channel, that's every Wednesday, every Tuesday?
I stream every Tuesday. Adam streams on a Thursday at 7 o'clock. So it's Tuesday nights at 7 for me. Adam streams at 7 o'clock on a Thursday. And Beta streams on a Sunday. She streams the Sit and Go Heroes. She actually won she plays the $5 Sit and Go Heroes. And she hit the 100k multiplier jackpot the other day and won it. And it also had a bounty, so she took from a $5 Sit and Go Hero, she took 4.2k.
Nice.
Yep.
Very
Which was
nice.
it was
Live on
pretty good. She'd videoed it, so she has now posted a video of it. It wasn't live on stream at the time, I don't think, but she did win one. But yep, guys. So it's Party Poker TV. If you want to follow us, we are streaming this at the moment as well. And tomorrow night I will be live from Dusk Till Dawn at 7 o'clock. And as I said before, I will be playing the usual tournaments and also interviewing a couple of the guys from here, including Tony Dunst and Mike Sexton. So any questions that you may have for those guys,
Yeah, the
drop
one
me a
and only.
message.
The voice
Yep.
of the World Poker Tour.
That's it. See if we can get him to commentate on a couple of the hands as I'm playing. It might be
A bit of fun.
bit of fun.
Absolutely, that's what I remember watching on TV. I'm
We've
Max Sexton, I'm
all
the
heard
World
that
Poker
voice, haven't
Tour.
we? Yeah, we've all heard that voice.
Great. Here he is. We always decided, right, I've built my image up here for the players that don't know me. I've got a stack. Let's go to work. Very tough for Ben here, so I would fold a7 there.
Yeah. And King 7-2. Yeah, Will's been listening to the commentary. He's heard that he's keeps being called a solid player. I think let's prove him wrong. Let's go at this.
My mum will not be joining the Twitch stream tomorrow night, guys.
Boo.
That's an unpopular
I am
announcement.
staying in Nottingham. Yes, it's definitely an unpopular announcement. These guys love my mum.
You're talking about the Sit and Go Heroes before. I actually had a $500 one for $10, which was always a nice
Cool story.
And it comes up on the screen.
I have not had
fun.
any. So boring when you play cash. Everyone talks about deep runs and everything. None of that. None of that. I just sit down.
Just sit down and play night in, night out.
Yeah, sit down and try and leave the table with more than I started with.
So sometimes it's a question when we do a lot of the final tables here at Dusk Till Dawn. It's he who dares wins.
Yeah.
That goes for it. I mean,
You reach a point where someone's got to decide they want it more than everybody else, and
Yeah.
they start going for it, and then then they just hope that no one else picks up a hand for a little while, and then they build up enough of a chip lead they can just keep pushing everybody around.
yeah, I mean that is the thing with poker. You can do everything correct, and still it can all go wrong. But that is the game.
Keith with the King 7 here. This is all going to depend on what he thinks of Jav. If he thinks that Jav is pretty tight, he's going to go all in. If he thinks it's pretty loose, he's going to fold. You might even limp and decide to try and play a pot with him if he thinks that he's not the sort of guy to raise or go all in without a really good hand himself.
I think he's just going to go all in.
Yeah, some players go for the min raise thinking that he's not even going to call the min raise and he's not going to shove on me unless he's got a hand.
Sometimes it's that power of the all in, though. I think.
It's those words, isn't it? Those
Yeah.
2 words.
I mean, some people would even fold like ace-2, ace-3
Yeah.
from the big blind there when somebody's put them to the test for their stack.
Yeah,
Keith's
that's
obviously got
what
the huge advantage here as well of being the guy with all of it, so he's never going to be at
Yeah.
risk in this hand.
he's gone for the raise thinking that if Jav doesn't have anything, he's just going to fold. He's never going to 3-bet me here to steal the pot. So I'm kind of risking the minimum.
I think one of the things that's almost a bit of a shame about seeing some of these final tables is that you don't get to see all the hands that have come before. Because Keith and Jav were on the same table when there was 2 tables left. So they've been playing for quite a while. They might even have been playing for longer than those last 2 tables. So Keith is he's a pretty savvy guy. He's going to have been paying attention to what Jav's been doing. And if he has decided that Jav is not the sort of person who's going to be going all in without a really good hand in this situation, then raising is obviously much better because you're risking less to win the same amount.
I think. I mean, to me, King 7 off is just an all-in here. Blind v blind. He has less than 10 big blinds, right?
Don't let him call a flop with suited 1-gappers and stuff
yeah,
like that.
I think it's just always an all-in.
That is an excellent flop for Keith, given how this hand's gone down.
Yeah, flop top pair.
Yes, have another look. Have I really flopped this good with this hand? Yes, I have. Reset the stair.
Just going to put in a little feeler bet the mill. I mean, he's probably sure that Javid wouldn't have called with anything like this unless he had like 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8 suited.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you've definitely got to bet the King 7 here. You've got to bet it for protection a little bit, and obviously you can also call or go all in with a worse hand too. So I expect Keith to be betting here and hoping to take the pot down, or hoping at least to get it in here, because he's got a reasonable shout at getting it in ahead if it goes in now.
He's got a gut shot literally and 1 over. Pretty sure Jav's going to fold.
Yeah.
It's not a great flop. Jav, one of the regulars here, plays a lot of the tournaments, plays a lot of the Pot Limit Omaha games as well.
PLO, the game of the future.
Yeah, it seems to be the game of the future. They're really picking up in the club at the moment. There's
5 games running last night. 5 PLO cash games running.
Yeah, the PLO games are really picking up. It seems to go in rotations here. They went through a stage where it was all dealer's choice, and now everyone seems to want to play Pot Limit Omaha instead.
4, 5, and 6 cards.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6. I think. I don't think there are any just 4 card
No.
tables that run.
We've been here like 2 hours. I mean, that's what
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of the 4 card. And they play the older 6 card. Kind of take the edge away a little bit.
I think the 6 card's kind of boring because it's just one of those games where it seems like everyone wants to see a flop because they've all got something, and then someone makes the nuts and bets, everyone else folds. That's what it feels like to me. Whereas 4-card, I think there's a little bit more wiggle room.
Bit of an
Yes.
edge.
And I like
There's a lot
that.
more of an edge. Yeah, there's a lot more of an edge.
I like that a lot. I was a fan of the dealer's choice games, though. I like all that stuff.
Yeah, when you get the guys coming in to play high-low that have never played high-low before or that often.
I just enjoy it. I think sometimes you reach a point where you're a little bit bored of Hold'em when it feels like it's a bit monotonous, and then you go and play dealer's choice for a little bit, and every single game is a game that no one's really got much experience at, and there's so many more things to think about, so many more decisions that you're not used to making. And I also find that the live dealer's choice games are so much more chatty than the live Hold'em games. People seem to have a much better time. And
Yeah, they're there for fun. In the Hold'em
yeah.
games, everyone's got the headphones on, they're on the iPad.
A lot more serious.
yeah, not on my tables. We don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We talk about my horrendous taste in music and all that sort of thing instead.
It's Keith on the button. As you said earlier, he's not here to play the cards.
No, he's very much here to play the position that he's in. He's folded after a little tank. Presumably deciding that Jav and Stato have both got pretty good jamming stacks, and yeah, Stato is. It's kind of harder to open onto Stato's big blind because he's not going to be doing too much folding. He's going to be able to play back quite effectively too. Nice little pot for Jav there though. Yeah, these two players are going to know each other quite well. I know Stato has played. That's Andrew's nickname. He's going to have played a lot of the cash games together. Some of the PLO games as well. Andrew's been having a go at some of the PLO games lately, I think too. So these two are going to know each other quite well. Quite a friendly final table, I think. There's a few of the players are going to know each other.
They seem to be having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, welcome. We've got quite a few new people in the chat box. So welcome to you guys. This is the final table of the WPT500, the £1 million guaranteed. I'm Paul Zimbler, joined with Natalia and Matt Harris.
Natalia, the Party Poker Pro and Ambassador, and me, nobody special.
Matt has a DTD reg, has a DTD cash game reg.
Cash game grinder.
So
Yeah.
those are my credentials.
So as always on the stream, we like to give away some goodies.
Matt has a
people
very
watching.
good beard. That's definitely a credential.
Yes,
He has
I've
a
got
very,
something.
very
I've got
well-groomed beard.
A winter warmer.
Yes.
Certainly getting cold out there now. So we like to give away stuff in the chat box. You know, people watching. So we've got a party
history.
poker / DTD goodie bag we'll give away. And I think what would be a good competition, Natalia? What could we ask the players or the viewers to guess?
Should we say time we're going to finish in the UK?
Yep.
So it is now 23:37 in the UK on Monday the 31st of October, so it's the last 25 minutes of Halloween. So I guess guesses in the chat box as to what time exactly we will finish, and the nearest guess
Yep.
we will get the details from and
Send them a goodie bag.
send them a goodie bag. Yep.
Maybe get Mike and Tony and Natalia to sign something.
Okay,
Hat, T-shirt, whatever.
sounds good.
So what time will we conclude this final table? We're going to play down to a winner. The winner will receive the trophy, the glory, and £150,000.
And everyone else will be a little bit disappointed.
No, I think they'll all be at the bar.
Yeah.
Well, they'll certainly all be here Wednesday for the party.
Yes. Actually, everybody. I mean, the place has been busy every night these last few days.
It's excellent. This has had a
I've
real
not.
festival
I don't
feel
think
about
I've
it.
left before 4 a.m. and there's been a steady flow of people all the time. It's still been really busy around 4 a.m. when I've left. The common room, as I think it's getting called at the
Yeah,
moment,
the
with
pack.
the pool table, the football tables, and
Yeah, I've spent
of
more time
course
playing
the
table tennis.
table tennis
Yeah.
in there that's ready for that big bet that's going to be going on at some point this week.
I'm
It's
just
been very busy in
amazed
there.
there's been no beer pong. That's all I'm going to say.
Wednesday night players party.
There we go.
There it is.
How many players are left? There are 8 players left at the moment.
Ben's moved in. Keith's not going to call it off with 4s.
No, we'll have a look for a minute, but
Yeah, I mean,
Keith will be folding this one.
there's
Nice
just
and
no
easy.
point. Jav is not going to get busy. Just the blinds to get through. Oh, King Jack is another one. Doesn't want to call it off. It's a different story here.
Well, that's a decision, yeah. That
Will.
pain is very genuine, I think, from Will there. Looks at that and thinks, why is it paired up? You look at the first
Doesn't
five.
need to take this flip.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He's got the chip lead. He wants to hang on to it. He'd rather put pressure on and let them call.
Yep, that's for sure.
Can't blame him there. He knows that these guys have got to start moving and calling off. And
Absolutely.
before we know it, we're going to be from 8 down to 5. So from 12k up to like 27.5k. And then he can start maybe taking flips for half his stack or for 40% of his stack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're sitting Will's position now, you really, really don't want to be losing a big pot because you're in such a great situation now to have a good few ladders. And losing that big pot could take you down from being in a really good position to at least finish like 4th or 5th or something. And if you were to finish 8th from this spot now, it would be very disappointing, I think.
Somebody's got to come 8th.
Someone's got to come 8th, that's for sure.
I mean, we were here today at 12 o'clock. I mean, we're talking a Monday afternoon, and this place was heaving.
Yeah, some of these people are going to have played through an enormous day yesterday, playing the Turbo Day 1 maybe, or played a long day on the, one of the long day ones. They're not going to have had too much sleep, all excited about making day 2.
And 5 o'clock last night, I mean, there was a good 500 people in the club.
Yeah.
It was...
So many cash games, so many side games, all sorts of things going on. So
satellites for the Devilfish Cup.
Yep.
Jack will be all in again here.
Yep. He might decide to, I'm not quite sure how much he's got here. He might decide he's going to raise and try and induce somebody else to go all in. Ace Queen's a pretty good hand.
I think he's
It
got
looks like he's just gone all in,
just under 10
he's just
bigs.
announced all in. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe with that sort of stake, maybe not. If he had about 15, 16, then he could
This
go
is
for
a
it.
different scenario with 9s.
Now we've got a big hand. Yeah, now we've got someone shoving the button who's shoved quite a lot, and you've got to remember that these guys aren't going to have seen these hands.
He's gone all in.
9s is going to be way ahead of, we'd expect 9s to be way ahead of Jack shoving range here, so.
Correct. Well, we've just
We
seen a
saw one of
9
the 9s.
folded.
Yeah, one of the 9s has gone.
Off they go. Who can run the best?
Yep.
Don't know if we saw any other aces or queens folded. Wasn't looking.
Will looks reasonably relaxed about it. Jack does not look so relaxed.
No, I mean, if Will wins this pot, he can start going to work.
He can.
Because now he can take the flips against the other players for the chips that he's just won. So the turn is a 4. No help. Just
Ace or queen
an
only.
ace or a queen. It's the worst when it comes on the river. Can he hold? And be a commanding chip
Oh,
leader.
and it was paint.
Nearly.
Then there
we're
were
down-
7.
We are down to 7.
Yeah, unlucky Jack. I mean, he came to the final with 8 million. And,
Congratulations, though. Takes £12,000 for his efforts over the last few days. Not a bad
absolutely.
Plus his 2.2k seat.
Oh, of
Yep.
course, yeah. he
Free
gets
roll
his-
into the main event.
14.2k, it's not a bad return on £500.
Yeah, he can jump into the main now and try
Yep.
and go a little bit better in that.
No, for sure. There's Mr. Trumper. Announcing there's 4 minutes left for the live satellite for the WPT main event. It's $1 million guaranteed. So,
See the graphic here. We've got Will. It's now got nearly 15 million in chips, a whole 37 bigs, which is a lot more than anybody else has got. That's a commanding chip lead that he's got at this final
Yes.
table here.
I think now he'll be prepared to call off a 10 big blinds shove with a pair or a hand maybe to take a flip.
Yeah, he's certainly got the stack where I don't think anyone can do, no one can take him out, and I don't think anyone can do that much damage to him. I think even if he loses to the next stack down, he's still got well over 10 bigs left. So he'll feel very, very pleased about this situation now.
No, your range minimum is 8 anyway.
He said 9 though.
He's lucky he gets 7. He said 7, not 9.
I thought I'd tell him anyway, you know.
I know.
9 to 11,
Andrew, looks like 2, 4, 5, about 6 mil.
Yeah.
5, just about 6 million, so it's 15 bigs.
Just counting and double checking it.
There are quite a few players that
Wouldn't
move in.
surprise me if he moves
Yep,
all in here.
there it is.
I was in late position. Yep.
Yeah, it's a lot tougher for people to call 15 bigs. And if you walk into a monster, then fair play.
Yeah, I think it might have something to do with the posters in the big blind as well. I think Marion was the person in the big blind there who,
He was, yeah.
to my knowledge, is not a professional poker player, and that's something that I would expect Andrew to know. So maybe he thinks he can shove a little bit wider there because he'd expect him to maybe be calling a little bit tight.
Yep.
Especially considering that Marion came into this final table as the chip leader. You'd expect him to maybe be a little bit tighter than some of the other players would be. So maybe we've got Stato picking up on that and going.
He's got a lot of experience
He has.
in these tournaments.
He has both live and online.
Yes.
Well, there's Jav. He's waited patiently.
Yeah, and he's found his hand.
Should we give these guys another 15 minutes to get their guesses in? Do you think for what time this will finish?
Yeah, we can give. I think there's going to be a break, maybe at the end of this level.
Okay, so until the end of the break,
Until
should
the
we?
end of the break.
Yeah, so until the end of the break. What time is it now? The time in the UK at the moment is 23:46 p.m. Obviously.
So we've got Jav raising here with the Ace King. Jav is one of the regulars here at Dusk Till Dawn. I think every one of the caches that he's
Every
had
one of his
previously
caches
attended
was
have,
from Dusk Till
have
Dawn.
been here,
Yep.
including a third place in the most recent Grand Prix.
Yes, in
in
October.
October that was here. Yeah. I think he'd be a very popular winner for all of the people in the club here.
Yes.
Everyone likes to see one of the regulars.
One of the
take it down,
regulars. Yeah. Really nice guy.
Proudly shows that he's not raising with nothing.
Yep.
Ace King.
Derek. One more brownie and you're in. You're not allowed to enjoy yourself, Derek.
There's the snowman.
Yeah,
And
another good hand
Stato
for
will
Stato
be
here. Yeah.
all in again. Take his time as always. I think it's really important to take time with every decision.
Absolutely. One rash move and
Yeah.
it's game over.
And to be consistent as well.
And also, when you play live, you actually get information from other players that are to act behind you sometimes. For example, if somebody is open and you're thinking about moving in or whether to call.
Will has...
Folded the fives.
He was contemplating.
Yeah, 7 million is just a bit too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see players that are eager to get their chips in.
Oh.
Look at this. Pretty unlucky.
And we're going to see a call.
Yep.
I think we might. And do you think, how long do you think he tanks? Well, some players, they give it a bit more thought before they move in, hoping
He only
to
has
find
one
a player
other. I mean,
behind.
there's only the big blind behind him.
Well, it will
And he
leave
proudly
Andrew
tables his kings.
very short.
Andrew's been here before though. If anyone can get out of it, it's him.
It would leave him extremely short.
There's a man I know used to be with Party Poker. He'd say a date with an 8.
Is Will Kassouf here? Will Kassouf is in the building.
Can you not hear him?
He is currently playing in the Devilfish Cup.
So Andrew, well, I'd say he's at risk, but he's not. He's going to be left with like an ante or two.
Yeah.
So he's at risk. Only the 8.
It's not there.
Not to be. Will had 5s. Remember we saw him fold
Did.
5s there. It's the right fold.
It is definitely the right fold.
And John has been very patient. Came in with 13 bigs.
So Andrew still in, but only just.
Yeah, funny things have happened. We've seen it before. In fact, I think we've seen it at a WPT final table in Vegas. A guy with 1 ante left came back 7-handed to win the tournament.
Always love a good chip and share story.
So that'll be the hope that Andrew's thinking. What were we talking about just before that hand?
I don't know.
So as I get older, my mind goes.
I had somebody asking if Will Kassouf was in the building. Maybe I'll be able to get Will. Will will happily come and sit with me for 10 minutes, I think, tomorrow, and
Have an interview.
let me interview him while I'm streaming, yes.
When you say interview Will, what you have to do is ask a question and give him the mic and just go and take a coffee, come back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, drop by McDonald's.
Ask another question.
I'll be playing at the same time, so I'll have to stay put.
He's not a happy boy, but he's done nothing wrong.
Oh, he's got a plethora of final tables to his name as Andrew, so it's a situation he's been in before. He knows he didn't do anything wrong and he just got unlucky, and it's one of those, isn't it? When you're this short and you know that well, all your shoving ranges and all of that stuff, you can't be that disappointed because you know what you're doing. You know that you've not made a mistake and you've just got unlucky. It's one of those things.
Just walked into a big hand.
Yeah, I think it's different if you make a mistake and you lose your chips through that. Then it can be a little bit frustrating sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think someone as experienced as Andrew is going to be comfortable with what he's done. Disappointed that he lost the hand, but at the same time, fine with it because
I'll
he knew.
take it on the chin.
Yeah.
And
knew
It's
what it was
worse if a bad player with a big stack makes the call with 5s and you lose to the guy hitting the 5. I mean, when I'm driving home, I think, well, at least I didn't get, a bad beat. I got it in. I was behind.
I think even then, Andrew, as soon as Andrew looks at his hand and goes all in, he knows that he's made the right decision. So it just doesn't really matter what happens beyond that. He's done the right thing and he knows it. This is a very good hand. How on earth does he wake up with a hand this good? This is premium.
And would you look?
yeah, I would definitely look.
You look and use. This is almost good enough to slow roll with. This is an amazing hand.
If I have a terrible hand, then I would wait to be all in the big blind. I don't think it's just any 2 under the gun. It's under the gun, and there's so many people behind him.
He's got one better hand to fold.
Yeah, ace deuce here is. Thing is, there's a situation here that if you call, you're worried that player behind might raise to isolate to pick up the dead. There'll be a tiny side pot. And on the flip side, you might think that if you just flat call, the small blind's going to call. No one's really going to bet.
I think did he announce 1 million there? I thought he announced.
He has. You're right.
2 million.
2 million.
Yeah, so he's isolated. We've already seen one of the aces go.
Well, that is good news for Andrew.
That is good news for Andrew.
He won't mind the shape he's in. Hold on. John had the ace deuce, right? And there is the jack.
John's got the ace 2. Andrew takes the lead.
I thought that was a deuce there. I thought that was the turn card.
Okay, King of Diamonds.
That's an excellent
Always
card. That's a
sweat.
fun card. Everyone likes that card. There we go.
Cheeky smile. He's back in the game.
Can he raise yet?
He's going to be in the big blind next time.
No, he can't then.
So 230. 2, 4, 6. 8. 90 plus the antes.
Yeah. I think did
1.3.
John still win for that hand? Because he had less than a big blind, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He had
1.3.
230k.
Well, he didn't lose. Certainly didn't lose too much, did he?
Picked up 170, so he lost 50k.
Yeah, and then Stato, I think, straight in on the big blind there after that double up. We're looking for another one.
Yeah.
Looking for another one.
Turn 1 million into 2, maybe even 3.
Who knows?
1 million, maybe.
Who knows?
Is he all in the big blind?
That's true. I generally thought she was just what we said a minute, which was like, yeah, but then, positive thinking. You can tell I'm working both poker like properly. Positive thinking.
3 big blinds he can raise. Ish.
Ish.
He's in the big blind. Now, there should be pressure coming.
Well,
There you go.
there's some pressure. That'll do, won't it?
Yeah, we've seen him play
do.
kings and
Yeah, I mean, we've even someone solid.
the bottom of his range. He knows at the top of his range.
Just about go with aces here. I think this is kind of a shame actually for Will here that he's picked up aces on Stato's big blind, because everyone knows he can't be raising light because he knows that whatever he's got, Stato is getting it in. So it makes it that much harder for anybody. So like Keith here, for example, with the 8-9 suited, I think Keith is probably going to realise that Will has to be opening a good hand here because he knows he's going to be. He knows it's going to go at a showdown. He knows he's going to be at least heads up with Stato.
I mean, I can understand why he wants to think and maybe put pressure on Will.
Yeah,
Really
he's having a look. He's doing the right thing though. He's having a little look over at Stato's stack, and he's going to work all of this out. I think he's probably going to find a folder. He might find a call, but I think he's probably going to find a fold. Yeah, that's a good fold. That's what I mean. I think it's a shame for Will. I think if Stato still had like 5 or 6 million, we might have seen something there. But he just can't.
Can you fold here? There's no other real short stacks.
It's such a rubbish hand, and it's such a shame that you've got someone opening under the gun as well.
Like Will.
We're doing wonders for Will's image.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it a situation where sometimes you just wouldn't look? I mean, if you're not shipping under the gun with
no,
half with a small blind, you're gonna.
I think versus an under the gun open, you have to look.
And if you look, this has got to be one of the worst ones you can see, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to fold anything, this has got to be one of the ones. Yeah, he's made the same decision.
Yeah, I think.
With the dynamics of the small stack in the big blind, would a limp ever come into play here?
No.
No.
That's a no. From,
No.
I thought that was a good question. That's a no from
Just
Natalia.
Yeah.
Because it's
I think
unlikely to get raised.
It's very unlikely to get raised, and you're just inviting too many people into the
Yeah.
pot. And also,
Did
did he have two big? Did he have like just under two big blinds?
3
I
big
think?
blinds, I
Did he
think,
have
Stato
three?
did. Yeah, 3 to start the hand, so he had
So
one
he
big
had
blind committed.
Yeah, and his ante. So it's just whether he can raise enough to then allow.
Yeah, I think yeah.
And he still has the option to just check and
Exactly.
to fold.
Exactly. So you
just as
give
he's just
Andy a free
folded
flop.
there. Yeah, I think.
I think if you ever get to take down a pot uncontested, that's good news, right? No risk at
Yeah.
all. You just get to accumulate.
Still 8-handed. I think we began at about 10:15.
Something like that.
So we've probably got about 15 minutes or so. There'd have been 2 levels at the final table.
Do they have a break every 2 levels here?
Every
I think
2
they do.
levels,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's 2
Every couple of
levels.
hours.
John opening.
With the pocket 4s. And a fold from Will. Who has moved his way all the way up from being one of the shortest stacks at this final table. I think he was 2nd or 3rd shortest stack when we went into this. Moved all the way up to being the chip leader now. Seems to be playing very well.
Absolutely. And John also. John was a short stack. Looks like he's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, nearly 13 million.
Yeah, we've seen a real role reversal here. We've not seen too much from Ben Windsor, but I think he's been pretty card dead all the way through it.
Yeah.
That can be very frustrating, especially at these stack depths. You can't fold for that
But
long.
you just need to pick up one hand,
Yep.
and it just has to clash with somebody else,
Absolutely.
and
Just
all
changes.
of a sudden, you're
Momentum
back
just
in.
shifts.
That's
and you're
it.
there.
Yeah.
You're there.
Absolutely. The leaderboard. The leaderboards just move round and round.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you get one guy that just steamrolls a final table, and other times you just can't get rid of players. The short stacks
Yeah.
keep doubling up. Javid. I mean, Keith's pretty, Andrew's pretty happy here because he knows that he's not going to get too much pressure from the right here.
Yeah. I reckon Andrew's going to be shoving pretty light. I think
Yeah.
that is definitely good enough.
It's going in.
And it goes.
It's going to get surely called.
He's getting at least one call here.
I mean, Will should probably call with any 2 there.
Yeah, I think he's
If it
getting
gets
2 calls
raised,
here.
doesn't make a difference. You just fold.
Yeah, he's got 2 calls.
Yeah, I mean, the etiquette is if there's no side pot, you're not really gonna bet a flop unless you've connected.
Yeah.
It's always funny on watching people betting to dry side pots.
Is ahead.
Nice flop.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one for Andrew.
These guys are more than likely just going to check it down.
Yeah, I mean, 3-handed, you wouldn't ever think you can going to be that much of a favourite on this flop.
Yeah.
A few outs for everybody here, but not too many. That, unfortunately, that was one of them.
And Will
Has sort of got to bet this now,
yeah,
hasn't he?
you have to bet because you know you're not going to get a bet from behind. You're just going to bet like 400 or 500k.
Yeah, you bet really, really small. You hope for a crying call out of something. You hope that he's made 2 pair or something like that, and he just heroes you off. But
I'll tell you what, Andrew already knew it was bad news.
yeah, he knew. He knew.
Well, unlucky to Andrew, and congratulations. He's our 7th place finisher. He'll be taking home £15,000. I say taking home, he should be going straight into the Devilfish Cup or into the main event.
Or into a cash game.
WPT.
I think he'll take the night off now.
Yeah, I think that's normally a sensible thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take the night off, go home,
I
regroup.
mean,
Or have
he
a
might
drink,
might
maybe.
have half an hour and then jump into the Devilfish Cup.
I mean, Sato is definitely one of the grinders. I mean, he's not going to be too phased by this.
No,
He's
I
very
don't
used
think
to the
he will
situation,
either.
So might just walk around for a little bit.
But it's been a
shake
long
it off.
day
It has been
for
a long
these
day.
guys as well.
Coming back at
They've
12
been
o'clock.
playing-
That's early for the professional
It
poker
is,
players.
yeah.
That is early.
So they've been playing 12 hours already, right?
Yeah.
And there's still late registration open tomorrow for the Devilfish Cup until 7:20.
Something like that, I think. Yeah.
4
So
levels into day 2.
Yep.
Unlimited re-entry. So stop at the bank.
yeah, get your money out, get your savings up.
Don't know if I'd want to be on Trickett's table.
It's going to be a pretty tough 5K, I think. That's for sure.
Yeah, I had a look round the tables earlier and
Not many soft spots.
there did not seem to be many soft spots now.
Yeah, as you walked into the club earlier and they were queuing up, all the old faces turned up.
Yeah,
Saw,
yeah, you sort of walk. Yeah, everyone's queued up at the cash desk, and you walk along saying, "Oh, hi, how you doing? How you doing?" To everybody going
even
along,
saw
and you think, "Yeah,
Ram Vaswani come out the woodwork.
yeah." Barney Boatman, I think, is
Yeah, Barney
is
Boatman's
about,
about.
isn't he, as well? Yeah.
He went out, he sat down, I think, in level 2, and he went out in level 2.
There's some big foreign names as well.
Yeah,
I think,
quite a few French
Uh,
coming over.
Probably had a
Yeah.
lot of people that have come over that want to play the main, that have come over a little bit early for the Devilfish Cup.
Well, there's the high roller
high
before
roller.
the
And the
main
high
as
roller
well.
as well,
It's
yeah, yeah.
Wednesday. Yeah, there's some big names in there.
Yeah, you walk along that.
Spotted Ben Heath on the way past.
Yeah. You walk along that queue for the cash desk, and you think, whatever tournament that is, I'm staying away.
Yeah. Adrian Mateos.
Yeah, loads of
There's some really
big names all over the place.
Rob Young.
Rob
Yeah.
Young.
Rob Young. Caught him earlier getting some very cheeky practice in on the table tennis
Oh,
table.
yeah.
Yeah, showing his dad how it's done, and he looks pretty on it at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to, I think we're streaming that table
I hope
tennis
so.
match.
So for people that don't know, there is currently I think it's £10,000 each, a table tennis match between Rob Young, owner of the club here at DTD, and Alex Goulder, who is one of the regular players on Stream Games and Tournaments. I think a lot of our viewers are going to know him.
And I might add, not a table tennis player.
Not a table
No,
tennis
not
player,
in the
no.
slightest.
No, and Rob has got a bit of table tennis pedigree himself. I think he's played at county level, I think, for Nottingham before, and has done very well for himself. Hasn't played for a while, but judging by the couple of little shots he was putting in today, he's not lost it.
Well, I think the 10,000 is for charity.
Yeah, they have
just
decided to give
to
the
let that
10,000
know.
to charity.
Yeah, yeah.
Be known even.
But there will be, I'm sure, a lot of side bets going on.
Absolutely.
Jarvis picked up Kings. He's been very patient.
Yeah, he's got bored of our table tennis talk and thought, no, everyone's got to talk about poker again now. That's definitely Kings. Just double check and make sure that's definitely 2 Kings.
Just want to check when they go on break here. Do you run adverts? We're good to take 20 minutes. Now his stack size looks like 2.4, just 4.7.
Something like that. I don't think he's really got much of a choice of but going all in here. It's going to take a little while over it to count it, but see, I feel like the
That
thing with
looks
this is
super
it
strong.
can sometimes look a little bit too strong doing
Yeah.
this, because everybody knows he's not going to be raised folding, so maybe it's better to just stick it in. But it's really hard to make a mistake when you've looked down at 2 Kings. You can't really do anything wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, moving in, you're going to scare off some smaller pairs that might just call and see a flop.
Yeah, and a smile from Javan. He has done the first task. He's made the first break by the looks of things. I think our players are all getting up and going off on a break now.
Yep, I've just been told 25 minutes, guys. So
we'll reconvene in 25 minutes.
Don't forget, there's another 25 minutes to get your guesses in for what time the final table will finish, what time we'll crown a winner.
We've got a party poker goodie bag up for grabs for the player who wins that.
Goodie bag, and we will get that posted out to the winner.
I'm going to go with 410.
410.
I'm going to take 333.
I'm going to be optimistic and take 10 past 1. Yeah, buddy.
Okay, guys, see you shortly.
See you soon.
Welcome everyone to the WPT 500 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Time to get this party started. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Yeah, 8 mil.
Yeah, these are two of the biggest stacks at the table going at it here.
We're in prison. So we're in the WPT prison. Prison, the world prison.
These guys mean business.
That's an intense stare, isn't it? I wouldn't want to be on the other side of that. That one's intense.
So just past Beeston, and then there's a travel lodge. You can watch it there.
This is level 33. There's 40-minute blinds for day 1 and day 2 live, and they came back today. I believe it was an hour clock today.
I think it's an hour clock today, yep.
I think it's roughly 58 players came back today. And as you say, the top 50 on top of the prize money received entry to the WPT main event here. I mean, if Keith can barrel the turn, it's a very tough spot for Jack, because if he's going to call here, he's got to expect that he's got to check call the river.
This is exciting. I think what we're seeing here is Keith is not playing his cards here, obviously. He's playing
the board, yeah,
exactly.
he's playing his position.
Yeah, and he's playing the range advantage that you'd expect him to have on a board like this, and he's actually putting Jack in a really tough situation here.
Yeah, a great bet. He'll probably be sure that once Jack calls, obviously it's some form of draw, either a small ace or a king Jack kind of hand.
That is power poker right there from Keith. Excellent work. There's such a tough spot sitting there with the a7 on a board like that, because you've got to expect you're going to be facing another bullet on the end, and an a7 just isn't going to stand up to that very well.
Yeah, position.
Yeah, from what I know of Keith, he's not one of the guys who's just going to roll over and let people steamroller him. He's going to be going for it, and I think we saw that just there.
So much coming up. The World Poker Tour is heading to Prague.
Yes. The 4th, is it the 4th to the 7th of December?
I believe so.
Something
We'll get
around
the schedule up shortly for you. So it's a whole list of events. So our man Marion, the chip leader here, I've actually played with him before. Not afraid to put chips in the pot. And not afraid to put pressure on his opponents. I think he won a huge hand just before the final table that made him chip leader.
Yeah, there's a few regulars of the club here. Obviously, we spoke about Andrew Hume, otherwise known as Stato. Played a lot of the live stream cash games here. Plays a lot of the bigger cash games, a lot of the tournaments as well. Certainly a regular on the tournament circuit and on the cash game circuit all the way around here.
And Windsor as well as a UK tournament reg.
He looked like he wanted to move in. He's put them in.
He has put them in.
Keith's opened.
He's found a pretty good spot here, I think, Jav has here. I think he knows that Keith with his stack is going to be opening pretty light. And they say it's not a bad hand at all. We can see he's ahead here.
Shaw Lambus, the other short stack.
Yeah, this
It's
is
a
a
very
very
tough
tough spot for
I
him.
think
What
he's
did he
gonna
have to start
fold.
this hand? Seven big blinds, something like that. Yeah, he didn't have very much at all. This is a really tough spot.
He has to assume that Keith is going to call
Yeah.
because of the size of the bet. And if he's thinking, I mean, it's 3,000 the pay jump. If Keith does win the hand,
Yeah, this is an interesting ICM spot here because, as you say, he should expect Keith to be calling because it's not too much extra. So he has got to take that into account. It's a fairly significant pay jump, but then again, he has got 7 or 8 big blinds and a pair.
yeah, I mean, if he's going to go for the win, if he believes that they both maybe have a big ace,
That's a wry smile there. If he's been sat there grinding that short stack for a while, he looks down at a pair. That's got to feel pretty good. I think that smile is definitely genuine. What have I walked into here?
What do you think Keith will do if he calls?
I don't know. I think Keith might have called as well.
Yeah. I guess he has to still take that into consideration that he could be up against 4 overcards.
yeah, Keith knows it's a size scenario, but he's got a call.
Yep.
Mathematical situation.
It's a reasonable chunk of his stack, but not too much, especially after winning that last hand. Keith's got a little bit of room left if he loses the spot.
It's a safe flop. Oh,
Oh,
never easy.
commentator's curse.
Oh!
No. Oh no.
I get in against one, but not against 2 players. 4 of it.
4 overs, that's it.
Yeah.
It's all right, Paul.
It kind of makes it worse if the 6 comes because you feel that, oh, I should have done it. So next time you might think about doing it.
Yeah, it's a good fold. He's going to make himself £3,000 by that fold a fair chunk of the time, so that's definitely a good fold.
Would you have called? What would you have done there?
The 6s, I'd have folded.
I mean, if the short stick.
I'm not folding. If you had 3 million, then it's fine. I take the flip because you flip.
So we're a couple of hands in. In the background, the Devilfish Cup, £5,300 buy-in, another million guarantee.
Yeah, some big guarantees this festival at Dusk Till Dawn. Really big guarantees.
3 £1 million guarantees in a week.
Yeah. There's a lot of big guarantees coming up. They've got the Punta Cana,
Pentacana, there's a 2 million and a
a
1
2 million
million.
and a 1 million. Party Poker Millions just went from 5 to 6 million
Yeah, what an
guarantee.
increase that was.
Yes.
With £1 million guaranteed to the winner.
Yes, it is.
First ever.
I think Rob's been saying that for a while, that he wanted to put on a tournament like that at this club, and he's found it.
So favourite hands. Do you guys got any favourite hands that you like to play? That mean anything?
I think everybody would say aces in this spot.
We've got an all-in here.
Well, blind on blind, it's folded round. You can't blame him for moving in.
Oh, and Will wakes up with 6s.
Yeah, I mean, especially against Will. Will's kind of solid as another short stack that he's going to fold a lot.
Some hope with the 5 on
Yeah.
the flop, though. Backdoor diamonds, too.
8 of diamonds.
Will's funking for it to pair the king or the 9. 5 outs. Or we lose our first player at this final table.
Yeah, there we go. Unlucky.
Congratulations to Lapis Charalambus with the nickname Babbies. He's going to take home £9,000. He'll feel. It's always a situation as soon as you go out. If you're not the winner, there's a
Unless you
feeling
win, it always hurts initially. And I guess for him as well, he'll in his mind be thinking, I should have just shoved with those 6s.
Yeah, we've got some real poker pedigree at this table,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Yeah, a few final tablists. There's a few players here that finished the job and got trophies.
Yeah.
It's always a nice feeling. You could have made a few finals, but until you've actually sealed the deal and finished it,
We've got any trophies in this room?
there are trophies, yeah, for sure.
But none of them ours.
Yeah, I've got, yeah.
You've got
yeah,
trophies?
Loads.
I have a few.
What? I do not. I have
Table
none.
tennis, snooker. No. No, a few.
I have a sailing one from when I was about 9, I think. I have a chess one from around that sort of age too.
I have 2.
That's poker trophies.
I have 2 poker trophies.
Those
yeah.
are poker trophies.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I remember winning one trophy, and then when it was presented to me, it was like a a box that they covered with green felt and stuck what would only look like your grandmother's gravy bowl on top as the trophy, and then a plaque on the front. It was so funny. It's hideous.
You still got it, though.
Yeah, of course. They're all in. I say they're in the cabinet. They're in a cardboard box at the moment. Oh, there's the hand Will's been waiting for. So, looks like Jack's opened.
Yeah, and Will's sat there pretty short.
Oh,
Wow, he's going to get action here.
he is
I'm
going
we
to
go.
get
sure.
some action.
The chip leader, I don't know if he knows Will and knows how solid he's going to be here. That Will's very unlikely to be doing this with ace, jack and below. And he's just moved in.
I think that's pretty much
Will
the only
actually
option you've got there.
satellited into this.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
ace
there was ace jack is there as well.
Yeah, that's not good news for Marion.
When he's folded, it's a good spot.
There's 2 left in the deck.
For
See if it's true. Is there always an ace on the flop?
they call him wavies. It's normally on the river, to
I was
be
going to
fair.
say, yes,
So there's the 8-6.
the 8-6 that Jack
The
open
8-6,
folded.
yeah.
Open and folded.
Always interesting that another player getting involved in a hand in scenarios where there's an all-in that he would have probably called with the 8-6. And instead, Wavies, Will Davies,
Big double up for Wavies.
has got a double up instead of walking out the door.
That's an enormous double up for Wavies.
Does that put him as a chip leader now?
Very possibly. Yeah, that was against the chip leader. So yes, that puts him as the chip leader, depending on what Keith had. Yeah, that will put him as chip leader, I think.
So that puts him up to like 11.6, right?
Something like that. Here we go.
There you go,
Oh,
spot
excellent
on.
work. Excellent work, Natalia.
At 255. I mean, there's a lot of pressure now with the average
Yeah,
stack.
the biggest stack will only be 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
It's not going to be much.
It's a 7 million the average at the moment.
Such a violent game, isn't it, Hold'em? All these guys have been playing for 3 days, and now they're just all sitting here trying to win their flips.
You gotta love it and you gotta hate it.
Yeah, I think certainly the professional players on this table are going to have almost like a little masochistic thing going on, where they sort of they enjoy that sweat and they enjoy that. You can't help it, can you? After a while, you just there's a part of you that enjoys that.
I don't know. Sometimes if I'm in a flip, I just close my eyes. I'll see if the chips come to me.
That's the feeling I poker is that one where you've just run a big bluff and the other guy sat there tanking and you were hoping to snap fold, and now you're properly sweating it. I love that. It's it, but the more I've played, the more I've grown to love that feeling. That's what I play for. Trying to make a big call on decision, work out the puzzle. But that sweat, nothing quite compares to sweat.
Well, that situation too often.
I don't
Another
know.
big
So about having to show that hand. That's a fairly loose open with the Jack-10 off in early position. I feel like that's might be a little bit of a change of dynamics. I think certainly people like Keith and Andrew and Will are not going to. They're all going to have noticed that.
But since he's lost the pot, it's going to be unlikely that he'll open again for a while.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. He might think the best time to do it is the very next hand.
Exactly. You really don't want to be losing a big pot because you're in such a great situation now to have a good few ladders, and losing that big pot could take you down from being in a really good position to at least finish like 4th or 5th or something. And with you. If you were to finish 8th from this spot now, it would be very disappointing, I think.
Somebody's got to come 8th.
Someone's got to come 8th, that's for sure.
I mean, we were here today at 12 o'clock. I mean, we're talking a Monday afternoon, and this place was heaving.
Yeah, some of these people are going to have played through an enormous day yesterday, playing
Yes.
the Turbo Day 1 maybe, or played a long day on the, one of the long day ones. They're not going to have had too much sleep, all excited about making day
And
2s.
5 o'clock last night, I mean, there was a good 500 people in the club.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
so many cash games,
Yeah.
so many side games, all sorts of things going on. So
satellites for the Devilfish Cup.
Yep,
Jack will be all in again here.
yep. He might decide to, I'm not quite sure how much he's got here. He might decide he's going to raise and try and induce somebody else to go all in. Ace Queen's a pretty good hand.
I think he's
It
got
looks like he's just gone all in,
just
yeah.
under
I think
10
he's just
bigs.
announced all in. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe with that sort of stake, maybe not. If he had about 15, 16, then he
Oh,
could
this
go
is
for
a
it.
different scenario with 9s.
Now we've got a big hand. Yeah, now we've got someone shoving the button who's shoved quite a lot, and you've got to remember that these guys aren't going to have seen these hands.
He's gone all in.
9s is going to be way ahead of, well, you'd expect 9s to be way ahead of Jack shoving range here, so.
Correct. Well, we've just
Oh,
seen a
one of the
9
nines.
folded.
Yeah, one of the 9s has gone.
Off they go. Who can run the best?
Yep.
Don't know if we saw any other aces or queens folded. Wasn't looking.
Will looks reasonably relaxed about it. Jack does not look so relaxed.
No, I mean, if Will wins this pot, he can start going to work,
He can.
because now he can take the flips against the other players for the chips that he's just won. So the turn is a 4. No help. Just
Ace or queen
an
only.
ace or a queen. It's the worst when it comes on the river. Can he hold? And be a commanding chip
Oh,
leader.
and it was paint.
Nearly.
Then
Nearly,
there
and
were
we're down-
7.
We are down to 7.
Yeah, unlucky Jack. I mean, he came to the final with 8 million. And,
Congratulations, though. Takes £12,000 for his efforts over the last few days. Not a bad.
absolutely.
Plus his 2.2k seat.
Oh, of
Yep.
course, yeah. he
Free
gets
roll
his-
into
So
the main event.
14.2k. It's not a bad return on £500.
Yeah, he can jump into the main now and try
Yep.
and go a little bit better in that.
Allowed to enjoy yourself, Derek.
There's the snowman.
Yeah,
And
another good hand
Stato
for
will
Stato
be
here, yeah.
all in again. Take his time, as always. I think it's really important to take your time with every decision.
Absolutely. One rash move and
Yeah.
it's game over.
And to be consistent as well.
And also, when you play live, you actually get information from other players that are to act behind you sometimes. For example, if somebody is opened and you're thinking about moving in or whether to call.
Will has,
Folded the 5s.
he was contemplating.
Yeah, 7 million's just a bit too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see players that are eager to get their chips in.
Oh.
Look at this. Pretty unlucky.
And we're going to see a call.
Yep.
I think we might. And do you think, how long do you think he tanks? Well, some players, they give it a bit more thought before they move in, hoping
He only
to
has
find a
one
player
other. I mean,
behind.
there's only the big blind behind him.
Well, it will
And he
leave
proudly
Andrew
tables his kings.
very short.
Andrew's been here before, though. If anyone can get out of it, it's him.
It would leave him extremely short.
There's a man I know used to be with Party Poker. He'd say a date with an 8.
Is Will Kassouf here? Will Kassouf is in the building.
Can you not hear him?
He is currently playing in the Devilfish Cup.
So Andrew, well, I'd say he's at risk, but he's not. He's going to be left with like an ante or 2.
Yeah.
So he's at risk. Only the 8.
It's not there.
Not to be. Will, and Will had 5s. Remember we saw him fold
He did.
5s there. It's the right fold.
It is definitely the right fold.
And John has been very patient. Came in with 13 bigs.
So, Andrew still in, but only just.
Yeah, funny things have happened. We've seen it before. In fact, I think we've seen it at a WPT final table in Vegas.
Fine with it because
He'll
you knew,
take it on the chin.
knew
And
It's
it was
worse if a bad player with a big stack makes the call with 5s and you lose to the guy hitting the 5. I mean, when I'm driving home, I think, well, at least I didn't get, you know, a bad beat. I got it in. I was behind.
I think even then, Andrew, as soon as Andrew looks at his hand and goes all in, he knows that he's made the right
Yeah.
decision. So it just doesn't really matter what happens beyond that. He's done the right thing and he knows it. This is a
Situations.
very good hand. This is how on earth does he wake up with a hand this good? This is premium.
And would you look?
yeah, I would definitely look.
You look and use. This is almost good enough to slow roll with. This is an amazing hand.
It's all
If
in,
I have a
think.
terrible hand, then I would wait to be all in the big blind. I don't think it's just any 2 under the gun. It's under the
Okay.
gun, and there's so many people behind him.
He's got one better hand to fold.
Yeah, ace deuce here is. Thing is, there's a situation here that if you call, you're worried that player behind might raise to isolate to pick up the dead. You know, there'll be a tiny side pot. And on the flip side, you might think that if you just flat call, the small blind's going to call. You know, no one's really going to bet.
I think did he announce 1 million there? I thought he announced
He has, you're right.
2 million.
2 million.
Yeah, so he's isolated. We've already seen one of the aces go.
Well, that is good news for Andrew.
That is good news for Andrew.
He won't mind the shape he's in. Hold on. John had the ace deuce, right? And there is
Yeah,
the jack.
John's got the ace too. Andrew takes the lead.
I thought that was a deuce there. I thought that was the turn card.
Okay, king of diamonds.
That's an excellent
always
card. That's a
sweat.
fun card. Everyone likes that card. There we go.
Cheeky smile, back in the game.
Can you raise yet?
He's going to be in the big blind next time.
No, he can't then.
So 230. 2, 4, 6. 8. 90 plus the antes.
Yeah. I think did
1.3.
John still win for that hand? Because he
Yeah.
had less than a big blind, didn't he?
Did, yeah, he had
1.3.
230k.
Well, he did not seen too much from Ben Windsor, but I think he's been pretty card dead all the way through it.
Yeah.
That can be very frustrating, especially at these stack depths. You can't fold for that
But
long.
you just need to pick up one hand,
Yep.
and it just has to clash with somebody else,
Absolutely.
and
Just
all
changes.
of a sudden,
momentum
you're back
just
in.
shifts.
That's
and you're
it. Yeah.
there. You're there.
Absolutely, the leaderboard. The leaderboards just move round and round.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you get one guy that just steamrolls a final table, and other times you just can't get rid of players. The short stacks
Yeah.
keep doubling up. Javid. I mean, Keith's pretty, Andrew's pretty happy here because he knows that he's not going to get too much pressure from the right here.
Yeah. I reckon Andrew's going to be shoving pretty light. I think
Yeah.
that is definitely good enough.
It's going in.
And it goes.
It's going to get surely called.
He's getting at least one call here.
I mean, Will should probably call with any 2 there.
Yeah, I think he's
If it
getting
gets
2 calls
raised,
here.
doesn't make a difference. You just fold.
Yeah, he's got 2 calls.
Yeah, I mean, the etiquette is if there's no side pot, you're not really gonna bet a flop unless you've connected.
Yeah.
It's always funny on watching people betting to dry side pots.
Is ahead.
Nice flop.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one for Andrew.
These guys are more than likely just going to check it down.
Yeah, I mean, 3-handed, you
Yeah.
wouldn't ever think you can going to be that much of a favourite on this flop.
Yeah.
A few outs for everybody here, but not too many. That,
Oh.
unfortunately, that was one of them.
And Will,
Has sort of got to bet this now,
yeah,
hasn't
you have to bet because you know you're not going to get a bet from behind. You're just going to bet like 400 or 500k.
he? Yeah, you bet
Yeah.
really, really small. You hope for a crying call out of something. You hope that he's made 2 pair or
Yeah.
something like that, and he just heroes you off. But
I tell you what, Andrew already knew it was bad news.
yeah, he knew. He knew.
Well, unlucky to Andrew, and congratulations. He's our 7th.
Welcome everyone to the WPT500 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Time to get this party started. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Okay, guys, welcome back. We are
You're a small blind and a big blind.
we're six-handed
We are.
at the WPT500 final table. I'm Paul Zimbler, joined by the Party Poker sponsored pro and ambassador Natalia,
Hi guys.
and Matt Harris,
Hello.
DTD regular. If you have just joined us, we lost the short stack Lapis Charalambos in 9th place. He took home £9,000. 8th place was Jack Hoffman, took 12,000, and in 7th was Andrew Holm, took £15,000. The winner going to get 150,000. We're back at 250,500 with a 75k ante. I'm a big fan of big antes, especially when I've got a stack.
Lucky, yeah, I think it pushes the action a bit and a little bit more in every pot for you to win
Yeah.
each time, isn't there?
There is our chip leader, Will Davies, known as Wavies.
With a very playable hand.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to go for playing the first hand back after the break.
I think there's roughly about 55 million chips in play.
Something like that, sounds about right.
And John Bonadies, he one of the short stacks coming into the final. He's got himself a nice stack.
Yeah, John, as a UK resident, he had a couple of years ago had a pretty incredible run in some of the Vegas daily deep stacks by the looks of it. I think he finished second, first, and then second.
In the space of a month, I think we said.
Within a very, very short space of time. Very impressive run he had there.
They say when you're in form, play the rush, and
Oh yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, yeah. That seems to be what happened.
They don't come around very often, rushes like that. They're definitely,
make the most of it.
definitely.
There was a player in Ireland while there was the WPT in Ireland and the Grand Prix. It was all over the same festival. And one of the
Final
Very-
table, the two.
well-known Irishmen made
Yeah.
2 final tables in a day.
Dara.
In a day?
Dara.
Oh, wow.
He had such a big stack going into the Grand Prix, and then obviously when made the last 14 of the WPT, had to let his chip stack blind out.
Oh, no.
Made the final table of the WPT. I think he came 5th, 6th,
Something like that, yeah.
and then jumped back to his stack, and then built his stack back up again. Ended up final table in the Grand Prix as well.
He became runner-up.
Very nice.
Would have been good to win both.
Oh, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That's quite a day at the office, that is.
John should be opening this button.
Yeah, he's got lots and lots of chips. It's kind of tough for him, though, because he's opening into 2 pretty big stacks himself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's aware that he's going to get 3-bet a lot.
Yeah.
But he does have a very solid image so far.
Button is 1.1.
He's quite relaxed, having a little massage at the table.
What's Keith going to do here with an ace? I feel like this is a pretty bad ace. I think he might end up folding this one, but
It's got
I don't know.
about 9 mil, 8.5.
He's getting the stare on. He's certainly got some
I'd
wiggle
like to see
room
him
here.
raise here. He's got room in his chip stack to raise.
Yeah. I think he knows that John's going to be opening fairly light too.
Yeah. Although he has been reasonably tight up until now. Every time we've seen his cards, he's always had it.
Yeah.
On the flip side, we've seen Keith not be very tight and play lots of hands and go for it. It looks like he's
Yep.
continuing that same trend here. He's shoved on him.
Yeah, he knows John's going to be folding. I mean, John could even fold like 8s and below.
He
maybe
can
even
fold. He can
9s.
fold some. So definitely fold some better aces. If John sat there with a hand like ace 8 or something, that doesn't look very good against the shove. It's a big shove too. If he calls that and he's wrong, he's pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm sitting on the button with ace jack, even ace jack, and
Yeah, it's a horrible spot with even a hand like that, isn't it? I feel like I probably wouldn't fold a hand quite that good, but it's still not a nice spot at all.
and also what it does is it says, you know, when the button comes around next time, don't try that
Yeah,
move.
exactly that.
This
Exactly
is my
that.
big blind to take.
I guess a lot of it depends if any of these guys have got friends on the rail that are letting them know hands that have been played previously, or updating them on the hands as they're watching them on the stream.
Yeah, then they're going to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something we recommend on, you know, if you do make even if you're just on a feature table for one of the day ones or a day 2, always have someone watching because there's so much valuable information.
There
you
is,
can
yeah.
get.
Yeah, we can see it at this break, just from that graphic there. We've had a bit of a reversal in the stack sizes. Marion came into this final table as the chip leader. Got pretty unlucky, I think, when he ran ace king into kings fairly early on in this final table, and now he's the short stack. Gonna need a little bit of help.
Yes. Keith on the button.
With the offsuit 5.
Correct. If you're Jav here, we know a lot of players that would find a king and they just move in. But he's going to give it up, and it's a walk.
Yeah, the problem he's got is he's shoving into the big stack, and he knows that Will can call him off. Just so light there. He's going to have to pick and choose his spots a little bit more carefully than if he was shoving into someone who would be hurt if they lost that, if they called off and lost.
Yeah, Ben now a very small stack.
Yeah, he's not really done anything, but it looks like he's just been card dead the whole way through, and been still trying to find his spot.
So just having a scroll through the chat. A few messages came into my Twitter for some times for the finish. It's a 1 hour clock. We've seen heads-up matches last 3 hands. We've seen them last 3 levels.
We have.
We've had many a 6 AM finishes here. A little frustration there.
Yeah.
Yeah, John just knows that he
It's a problem. You can see him sort of sitting there thinking about, he's looking down at the 8-7 thinking, I can make a move here, and then looking at Keith and like, oh, maybe not, maybe I can't. This guy's not going to let me get away with this.
You saw him have that thought process even with the King 10, which is just a pretty standard open on the button.
Yeah, exactly. He's still concerned that he's got this really aggressive, and that's the power of being aggressive and the power of an image like the one that Keith has got, that you've sort of got a few other players running scared of you. You know you're going to be put to the test every time you've got it, and it's a spot where you're going to need to find hands. If you keep on opening and you keep on folding to him, all of a sudden you've got no chips anymore. You need to find those good hands and find those good situations. And Keith continuing his aggression here, opening the ace on in the cutoff.
I like a big raise here because it kind of
puts everyone else in the coffin
getting
a bit,
involved.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Jab's also a short stack. He's going to be folding a lot, so he's just telling Will to get out of the way unless you've got a monster.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder for him to 3-bet if you make it a bit bigger too. See what he's gone for. Yeah, that is a big raise.
That is a very big raise.
That's an enormous raise. It looks like he's had the same line of thinking as you.
He says, I just don't want Will involved. Jab's going to fold a lot, and Ben is going to get put to the test. Ben, I'm not sure on his stack. It could be like...
Don't think it's too much. He might decide that King 9 suited is good enough to go with here.
I think he may go with it.
Here we go. Here comes the stacks.
Oh, he's got 4. There's another stack behind it. Okay.
5 million, yeah.
So I just see the one stack. No, if he's got 5 million, it's 10 bigs. I think he'd rather be putting it in first.
Yeah, this is a spot where, given that sizing, he knows that Keith isn't folding. Still a tough spot, though.
That look.
Yeah, that look, it is.
It is
really could kill that
brutal,
look, couldn't it?
yeah.
It's got the Matt Harris beard.
I can't do stare downs like that, though. I look way too goofy to pull that off.
So we're just having a look around the room at the break. I think so far 160 entries.
Yep, and they're already down to, I think 130, just over 130. So there's been quite a few bust outs in the Devilfish Cup already, which is the 5K charity tournament that's running here at the moment.
Yeah, late entry up to the end, I believe, of level 4 tomorrow. They played 6 levels today, or they will play.
It's around 7:20 tomorrow night.
So, of course, the reg money going to be divided up between the charity and I think his child's trust fund.
That's correct.
So it's fantastic what Rob's done here. The Devilfish, a big factor in making poker what it is today, I think.
Absolutely, I remember watching him back in the day.
Yeah, me too.
I think lots and lots of people do. Certainly a great loss for the poker world.
He was from not far from me, so my local casino was his local casino.
You don't have the same accent.
We don't know.
Yeah, not overly similar, the two of you.
It's 20 minutes from where I live just over, so.
Yeah, I don't blame Marion for being a little bit frustrated here. He's had a pretty rough ride of it. He's not really done too much wrong, and he's just found some really bad spots.
And then not picked up any hands at the right time.
Exactly that. Exactly that. It can be very frustrating. I think this is where experience tells. If some of the younger guys, even though they're going to have a lot of experience online, they're going to have been in these situations a lot, they're not going to get frustrated as much by that sort of thing. Still going to get frustrated. It's really hard to sit there and be carded and not be frustrated.
Of course it is.
They're going to handle it a little bit better maybe, and that experience will tell. Especially in these really high pressure, short stack situations.
There's a big pay jump coming up as well. Obviously 7K pay jump between the next two places is, they're getting big now. They're really going to mean something to these guys. And obviously they just want to pick up a hand. I guess for Marion as well, coming in as a chip leader, and like you said, the tables have turned.
That's where you got to keep your head.
You do, definitely.
There's definitely
And it's
a very
really,
big
it's
mental
really difficult.
part. There's a very big mental game here, and people that can control themselves and just understand it's a hand.
Yeah.
You know, when people get upset, their aces are cracked. You want the action.
That's it.
can't
Jab's going to be all in
control.
here.
Yeah, I think we're actually closing in on Marion's biggest cash. I've got down here that he came first in I think it's the Moscow Bratislava for 10,000 euros not that long ago.
Okay.
So we're closing in on the biggest cash that he's had here. So there's a lot of, certainly I think he's going to feel a lot of pressure here. Maybe feel the money a little bit more than some others would.
I mean, if I just interrupt you there, look at Jav has managed to fold ace-10 six-handed, which with a short
It's a
stack
massive fold.
That's an enormous fold. And look at this though,
fold.
Marion's picked up ace queen behind. He wouldn't have got this through.
I don't even think John's going to pill here. He doesn't seem so far from what we've seen to be that kind of player.
No.
No, Marion has seemed to be relatively solid, I think, hasn't he? At this final table, hasn't really done too much that's too crazy. To be honest, everyone's been fairly solid, haven't they? Apart from Keith has made some moves, but everyone else has been pretty solid. So yeah, I think it's a pretty easy fold. I think other people might think that there might be stealing there from the small blind, but I think John looks like he's a little bit too savvy for that.
When Jav watches this back on the stream,
He'll be patting himself on the
he
back.
will be patting himself on the back.
He's
for-
got a couple of get out of jail free cards, hasn't he? He's managed to find it, that's for sure.
Oh, we never know what comes. So it's always nice though when you can start building your third tier.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan
Third tier of
having
the
lots
pyramid.
chips. You know, you start with the 25s and you build them up.
Yeah,
And then they come and colour you up and you're
Yeah,
back down to
got
one
5
stack.
It's horrible that is. You feel like you've lost a pot. And
You do.
I'll come back off the break. It's where all my chips come.
I made a day 2 here at DTD once with 1.7 million. The last hand of the night I tried to put maximum pressure on the other big stack. And I got lucky. I hit runner, but I was the aggressor the whole way through and got paid off. And I came back the next day with 1.7 million. I didn't have 20 chips.
How did you feel about that?
It's just a weird feeling. I didn't like it. I was trying to get change.
Everyone's looking at you like, why are you so short? I'm not short, I'm not. Chip envy.
Wow. I mean, that's a big
That's
fold.
a huge fold. I think that's the image that
The
we've
image?
helped Will build up here.
Yeah. And also I think there is definitely going to be a lot of ICM pressure now as well.
I'll put the 1 by 1 back.
He knows he can keep putting pressure on when it comes round to him.
Every time. That's right.
And I don't think Ben's afraid to put his chips in the pot first with kind of mediocre hands.
Yeah. As we said before, it's you want to be the person who's putting them in, and you want to have the most opportunities possible to get everybody to fold. And whenever someone's put chips in, there's always that chance they're not going to be folding. Whereas if you're the first person putting it in, you already know everyone else has folded. You already know everyone else has not got anything before you.
You can see, I'm just trying to count how many players left in have got the patch on. There's a free roll that Dusk Till Dawn put on for the players. That the final 3 players in this event would receive entry to a satellite to get to the Caribbean, which they'll run.
You're going to get a couple of nice things apart from the money here, aren't they? Then they're going to get the.
There's 3 there, I think, and it was the last 3, right?
The last 3, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if Will's got one on under the jacket.
Yeah, so they're going to get the free roll into the Caribbean satellite. They've got a free roll into the main event as
That's it.
well. A couple of good things apart from the money could happen from this final table.
Can we see a 2-time finalist in a week?
Maybe. Maybe.
Are they able to do deals? Do we know?
I'm not sure. There is a DTD rule where they don't allow deals, but I'm not sure with WPT if it's separate. So I won't comment either way. Well, we know it's getting through.
Yeah, with the way that Jav's been playing so far, this is getting through, and I think it will probably get through anyway. That is not a good hand. Marion opening up a little bit there.
Picking up a few more playable hands.
Yeah. Won't feel quite as frustrated anymore.
So we'll leave the competition open for 5 more minutes. There you go.
Okay.
To let the last chancers have a crack at a guess. What time will we crown our champion, or WPT 500 champion, here at DTD in Nottingham? 6 players remain. Can Wavies clean these guys out?
I think he thinks he can.
Got to play some pots for that to happen.
He's got to look at those towers, though. He's got all the chips right now.
If you have joined us, the pink chips are 25,000, the white chips are 100k.
Yep.
Anything can happen. I mean, he came in.
13 bigs today, I think he
Yeah,
started
this is
day
7th
3.
in chip, 7th in. Yeah,
Or was that for day? I read on one of his posts.
he did. Yep, 13 bigs, and even the final table, he was 7th in chips, I think. So it just goes to show anything can happen.
I think some of these guys, though, this is what you don't get from just seeing a final table. Some of these guys have been playing short stack poker basically all day, so they're going to be so comfortable in this position and so used to what they're doing.
Marion with a hand again.
Yep.
It's got about 10 bigs there, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 mil. Do you prefer an all-in here, or
Yeah.
1,150,000.
stop hands maybe like Jack
Although he's
10,
being very,
Jack
he's
Queen?
being very consistent.
Yeah,
He's opening his entire range. It's not just he's not changing it up. It depends on what hand he has, which is it's good to be really consistent. If you're going to shove, you should just shove all the time. If you're going to raise, then yeah, just continue to raise all the time.
I mean, into anyone else's big blind except Will, because Will can peel a lot. I mean, hands like this is
Yep.
the exact scenario. Will is
I
always
expect
going
that's
to
what's
peel.
going to happen. I expect Will probably is going to peel
Yeah.
here. We're going to see a flop.
First flop for a while.
There we go. Yeah. To the streets.
Here we go.
Queen high, 2 hearts.
Oh, you don't ask for much. Well, that's going to be bad news for Marion.
That is very bad news for Marion. He's going to find it very hard to get away from this. And dare I say it, I think he might be doing something wrong if he gets away from it at these stack depths.
I mean, he's probably. I mean, with his stack size, he's
All in.
there. It
Yep,
is.
there it is, all in. And
Snap.
yep.
Cool. Just asking if Will was going to clean them out one by one.
Yeah, it looks like it's happening here. I think Will's in an excellent position here to take another scalp. Keep building that stack.
Yeah. Marion, the man at risk. Well, that's bad news. Well, it's the same scenario.
It doesn't make a
It's the
difference,
same,
Got to
really,
catch
yeah.
does it?
the ace or
Doesn't
the
really
seven.
make a difference. Wry smile there from Marion.
It's
There
not
we go.
to be.
There we go.
Congratulations.
It wasn't really his final table, was it? But
20K?
congratulations, Marion.
20k.
Yeah,
Absolutely. £20,000.
believe that's now Marion's biggest ever cash, and he's also got himself a seat into the main event, so there's chances for other things to happen from here on in.
We're down to 5.
Down to
Now down to
5.
five.
I think, talking about grinding, I came back into day 2. 48,000 chips from my first bullet. And I fired another 4 to try and increase my stack, because you can take your biggest stack
Can?
through. And people asked me why I didn't
How did they
gamble
go
at
for
the
you?
end of day 1, and I said because I'd rather have a guaranteed stack for day 2 and
Yeah.
take a gamble on
Yeah.
another bullet than, you know, you can keep firing bullets and not making it. I grinded 10 to 15 big blinds, literally the whole day. Couldn't get started, and it was quite interesting. My table, that 8 of the 10 players had 60,000 or less coming back for day 2. And we managed to creep, well into the money, to be fair, and unfortunately not into the top 50 or the final table. But it's certainly been a fantastic event. prize structure.
Yeah, definitely.
Just been a lovely festival. Like, it's so nice to walk into the place and see it heaving full of people. It feels it's a real family atmosphere to it. You see
It
a
is.
whole
There's
bunch of people.
a lot
that
of
you don't
people that haven't seen each other in a while. People have just obviously flown back from Malta and arrived today as well. Over the next few days, there'll be more people arriving for the main event. There's definitely going to be a good buzz in the place for the next 5 or 6 days.
These festivals are so much fun for that reason. So many, like, so much side action going on as well.
There
like
is,
the
yeah.
marquee, the common room, as you said, has been all
like
full of
this.
people, all sorts of things going on.
We're not messing around. It's just moved in.
Yeah, he's taking a real stranglehold over this final table now as well.
I mean, there's some theory to basically him moving in every hand.
Yeah, pushing everybody around, keeping them all short.
I mean, and we know he doesn't need to do it because he can open a lot. I mean, blind
Yeah.
on blind, that's a standard scenario.
Yes. I think all in every hand is a little bit. Yeah, there's still two people that can just cause far too much damage to his stack.
And there are the chip counts. Nearly 45% of the chips in play. It's what they call a little comfort zone.
And those pay jumps are getting even bigger. It's now a 13k pay jump.
Yeah, and the next one out just over 27,000. Then we're up to 40, 40 to 60, 60 to 90, and then 90 to 150. How
That is
about
pounds as well.
a heads-up sit and go for 60,000
Yeah.
pound, basically?
That's a lot.
2.1 million.
Nothing like a bit of pressure.
No.
Now Keith, who's second in
2.1
chips.
million.
Looks like he's gone for the same thing again, the same big raise.
Yeah, John's he's been watching the Wilka Soof show. He's going to take his time here.
Yeah, a bit of a Hollywood. There we go, that's a happy face. No longer the Halloween.
Yeah,
voice.
Halloween's over.
Halloween's over now, he can be happy again.
Movember has begun.
I don't know, for people like me with a beard already, Movember's not very exciting.
Maybe you should shave it off and grow it
Shave
back
the
again.
beard and keep the
Maybe I
moustache.
should. Problem I've got is this grows so quickly. If I shave it off and I don't shave for like a few days, it's back massive.
Oh wow, this is a week.
Yeah,
this
mine
is-
too.
This is a couple of weeks. Used to get if I shaved the night before, I'd get sent home from school at lunchtime for having being unshaven.
Wow, very strict at school.
Yeah.
So I'm going to predict a Keith and Will heads up.
I think that would be quite good fun.
Yeah, I think that would be fun too.
Yeah, he's not going to get involved on his big. He knows he
Yeah.
doesn't need to clash with him.
Dan continuing to be very disciplined.
Can John find a hand? Has he set a trap?
Oh, we could have a flop. Are we going to have a flop? No.
No.
We haven't seen John's cards
No,
yet.
we haven't seen John's card yet. But we're definitely going to be seeing a raise here from Keith.
You would be setting a trap if I was
I
John
would-
and I
you
found
would,
a hand.
yeah.
With
Without a shadow of a doubt, he's
their
obviously very
dynamics.
aggressive and
Yeah, he's the sort of guy you expect is going to raise with much worse than ace-10 here.
What do you think is going to make it like a 1.1 total?
no, he's been raising to 2.1
This is interesting, actually, to see what he's doing, because I think
before,
he's
and now there's just been a call. I think
been
he
interesting
may
to see what does
just
here.
even shove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's,
Yeah. And
John's just,
I thought that just said call on the screen.
yeah.
That
John's
was-
just folded straight away, yeah.
Yeah.
Just remember to put the cards in the
Plus,
box.
it is an interesting scenario for John. You think he could be limping some strong hands, thinking that Keith is going to shove wider than he's going to call.
Yeah.
Come on, John. We've set it up for you now.
And also, if he is trapping with some like
Medium pairs,
yeah,
big
or
aces, ace
maybe
jack.
not big aces, but maybe
Ace
like
nine.
ace 9, ace 8 that he's planning on 3-bet shoving with, that really puts him to the test, and it will make him fold those hands
Yeah.
because of the shorter stacks on the table.
The power of the all-in.
Yeah, the power of those two words. It's amazing. sat in this club and you hear someone say all in like 20 tables away and everyone hears it. You'll hear it.
Raised to
There he
1.1
is.
million.
5-handed King 9 suited is a monster. Especially against
And when you've got all those chips too.
these kind of players that aren't really playing back at you. I mean, it's tough 5-handed to get hands to collide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there really was nothing there.
This is what it comes down to now, though. You've got the big stack here, you can just grind everybody down slowly.
Yep.
Put everybody in a situation where they've not got many chips, so that then they all have to sort of fight it out. Try and consolidate your position and try and now get yourself to heads up.
Yeah, you just make that all neat, Will. Concentrate. And there's the third tier.
Yeah, here it comes. Here it
Begins.
comes.
The antenna
Not
is
very
on the
neat
roof.
stacks, though. I don't like that. Make them neater, come on. Someone get the man a couple of racks.
Yeah, they'll be doing a colour up at the next break. The pinks will be off the table, I'm sure. And they'll probably start introducing either a 250k chip or a 500k chip. Yeah, John's he's not going to play a hand until he gets...
Yeah, he's just
You
in
know,
tough.
top
He's in
hand.
such a tough spot there. I mean, look at this situation. You've got John opening it. Keith's button, who hasn't been doing much folding, and he's opening up into Will's big. He's in a horrible, horrible seat right now. That is the worst seat of the table right there. Something between that and Jav, who's caught in between the two of them.
He's going to fold. I would be shoving there
All day
if
long.
I was Jav.
Yeah.
Running out of chips, isn't he?
And also with his image, he can technically probably shove a bit wider as well and get bigger folds.
Maybe.
I think he's got like 5 bigs. So 2.5 mil.
Yeah, he's rapidly running out of fold equity, isn't he?
Yeah.
Although interestingly, this situation that he's in now, where he's shoving into Ben, he's got fold equity against Ben. Maybe.
We've got Richie Griff asking what is Will's stack. We haven't had a stack update for a while, but I think it's around 25
Yeah,
million.
about 25.
Yeah, maybe a little bit over, something like that.
Yeah, he's won a few small pots, so
Quite a lot. This qualifies as a good hand.
He
it
might
does. This could
this
be
would be a good spot
interesting.
for him to limp, or even a min raise.
I definitely don't think he can limp.
I think you can min raise though for the same
He
reason
can
we've been talking
definitely
about.
min raise.
There it
Yeah,
is.
there is none. It's 1.1. Yeah.
It's the 1.1
Lovely.
million.
Min plus raise.
Keith looking a little interested.
With the ace-4, here we go.
He's going to fold, yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Oh,
For just a moment. And Jav has stuck it in with the Jack 10 suited.
wow.
Interesting that he won't shove blind on blind with Queen High.
But Jack 10 suited. It
That's
does
a
look pretty though.
hand, though. That is a pretty
It
hand.
does look pretty.
All in and a call, 3 outs. The front door, the back door, and the fire escape. It's a good
Sounds like the start of a joke.
for John.
Front door, the back door, and the fire escape all walked into the bar.
Yeah. And
Any punchlines about? Get on the Twitch chat. Make that joke for us.
Keith will be patting himself. Oh, I was about to say, be patting himself on the back. He's folded the ace-4. But what a flop.
Couple of outs he's got there. That's a pretty good one.
A jack
He's
or a
pretty
club.
much flipping still.
Oh, there's a jack. Don't sit down yet.
A 1 outer.
Don't sit down
required
yet.
for John. It is not to be
Now
jabbed.
you can sit down.
That's poker for you.
Well, that's poker, folks.
John is not a happy customer.
It's not too much, though. I mean, Jav didn't have that many chips left, did he? So it's not too much. But Jav is
Still a
back
large
in the game.
portion of
Percentage.
his stack though.
Yeah, so
It's they're going to flip over. I think they're going to go from
2 million.
John will wave it out.
2.9 nearly. Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's what. He's going to have, what, a little over 10 bigs to come back, right? 12 bigs by the looks of it, something like that?
it's still got 2, 4, 6, 7. Still got 7.5, 8 million. Certainly, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, no one likes losing hands like that.
2,500,000.
Everyone else is going to be a little bit unhappy about it too. That was a pay jump everyone's
Yes.
just missed out on.
Especially
Ben.
John. Sorry,
Ben.
Ben.
Yeah, Ben. Yeah, Ben when he saw those hands turn over, he must have thought, that's good. I'm
Yep.
probably going to make myself an extra, what, 13k, something like that here, something like that?
Your bet.
Yeah, 27 to 40.
Wasn't to be.
So guys, I will be streaming tomorrow night on our Party Poker channel, which is Party Poker TV on Twitch. If you guys can follow us on there. I'll be streaming from 7 o'clock. I will be joined at some point by Mike Sexton and Tony Dunst, and potentially Will Kassouf if he is not still in the Devilfish Cup.
So you'll have Will Kassouf for sure.
Hopefully, we will see. I think on the next break, if we make it that far, I'll probably do a roundup of the Devilfish Cup and see what the stack sizes are like and give you guys a bit of an update from that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, put the pressure on.
Yeah, Will's just jammed into 2
Yeah.
And it's
short
got
stacks.
Snapped off from Ben, obviously, with the 7s.
Yep.
He's in great shape, Ben. Patience has paid off.
Oh, not yet. Oh, we got 5 cards to come. Yeah,
You know what they say.
that's
Deuces,
early.
Deuces never loses.
Commentator's curse.
Well,
Well,
how many hearts were there?
2?
No, 2
Disaster.
diamonds.
Disaster.
Well, just in case.
just quads.
3.7. It's more.
I think that wins.
3, 5.
Ben's gonna be a bit happier now. He's doubled up as well, taking a little bit of the pressure off of him. Although he's still not got too much. But what did that look? 8.1. He's ended up with now.
That's 3.6, 6.2 plus the big blind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the game.
Yeah. 2 short stacks have doubled up. Stacks have evened out a little bit.
Yep.
You think Will's going to calm down for a bit now, or just
Well, I don't think so.
keep putting the
I
pressure?
don't,
No.
I don't think so. He's still got loads.
I mean, yeah. I think he's still got so many chips compared to everybody. I mean, there's now 2 short stacks to his right, to his left.
Well, right and left is probably bang in the middle, 6-handed.
Yeah. To his left. He's got position on the 2, so he's just going to be putting the pressure on them now.
I think, to be fair, that Ben could open up a bit now. Because I don't think Keith will play back at Ben so much. You know, a player's been sitting there patiently. They've got chips. If they start putting them in again, can John find a hand to trap? And that's what happens when you keep putting pressure to the guy on your right. He ends up just giving you a walk. Happy days for Keith.
Very happy for Keith. He's in a pretty good spot here.
Hopefully we'll get some chip stack updates shortly. See how everybody's stood.
I think it's about 11 million there for Keith. Just under 6 for Jav. Just under 6
Big blind job.
for John. And they're having a look at the payouts.
Yeah, Keith, I imagine, is going to be relatively happy to sit where he is at the moment and try and let the short stacks take each other out. It would be a bit of a disaster if he bust at this point, given how much he's got compared to those short stacks. It's in very good shape for a big payday right now, as is Will. The others, I think, are going to need to make things happen. Keeping up the discipline folds from Ben. I think given how card dead he's been at this final table, that must have looked like a pretty good hand. Keeping that discipline right there.
Yeah.
See what Keith's going to do with the 5-4 here, I think, given that given the image that Jav probably has now of being quite tight.
I think
He could go for that.
I think he just
min
calls.
raise.
I think he just calls here a lot of the time. He knows that he's going to get to.
Gave him a walk.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, Jav's never going to shove without a big hand. So.
you get to see a flop and
Yeah.
pick and choose the ones to stab at.
Is that a good reason maybe to min raise? A, because it's going to get X percentage of hands to fold. Again, he probably won't play back at him unless he's got a hand.
Maybe.
But he's also, if Jav does call, he's building the pot, and what's he gonna? I mean, 5-4 doesn't necessarily flop amazingly well. 5 far off.
Maybe not for you, but for people that are blessed. It's very the bit of tinsel in the hair. Come on, John.
All in.
John is all in.
Chips up, no.
Put out the big stack. Is Will Kassouf going to find Will Kassouf?
Will Kassouf? Sure, we can't stop talking about him, can we?
No.
Can't stop talking
He
about him.
hasn't had enough publicity for the last
No,
couple
he
of
hasn't.
weeks.
Let's just get him on this final table. Maybe he can late reg.
We're going to take those towels away.
Yeah, looks like we're having some chips getting coloured up here. Will does not look very happy about that.
No.
Always feels good to have a lot of chips, right?
I mean,
That second tier is getting destroyed now, not let alone the third one.
you can get rid of 7.5 million and still have a 3-tier pyramid. That's impressive. That's 2.5 mil.
Thank you.
I remember the days that all the WPT finals were 6-handed.
I like six-handed.
Yeah, me too.
I like it when it's short-handed. I think there's a little bit more play in it. I think everyone's sort of forced to make more moves, play more hands, and a little bit more action. I think I like that sort of thing. This is getting down to 5-handed here now. This is my sort of territory. I like this.
I play a lot of 6-max tournaments.
Play a lot of six-max cash.
Yeah, it's good.
See, I'm not such a fan of the old 6-max cash.
No.
Unless it's PLO. Tournaments, I think there should be more. But of course, you need more tables.
This is it. Yeah, it's space sometimes.
Not many places can accommodate.
More dealers.
Yeah,
have
more
more
dealers, more
tables.
space, less runners because you've got to try and fit.
Everybody in.
You can't
Yeah.
add extra tables, can you? So
I think a lot of the tournament series that have 6-max series, the tables are specifically smaller.
play one hand for Will.
On the
Let's take
button.
a quick look. I think he's probably going to end up shoving this, taking a quick look at the stacks.
I don't know. He doesn't want to walk into Ben. That's just made got up to like 8 mil.
Yeah, it's got nearly 20. The others have.
How
Ben's
much?
definitely got nearly 20 big blinds, hasn't he? I think we
Has he?
said so.
It's
Bit
kicked.
too much to shove them. Yeah, he's just gone for a raise. Cool little min raise.
All in.
Yeah, and he's gonna. That's why he did it, because he would fold to the all-in from Ben. There's no way he's gonna call it off. Ben would never. Well, I say would never. It would be very good if he did, because if Will's making it a million, he's making it a million to fold to Ben's
Yeah.
shove.
Yeah. Ben has been patient and it's now paying off. He's
Yep.
doing all right now.
10, just under 10 million now. So average.
They haven't quite finished decimating Will's stack yet.
No.
It's shrinking by the second.
So there's another 2.5 mil. Straight to the cash desk.
Yeah.
Play blunt as well.
Getting him ready for the main event.
Yep,
Yeah, that's a 1 hour clock as well.
it
I
is.
I think
believe.
so.
30k starting stack.
30k.
Yeah, standard WPT structure.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a good structure. Very good structure.
it is a very good structure. You played a WPT before, Matt?
Yep. I think I pure bubbled last year.
Oh,
Fond
maybe
memories.
+1. Very, very fond memories.
Another walk for Keith.
it'll actually be my first WPT. Played
Good
a
luck.
lot of the WPTMs, but it will be my first WPT.
My first WPT was the 5 Diamond Classic. Must have been, I would have had to have been 21 because it was in America. So yeah, 17 years ago.
Wow.
Wow. Feels like a different lifetime. The good old days, I like to call it.
Yes.
Play blind chat.
Yeah, I don't know when they were.
Before my time too.
Yeah, it makes me feel old when I think that's 17 years ago. Wow.
It's the other thing. Where was I 17 years ago?
School.
It's up there.
Not at this time.
Sleep ready for school.
What did I want to do 17 years ago?
Tucked away in your Thomas the Tank Engine bed sheets, probably.
Yeah.
In the car bed.
Yeah.
Where did I want to be 17 years ago? Probably a dinosaur.
Well, in about 25 years you will be.
Maybe even less.
Oh wow, John has
Maybe.
just moved in. He's been snap called from Keith.
With the ace king. Excellent spot for Keith.
Oh, shaking
Oh, don't
hands.
shake it.
Yeah, stand up, put your code on for the extra 2%.
Yeah, I feel like this is a mistake from John. If he's still
Oh, he's still
sitting
sat
down,
down.
that's an error.
Yeah, you need all the help you can get.
Oh.
But there's still the 6.
He does have a 6 king.
The king. Or running higher pair. Diamond would be a good card for John.
King 6 over 9.
Yeah, any 9, any 6, any king.
Can Keith upset John's knight? Oh, there it is. An upset.
We all did that. We all did exactly the same face when we saw that.
Congratulations there to John. He did come in to the final table, a short stack with just under 4 million.
Done an excellent job of laddering his way up there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pretty cruel. But that is poker. You've got to think, well, he was behind. He takes £27,250.
And his 2.2k seat, so it's nearly 30k.
Yep, 30,000 for a 500 buy-in. Yep,
We-
fifth. And Jav
Last 4.
has made it to the top 4.
Excellent work from Jav.
There were,
It's how to ladder up.
yeah, Jav and Will were both also short stacks coming into the final. Ben and Keith were in the top 3 or 4. It's always the way at final tables. You normally have one of the big chip leaders and one of the short stacks in the top 3. And now the money gets serious. £40,000. Most tournaments you don't even get that if you win it for a £500 buy-in. The next pay jump, as you say, £20,000.
Keith having just won that pot. On the button, raising into the chip leader.
I think it'd be a good spot now to start changing gears for Keith.
Yeah, start trying to make a play at challenging the chip lead there from Will. Looks like he's going to do that.
I was just about to say you picked up chips, don't you?
Will doesn't want to cross him so much. They're going to have to cross at some point.
Saw him announce a raise there and then smile.
Made it like 2.2 or something.
Raised up to 1.1.
We thought it was just a new technique you come up with.
We could actually start seeing some post-flop stuff here.
Just hearing actually that when he opened to 2-point-something million, it was actually an error.
1.1.
Because that's what they're just talking about here on the screen. Because Will said, I thought that was a new system you'd come up with, but he actually, he was just saying there that he didn't realise. He thought he was just over min raising instead of making it when he made it 2.4.
Ah.
It's quite interesting because we thought it was a good technique to apply the pressure.
Yep, but he was just moving an entire stack across and forgetting that it was worth
2 million instead
2
of a
million
mil.
instead of the million.
Oh, that's not a bad flop for the Jack 10 really there, is it?
Yeah, and if you're Keith here, there's a lot of players that just check it back. There's others that might stick a small bet in.
I think there's merits to both. I feel like with the way we've seen Keith playing, we're
He's gonna
possibly
bet.
going to see a bet here, yeah. But this is the sort of board where I wouldn't expect Keith to start firing it off. I mean,
He's found more chips.
he's found some more
There you go,
chips.
he's definitely going to bet now.
Yeah, I feel like the other two boards that we saw were situations where I think that Keith had a little bit of a range advantage, or at least it was a situation where he could expect to barrel a lot of hands off. This board is very different. There's a lot more, this is a lot more dynamic, I think, this board, and there's a lot less of a range advantage situation. So I don't expect Keith to be losing too many chips in this situation. This might even just be a one and done.
Somebody's asking in the chat how John bust, and he shoved with ace-5 and got called by king, ace-king by Keith.
Flop 2 pair with
he
the
did,
ace-5.
yep, flopped ace-5, 6, turn 9, and the river was a 6 to counter his 2 pair.
Now, Will Davies here. This is why position is so important. Because if you flat here, you can't then check the turn and give a free card to your opponent.
Yeah, there's some awful turn cards here.
Yeah,
I mean, there's so
and
many.
he's such a drawy. Yeah, Jack 10, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9, diamond, queen, king, ace. Loads and loads of cards that could either mean that you don't have the best hand anymore, or hands that or cards that could kill your action.
75,000.
Well, Keith will give it 30 seconds.
Yeah, Keith doesn't need to get into a big spot here against the chip leader, and I think he knows it. Does not need to play a big pot here. There's going to be much easier situations for him to go and make chips, as he's been doing for this entire table. This is the first time we've seen someone play back at him. So I think he'll dwell on this for a minute or two, give it that little stare that says, don't you do that again. And then pass his hand away.
Do you think there's any part of him that Mike thinks Will may just have top pair and may want to apply the pressure?
Like a Jack 9 or...
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be part of him that thinks that Will could have flush draw. Well, one of the many draws there are on this board, but I feel like he's just going to take his time and decide that he doesn't need to get into a big pot, and he doesn't need to take that risk at this point. Yeah, good fold. Good fold. I understand why it took all that time over it. I'm sure there was a lot of thoughts like that going through his head, that maybe he could apply some pressure here, maybe Will's got a draw and he could get it in ahead. But I definitely think he's right in making that fold. We got a post-flop hand. That was exciting. I enjoyed that.
I definitely would like to see Will do that with air. Well, not
Yeah.
maybe air, but maybe...
apply the pressure without having
Apply
that.
Without
Pressure.
having such a big hand,
Yeah.
strong hand, yeah.
What would he have done with a Jack or maybe a King 10 hand? Just flat?
Yeah, what would he have done with like a king-queen type of thing? Or
Well, I don't think that will put Keith off doing the
No.
same thing again.
no, it won't.
Small blind as well.
He's not the sort of player to get phased by that.
This is the interesting part of the tournament.
Yeah, now that they're four-handed as well, blinds are going to be coming around super quickly. People are going to have to start making moves. You think that definitely Jav is going to have to start getting it in pretty light now. Otherwise, he's going to find he's got no fold equity at all pretty soon. Was it look like he's got there about 5 million, something like that?
Yeah, roughly.
A little over 10 bigs.
I think Will's going to give a walk, yeah.
Yep.
There it is.
Ben sitting there quietly, doing pretty well now.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting how many walks have been given at the final since they've been six-handed.
Yeah.
Very rare to see that. But I
A
guess
little bit
that's
cagey.
due to the stack size.
Yeah, I think if everyone was an extra 20 bigs deep, I think we'd see a very different final table. A lot more pots, a lot more people opening, and certainly there's been a few situations where people have made folds that I think they probably don't want to make and would much rather be either 3-betting or playing their hands.
Yes.
But due to the stack sizes, they've been forced to take the tight option and fold. This is a lovely playable hand for Jav here. I feel like at this point he's going to need to start getting these hands in. He's not got too long left being four-handed before the blinds come all the way back round.
No. There we go.
Yeah, here we go. He's realised the same thing as we have. He needs to start making things happen. Oh,
Will's
and
asked
Will's
for a
thanking.
count. Yeah, Will's just going to reship.
Yeah, I think he probably is too. He might decide to flat on the basis that he doesn't think anyone behind is going to shove without a good hand, but I think I agree with you. I think reshipping makes the most sense here.
Because if you're going to call the reship,
Yeah, because you
make them
can't
fold
exactly
tens.
exactly you can't exactly put 5 million in
Yeah.
there and then fold to a shove. So you might as well try and get people out. Keith is going to take just a second to have a look at his pair and then throw it in the muck.
The other flip side is with the stack that he's got, he knows if he just calls the 4.5 million here, he's going to see all 5 cards.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. He's 15 million. It was a third of his stack. And Will Davies, a big favourite to get this three-handed. But this Jav, he stayed alive. Well, he's picked up a gut shot. Oh no, gut shot's
that's
no
not
good.
a good. It's not a good one. He's got 3 outs.
Running diamonds or a 9.
Doesn't really change anything.
See a
Still
pair
got
of
3
5s
outs.
there for just announcing it is 5s.
Yeah.
sweat on the river.
There we
Upside
go. Unlucky jab. He did an extremely good job though of coming in short
and laddering up.
laddering up to a whole £40,000. That's an excellent cash from Gav, one of the regulars here.
That's going to be one of his biggest cashes. It's a superb weekend for Javed. 4th place at the WPT 500 here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, very well done. Second shortest stack coming into this final table, laddered his way all the way up to 4th for an excellent payday. Very well done, Jab. I think it's going to be a very popular result with the people here at the club. He's one of the regulars. Always nice to see one of the homegrown guys do well.
I think any of the guys now, if any of the guys now that are left to win will be great for everybody. Yeah, definitely. They're all very well-known players here.
Yeah, we've got 3 professional players, I think, left in here, haven't we now?
Yeah.
Will's been on a bit of a rush recently.
He has.
So we were talking about form earlier.
Yep.
He has been on a bit of a rush recently, yeah. He won the GUKPT in Luton not that long ago, didn't he? So sometime last year. Certainly had a couple of excellent results. Look through his hand and well, it's fairly stacked. But yeah, the same could definitely be said for Ben Windsor, very well-known name.
Yeah.
And Keith, while his hand and mob isn't so impressive, I know that his online results have been excellent.
Yeah.
So is there a thought that you would ever call there with a pocket pair for a third of your stack?
In that spot?
Yeah,
no.
if you were Keith.
No. Especially as I think
Will's never going to call that light.
no, Will could also be. Will's also just flatting there with his aces, kings, queens, all the hands that dominate him. And do you really want to flip in that spot against potentially 4 overcards and in a lot of cases an overpair?
Excellent look at the chip stacks here. We've not now for the first time this final table. We've not got a single player below 20 bigs. Looks like
we get a little bit of play.
Yeah, we've got a game.
Some post flop stuff and 3-handed. This starts to get very exciting. People are going to have to open up. Blinds are coming around so often. See a lot more post flop stuff, a lot more interesting things, hopefully.
And it's how it should be. I mean, these guys are playing now for 1690 and 150k. That they should be able to play the game, and that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, a lovely ace-8 off there for Keith on the bottom. That's definitely a good enough hand to be opening the bottom with. Made it ever so slightly bigger than 2.5x here.
See, for people at home watching and thinking, what's he thinking about with King 6? 3-handed, the button's going to open
a lot.
Near enough with any 2.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and sitting there, especially Keith as well, who we've already seen to be pretty aggressive. So having any Broadway blocker there is going to be pretty useful. And when we're talking about blockers, we mean cards that if you have a card in your hand, it makes it that much harder for your opponent to have that card because you already know where one of those cards are.
So a question in the chat, has there been any talks of a deal? We don't think, there's definitely not been any talks of a deal. We're not 100% sure as to whether deals are allowed. It is a Dusk Till Dawn rule that deals are not usually allowed in their tournaments. However, it is a WPT event, so we're actually unsure.
We'll get back to you.
We will try to get back to you, but at the moment there has been no discussions of any deal as of yet.
Looks like we've got a situation here. Will's opened the button and Ben sat there with his 21 bigs, has decided to stick it in with his ace-9.
He's not going to call it off.
No,
I don't think he's going to
don't.
call. It's a big chunk of his stack to be flipping for this as well.
Yeah, 7 into 11.5, knowing at best you're in a flip.
Yeah, I think he's just going to fold that. Got 2s again. I think everyone has now got reasonably deep stacks, all things considered.
It's the deepest stack that we've seen so far.
Little look at the payouts there. We've got 60,000 for the next person who comes out, 90,000 for the runner-up, and 150,000 for the champion. Very, very significant pay jumps, as you can see here. Another one of these players is going to want to be the next one out. However, they are both. All three of them are long-time professional players. They all know what they're doing.
They
here.
do, yeah. I
You
think.
know, when people talk about deals, a lot of people these days have backers.
Yep.
Yes.
So it's very hard to agree to a deal unless you have a deal with your backer that they trust you to make the best deal for concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, if we add the prize money up together and divide it by 3, they get better than second place money each.
Yeah. I think a lot of the time you end up just asking your backer, and I think a fair amount of the time the backer will just say, "I trust you to make the decision," or
I like the DTD rule.
yeah, of no deals at all.
No deals.
No deals.
Yeah, I have to be honest, I like that too.
It certainly makes for a better stream for the game.
Sometimes it can get a bit annoying though if you're playing a daily tournament and you're still there at 6 o'clock in the morning and you think, "Can we just chop it up and go home, please?"
We're going to see a flop.
We are going to see a flop here.
So Ben's opened and Will has called. We needed to find a 9 under there. Backdoor, Will.
Yeah, I expect Ben to just see about this and take it down. I think Ben's got a lot to protect against here. Obviously, he's sat there with just second pair, and it's a low second pair, so there's so many overcards that can come.
Going to be good here a lot of the time, though.
But he is going to be good here a lot of the time too. And if he sees a turn card like that, obviously you can maybe get a bit of action out of a hand that would otherwise decide it's going to like just give up on the flop.
If you're Will here and
It's
he
been checked
back,
Yeah. I would.
do you take a stab?
Yeah.
I think this is, I don't think we'll be expecting Ben to be checking back that many hands on this sort of flop. So I think maybe Will is now thinking, I've got a bit of a range advantage here. Because he can certainly have a lot of the good stuff on this board.
Absolutely. And Ben, for me, I'm just calling here.
Yep.
And that allows me to keep a bit of pot control and call maybe a 3 million bet on the river.
This is why we've checked back the flop, right? So that we can induce that bet on the turn from a hand that would otherwise just fold. So far, plan has gone quite well.
Beautiful.
Plan's
board.
gone very well.
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure we're going to see Will fire again, though. This is a pretty... this isn't a great card.
I mean, he only has to fire. He doesn't have to go big. He could go for like 1.9, and
I think the thing is on this
Ben's
board...
going to fold a lot.
I think the thing is on this board, especially with that 4 on the turn, every ace high has just picked up a gut shot, and I feel like Will is going to expect Ben to check back a fair few of his ace highs on the board like
Exactly,
this.
and then obviously call the turn. So I really wouldn't be surprised if he fires again here.
It depends on what
I would, if I was in Will's spot, definitely fire again because you're the most likely person to have that 5.
Yeah, it looks like he has fired
Yeah.
again. He's also got no chance of winning the pot
No.
if he checks. It depends on what he thought of that card, if he thought of them. And as I was saying earlier, I would have expected Ben to have c-bet his 5 in this spot, and maybe Will is thinking the same thing, so he's thinking that 5 hits me a lot harder than it hits him. And he's also thinking he can get him to fold some of those ace highs that he would definitely have called the turn with.
I mean, I can't ever imagine Ben wants to raise here for value. Some players may.
Yeah, maybe you can. I mean, he can get caught. Maybe you can get called by heroed off by an 8.
I mean, you're going to get called by 5-6. That's it. I think.
Yeah.
Called by some of the worst sides. So he might consider raising, but
I'm just calling myself.
He's going to be all in.
yeah,
He has no choice but
yeah,
to.
he's got all in, and now Will's like
Sigh.
makes a face.
We have a new chip leader.
We do have a new chip leader, I think.
And for a long time, Ben was the shot.
Grinding
Yeah.
like what, 4, 5, 6 bigs.
Yeah, it was grinding away. Will's just about still chip leader, but look at how even this is now. This is excellent for the viewers, I think. We're going to see a lot more post-flop pots now, a lot more interesting things happening.
And from 3 really good players as well.
Yeah, that was an excellent spot. I mean, how many people would turn Jack 10 into a bluff in that spot? And, you know, how many people would just give up? I think the majority of people would just give up there, but Will is a good enough player to know that he's probably got a bit of a range advantage on that board. He can probably start going for it.
I think the bet size of 3 and a bit mil was to stop an ace high doing a hero call.
That's the idea. I imagine Will's thought exactly the same thing, that Ben is never ever folding an ace on that turn. He's now got at least 1 overcard, possibly 2 overcards and a gut shot. So he's definitely not going to be folding that to 1 bet. So I think Will sort of knew that when he fired turn, he was probably going to have to fire river 2 if he was going to get him to fold.
Keith was loving that hand.
Yeah, Keith was definitely enjoying that hand. He's sitting there licking his lips now.
He's loving this hand too, I think.
Yep.
7's on the button.
You notice how he's now announcing the size of his bet to avoid him putting the 2 million in this. Now, every time he's done it since he's announced it, not making that mistake again.
So 1.3. I'm not a peeler here.
No, I think there's raise sizing is a little bit bigger than min. I think maybe you can peel this to a min raise, but I think this hand is possibly not quite good enough to peel. You can certainly 3-bet it though.
1.3 in total.
I think king 2 off is a fold. King 2 suited.
It's pretty hard to fold a suited king to a button open. I certainly don't think I'll be folding a suited king to a button open, but I think this hand is just not quite good enough to call with, but can certainly decide to raise. I feel like if he raises though, Keith is probably going to choose to 4-bet shove 7s here.
I think it's interesting.
He's
For
cool.
the first time, Keith has
Smiling. He's
smiling,
being at
he's
more. Yeah,
talking.
I was just
get more
literally
relaxed.
just thinking the same thing.
It's giving. It's live tells.
I'm not so sure about that. I think
he's
maybe
a bit relaxed. He's got 40k.
So,
I was gonna say, yeah, it's got to a point now where he's got 60k locked up.
Oh, 60. Of
You know,
course.
that's excellent news for anybody, isn't it? You know, that's
yeah,
an
you're
enormous
gonna be
cash.
happy.
So I think you reach a point as well in these sorts of tournaments where the money you've already won so much money that the extra doesn't really. Obviously, it's so much more money, but you don't really know how much more it is because it's already so much. You
Yeah,
know?
the pressure's
so the
off.
pressure is off. Yeah,
you're
you've
not getting the
already
12
had
or
an
the
enormous
15.
cash. You've already done really well. So would you be happy with 60k? Of course. You've been nervous for so long as well. You've now been sat at that final table for a long time. You've already felt all of that ICM nerves, and now you've sort of had enough time to get over it and start playing your game. Helps when you flop sets too.
Yeah, I mean, I would go 1.3 again.
Yeah, I would bet relatively small here.
I
too.
like him to bet because
1 million.
Ben's going to check raise a lot of the hands that he hits.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Keith went for the relatively small C bet there. And
Blinds
takes down
just
the pot.
went up.
Yeah.
I think I just heard.
Yep.
25, lose 100.
Who will be the champion?
Who do you think? I mean, I'm going to go with Keith. He's one of my guys, so I've got to go with him.
I'm going to go with Ben then.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'd have said Ben as well, actually, now.
Unlucky wavies.
Ben started off with a stack. He went down short. He kept his cool. He's picked his spots.
When Will was watching this back, how do you feel about being the chip leader and not?
It's
not
nothing
being
against
considered the
Will. I
favourite?
just think that Ben's the most experienced player of the three,
Yeah.
especially in these situations. I mean, Ben's got, what, over 700,000 in live earnings?
Yeah.
So he's been in this situation plenty of times. The money will be less significant to him, I guess. He's not going to have as much pressure on himself.
I think all of these guys have had some enormous scores, though. I think they've all had 3-figure scores in some form,
Yes,
whether it's online
or live.
Yeah.
But definitely live. He's the most accomplished of the three, and he's been in this situation a lot more than the others.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I mean, there's still only 20 big blinds deep, and anything can happen.
I think Keith probably has the least experience live.
Yeah.
Which is a big thing, I think, that a lot of people don't get. That the transition from online to live is
huge.
so different. There's
Yeah.
so many more things to think about. You know, like we've seen, and we've been talking about Kasuf a little bit today. We've seen with people like him bringing all the speech play into it. That's something you obviously don't get online. It's an
No.
entire new thing that you've got to try to deal
adjust
with.
to, yeah.
Exactly. Try not to give too much away because you've got experienced guys like Will, who plays an absolute ton of live poker, is going to pick up on some of those tells that an internet player might not realise they're giving off. It's one of the reasons I think some of the online guys take a little bit longer to act when they play live, because they're just making sure they've got all that stuff covered, making sure they're not giving too much away. But it's certainly a very different game, much more different than people make it out to be. Very different skill set to both of them.
Ben here's just, he's bet one big just to basically try and steal the pot.
Yeah.
And he's I don't think he's going to try and take it now. If he got called for 600k, he's just going to just say king high.
Yep.
If you missed, I mean, what could he have missed there when the 5 comes?
Yeah, pretty much everything gets there. And I think it's also one of those rivers that he'd be expected to bluff quite a bit, and for that reason I think it's probably going to get through a lot less.
to the final table, part 2 of the biggest poker event. I believe is still taking place.
Yes, the World Series main event, yeah. Still going on outside, although I've got to say I'm a pretty rubbish poker fanboy. I don't really follow that stuff very much at all.
The World Series?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was up until 6 a.m. this morning. A good friend of mine made the November 9, so yeah, I stayed up to
Still
watch
in?
that. No, he busted in 6th.
Okay.
No spoilers though, don't tell us who it was.
Early hours of this morning. So it was.
It was last night.
It was live.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was the hand before they finished, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they played down to 5. So yeah.
So that's just a call.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that. Going to see a lot of limping, I think, from from all the positions here, because we've got 3 very aggressive players here who are all quite deep stacked. One of the benefits to limping is you know that the players aren't going to be folding too much. So one of the advantages you've got to limping is that you sort of make yourself deeper, and that's always good news, because then you've got a lot more playability. You can bet more flops, you can play more down the streets, and all of these guys are going to be very comfortable playing down the streets. So
And Keith's going to be happy to peel with Jack 10 of hearts.
And for pot control as well, if you raise and you get 3-bet and
Absolutely.
you have a really playable hand, you call, the pot's going to be inflated a lot. So by limp calling, you give yourself more chance to play the hand and play a smaller pot.
Exactly. It's something that me as a cash player, something that I quite like to do, because obviously I would much prefer to be playing deep stacked, and that's one of the ways you can artificially make yourself deeper. So I would expect to see quite a lot of that.
Cash is king, though, because if you lose, you can just pull up.
That's it, you can just reload.
That's one of the reasons I like it. It's one of the reasons I like it so much. I can just reload.
It's funking for a 4 on the turn there.
Yeah, I feel like this is it's so hard to not bet this card though if you're in wheel spot. I mean, you've raised pre-flop, you've checked that board, and then the ace has hit the turn. You think, well,
I think he's
how
going to
can I
get
not
it.
have anything?
If he bets like 2.5 mil, it's a very tough spot for Keith.
It is. It's whether Will can
barrel the river.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I don't
Any
think Keith is folding to any reasonably sized bet here. I mean, he's not checked here to fold. I don't think he's got third pair and a gut shot.
I think if you're going to decide to bet this turn, you have to already know if you just get called, you've got to give it another shot on the river.
Which is why I think there's an argument for betting the turn relatively small, because you know you're probably going to have to fire the river anyway. I mean, if he's not got anything, he's just going to fold, so it doesn't really matter what size you go for. But if you go here, you just make your river bluff more expensive. So I think if he's decided he's going to fire 2, I'd much prefer a smaller bet so that he can then sort of keep that river bet smaller.
Deuce of spades.
Here we go.
And Will gets it through.
If he fires again, he'll get it through.
I think it's
It's
got to go.
it's really
It's got to
tough
go
spot.
over half pot to get it through.
He knows betting's the only way that he can win this hand.
Do you think Keith sticks in a blocker bet?
Seems to be thinking about it. He's not checked straight away. Yeah. I don't think it would have made a great deal of sense. Yeah, he just gives up. Fair enough. He's got a straight draw. What's he doing?
He's picked up the up and down.
Pick up equity and just give up. What's going on here?
Will is on the downside.
He is, and Keith has got to be feeling so good now. He could have been put in a really tough spot there. He really did not want to face a bet on that river, but excellent news for Keith. He just gets to take that pot down.
If I'm Will, I go and find a couple of empty racks and I tell Keith to start taking off these 25
Yeah.
chips.
You chip up now, mate.
Since I chipped up, I've lost all my chips.
You chip down now, mate. Get someone on the rail to go and get you a beer. Have a bit of a relax, have a bit of a regroup. I think if I'm Will now, I'm just saying to myself, I want to make the break and regroup, because he's not got too long, is he? The blinds went up, what, 20 minutes ago, something like that?
Maybe not quite, not far off
Not
yet.
quite that. He's got 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes to make it to the next break. I think if he can do that, then he can sort of sit down, regroup, get himself set and ready to go again. That would be my aim at this point, I think.
He's picking up some hands on the button, Keith.
He is, it always helps. He's got the momentum and he's got the hands. He's not been put in a particularly tough spot yet, though. He's not really being played back at. He got played back at once by Will, but he had it that time. Be interesting to see one of these guys start picking on him. Here's a spot. This is a good one. Here's a spot where Will might decide to pick on him. This is really interesting, actually. Will might decide to give this situation up, because he's just lost a couple of pots and he might be feeling a bit frustrated, and he might think maybe
any
we're gonna
ace
get away with it.
three-handed, you can't just give it
hard,
up. Yeah.
If you give up this, you're kind of giving up
The whole
win.
thing, yeah.
Yeah, you're giving up loads and loads of stuff.
an ace three-handed.
Do you think this is a tell, though, that he's taking so long over this?
Not at all.
No.
He's obviously just making the decision whether he's raising.
What sizing he's going to choose?
Exactly.
What, double checking the stack
have
sizes.
You have to.
Keith
really
can
take
fold,
your
though.
time.
Keith can fold.
He could move in.
Can also apply the pressure and put him all in. Yeah.
This isn't. I don't think this is an amazing hand to continue with here. It's one of those where if you're behind, you're in terrible shape.
He could also think that Will's
Just lost
obviously
that pot.
just lost
They're
that pot. He's
steaming a
very
little bit.
frustrated and could be doing this
a
very
lot of
wide.
meta
So
game.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of reason for him to actually shove here.
This is
He
so much
moves
more
in.
exciting. Everyone's got more chips we can do. This is so much better.
And he is the kind of player that will do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's not folded yet.
Will's going to side fold. He's pulling the trigger. He's got that
Yeah,
look in his
that
eyes.
confused face. That's what we call a 3-bet face. That little confused face when you sort of bring your eyes down a bit.
Keith.
Oh, he wants to. He really wants to. You can see him double checking all of the stack sizes, thinking, all right, go on then.
Yes.
Yeah, go on, Keith.
He's moved all in, and here
Come
comes
on,
the
Keith.
sigh.
Good play. He's going to feel amazing when this gets through. He's going to feel absolutely on top of the world.
Yeah, Will's got too many chips here. Will's got 30. He's got 22 bigs.
Keith is really taking this final table now, isn't he? Really taking it now.
From the start, he's been the player
Yeah,
that's fought.
been the guy applying the pressure.
Will's not calling. He's going to give it a good 30-second
I think this is more frustration, I think, that he's sitting here thinking about now. I think he's just tanking for a little bit and just
I don't know.
calming himself
I mean,
down, maybe.
Will's a good player. He's good enough to know that
Keith
it's one
could
of
be
them.
right
He
here.
might think that I think.
Bit of leveling.
Yeah, definitely might be a bit of leveling going on, and there's definitely a possibility he could think that Keith's making a move because he could be on tilt. Does he do the same thing with King Queen, King Jack, and if that's the case, does he want to?
I think you're right. I think maybe
Does he want to take this shot?
I've done Will a bit of a disservice here. I think he would have folded by now if I was right that he was just a bit frustrated. I
Yeah.
think I've probably done him a disservice here.
I definitely think Will's
Lovely little
he's
yawn.
not that kind of a player to just take his time for no reason. The clock's obviously ticking, and he's going to be left the short stack, so it's not in his best interest to take.
This is the sort of time you want to get Keith, just pull him out into the booth and say, can we have a quick interview about how you're feeling right now? How's this sweat for you? He looks pretty sickened here.
He does, yeah.
His hand three-handed before.
Good on you, though, Keith. He's really going for this one. Really going for it.
And I think good for Will as well that he's genuinely thinking about this.
Yeah.
He
Full credit to him to be thinking about this. I think
Yeah.
a lot of people would have snap folded. I certainly would have just folded
Yeah.
this by now, but this is why I don't win tournaments.
I mean, either way, I think it's a fine decision now, whether he calls or he folds. I do think he's going to fold. I'd love him to call. For his confidence as well, I think
Yeah.
it would be, if the call would be really great for his confidence at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he's really got a huge amount of ICM stuff here because
And
he hasn't
Keith's
got a very
screaming
short stack,
inside, fold!
Yeah. He's going to feel on top of the world. Yeah. Doesn't show it. Good work. Excellent work. He's going to feel on top of the world now. I think Keith has actually got a bit of a mental game challenge here, though, because he's just got a really big, he basically thinks he's got a really big bluff through, even though he had the same hand.
Yeah.
And he's had a couple of spots that have been sort of close where he's come out on top. He's won a few pots in a row. So what you really want to do here is not confuse momentum with having a bit of winner's tilt. You want to be
Yes.
so careful that you don't start doing this all the time and going absolutely mad on people, because these, Ben and Will are definitely not stupid. If he starts going
No.
crazy and going after every pot, he's not going to find he can run these two guys over. So now we'll see it. And I think that's more important live because it takes so much longer to get through hands.
It
and
does.
there's so much more ego
It
involved
does,
in it.
yeah. And Will looks really deflated now. It'll be interesting. Hopefully he can pick himself up and.
Interesting reading the body language, isn't it? Ben has been pretty much the same all the way through, but Will now does, you're right, look pretty deflated by all of this.
Sometimes if I'm on a bit of a downswing, even if we're three-handed,
Yeah.
I'll just literally walk away from the table.
That's what Will needs to do, and I think this is bad for. I think this is kind of bad for Will that he's immediately back in the action. He just needs a little tiny bit of time to recuperate.
walk outside, get some fresh air.
Yeah, because you can't, like, when you're playing online, you can sort of jump up and down a little bit, or you can stick a film on or stick a bit of music on or whatever. You can do something that isn't poker, but here you are stuck right in it. Yeah, and oh no, he might get ripped on again here. Will is not going to feel happy if he gets ripped on here. No, Keith has just called, that's fine. I was going to say that would really have got under Will's skin if he'd got ripped on again there.
I like how they've written William, like he's a naughty boy. That's a nice card for Will. Just check to him, I think you should put a little bet in here. 1.25 or something.
It's my middle name, Will. After Will Carling. The day I was born, South Africa were allowed to play rugby against the World Rugby Federation again, and England played South Africa on my birthday, and we trounced them. And Will Carling was captain that day.
I don't have a middle name. My mother always says that she wanted to give me the middle name Olivia, just because of what my initials would spell out. But let you all work that one out. She tells everybody, she thinks it's hilarious.
Feel like I'd get on with
But
your
my
mum.
dad wouldn't let her.
Feel like I'd get on with your mum.
And there they are.
Yeah, they just check it down. I feel like, yeah, this is...
If Will was
Keith
in
is
the
still
flow,
feeling
he'd have
great.
won that pot.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Will was on top of his game, he might have c-bet that flop and won the pot. Found a way to do it, but he just doesn't want to lose. Doesn't want to bluff another one.
Oh, here comes the curse. He's holding the Rex.
See if it holds true this time, because it did not go well for Will when he lost most of his stack in the chip and the collar up.
This is an easy open.
Yeah, I think so.
Excuse me.
1.125 in the middle. Obviously, I don't know what the WPT situation is when they're heads up. Do they put antes heads up at the WPT? I guess we'll find out shortly.
I think yeah, they do.
We are about to find out. Well, maybe not yet, but
Shortly.
somewhere between the next 1 to 10 hours, we will find out.
How does he find boots?
Now, what do you do here if you're in Will's spot? Do you just flat? Do you 3-bet because it might look a little bit steamy? What do you think?
I'm also 3-betting, and
I'd probably flat.
I'm going to make
It's
it like
definitely one of those
3.5 million.
that I mean,
He's flattered.
either way, it's fine. But because of his image right now, and obviously his demeanour,
I actually really like that flat. I think given the stack sizes too, I think they both had about somewhere between 20 and 25 bigs each. I really like that flat.
He's obviously going to check if he's flatted.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, Will can have a bunch of hands that he can 3-bet for value as well. Like, he's not necessarily going to be flat in here with like kings, queens, whatever. So it doesn't necessarily weaken his 3-betting range that much at all. But it's always really, really good to have nutted hands that you flat in these spots, because you can just trap people a bit. Like on a board like this, Ben knows he's got a bit of a range advantage. He's going to c-bet at it fairly wide. Will now makes more checks.
he's going to raise. Yeah.
He might raise. He might decide to call and try and let him fire off.
Yeah, I don't mind a call here because it's not so draw heavy.
I love this bet sizing actually from Ben. This is something that you're seeing a lot more of now that a few years ago you didn't. Betting really, really small in spots where you have a range advantage like this, because it's so hard to defend enough of your range. Like, you need to be defending so much.
Yeah.
You need to be defending like queen highs with backdoor flush draws and stuff against that before it's automatically profitable. So excellent bet sizing for Ben. It's something we haven't seen at this final table, and we don't see much in general. But I think we will definitely be seeing more of.
Yeah, Will's not going to love that kind of turn card either.
It also, back to what we were talking about with the limping too, it means that you can bet bigger on later streets, and you have a little bit more room. You keep the betting lead.
Do you kind of bet for value here if you're Will, because Ben might check back a lot of
Well, Ben
jacks
checked back the
or
turn.
10
Ben's
nines.
always just checking back
Yeah.
the river, so he has to bet here.
Yeah, I think so.
like
He'll bet
really
relatively small,
One-
yeah.
1.5.
Like 40%, do you reckon? Or
Yeah,
less? Yeah,
maybe even less than that. But he has to bet because
Try and get a cry
when
and
Ben
call out of
checks
a
back
weak
the
range.
turn,
He's gone for a half. Snap fold.
I think that's a little bit big.
Will certainly be happy.
Yeah, he'll definitely be happy to have won
To do
that
the
pot. I
old
think he
scoop
played that
motion.
hand very well. Maybe a little bit big on the end, but I think he played that hand very well.
somebody's just commentated in the chat that Ben looks tired. I'm not surprised. These guys have been playing for 14 hours nearly now.
Someone get the man a Red Bull.
there's been 10-hour days last couple of days.
Yeah,
I
and
guess.
especially if they played the turbo flight yesterday and got through in the turbo flight,
Yeah,
that's
then
an enormous day yesterday and a really long
that
day
was
today
another
too.
14 hours yesterday, and then it was another 14 today. So
Yeah, I think
it's
these guys are probably
long
used to
days.
those long grinds, but I certainly find that very tough. I can't really do that doing that for 2 days.
Well, if you're an online player, the 25-minute breaks feel like like a week's holiday.
They do.
Yeah, that's for sure. Usually only get 5 minutes to pop to the loo and then come charging back.
Make something to eat, get everything done. Change the nappy.
Yeah.
Not your own one, obviously.
No.
I've heard stories. But we're ending that conversation there.
Yeah, no, but he's had that whole demeanour about him the whole way through. And that's just his relaxed state.
Somebody just made a comment on the 2.5 million though. Do you not think he calls there with his entire call in range? I think some weak jacks maybe, like Jack 9 for example. I think
Jack 9 was, yeah, I think that's
Jack 9 made 2 pair, right?
yeah.
Jack 10s.
Yeah, I mean Jack 10 would definitely still call there. Hands maybe like Queen 9, they turn the 9 and then
Can Will ever be
he checks
bluffing
back
there?
he checks back because he has showdown value. He would maybe call that kind of a bet, maybe with a 9. They're the kind of hands I guess he's wanting to get called by. He's never really getting called by any ace highs there.
Yeah, there's not too much stuff that missed either.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of hard. Like a lot of the pure floats picked up something.
Yeah. Somebody's saying obviously.
We're 3-way to a flop.
We are 3-way to a flop.
Oh, there's something for everyone here. A couple of hearts and oh, this is a flop.
This is a flop. We have got something for everybody here.
2 gut shots.
Top pair with the up and down.
Top pair with the up and down, gut shot, backdoor flush draw, top pair, backdoor flush draw and a gut shot.
Check.
Big hands here.
Wow. Keith and Ben could have gone. If there was a bet here from one of them, the other one was raising.
We're seeing some good poker here. I actually really like the check from both of these players.
Heart would be.
Yeah, heart.
It's a fun card. I feel like we might see this go. I feel like we might see Ben check again and then have Keith start betting now.
I'm really surprised
check
that
again.
Keith has
Again,
checked this.
I quite like this, to be honest. I think none of these guys want to get raised. They've all got pretty reasonable hands to check back.
Now
and that
this
is
is going to be
disaster.
interesting.
That is a disaster for Ben. I think he's got to bet now, isn't he, when it's gone through like this? It depends on the sizing he chooses. If he chooses to go big, then Keith is just going to call. If he chooses to go small, because he thinks that it's really hard for anyone else to have anything, then I feel like Keith might raise, and he's suddenly in a really tough spot.
Especially as Keith's been aggressive.
So we'll see what sizing he's chosen. I think he's chosen small. Yeah, he's chosen small for that reason. That it's kind of hard for anyone to have anything. So I feel like against this sizing, Keith can raise. And with his rep, he might get paid.
Because it's gone check, 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 bet, raise.
I think Keith is at the absolute top of his range here, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any better or any worse, any better hand than this that he would play in this way.
2.2.
Yeah, he's gone for a raise.
Raise to 2.2 million.
I feel like
that's
Jack
just a
9 will
good
probably
bet
bet at some
size.
point, so I think this is probably the top of his range here. And I'm not the biggest fan of that sizing. I think that's a little on the small side. I think
Like
Ben bet
begging for
800.
the call, but maybe that's the psychological fact of the bluff.
Maybe just giving him a price to call it off a bit lighter, maybe. But I feel like I would have gone a little bit bigger because I think it's kind of hard for Keith to be bluffing for this sizing.
And he's called.
Yeah.
And the Ben could take a bit of a consolation here that he's probably lost the minimum.
Yeah, he could have gone broke in that hand. I think another player might have gone broke in that hand.
No, for sure.
Testament to how good these guys are. They managed to find a spot like that, and I actually think they all played their hands very well.
They did.
Very well there. Very high level poker.
There's a little smile.
Yeah, he knows he's running good. He knows he's running good. You just got to take it when you are, haven't you?
Absolutely.
You've got to take it when you are.
A
Unfortunately,
bet on the
though,
flop could have made that play out so much
Absolutely.
differently
Good. I
and
think
a lot
if-
bigger.
Because the
and
river would have gone in.
this is it. Ben could definitely have gone broke though. If
either
there'd
one
been
of those
some kind
players
of a
chose to
bet
bet
on
the
the
flop. Yeah, that's for sure. For sure. Unfortunately for us, though, I think that's starting to, all of the chips are starting to go over to Keith's side, which means we might be back into the shove fold thing again. We've had some really interesting pots to talk about, though.
No, absolutely.
See, cash games are fun. Being deep stacked is fun. You get to play pots. And
Yeah, I played a
exciting.
tournament in London once where they had a format that if the average stack wasn't 30 big blinds, they replayed the level.
Ah.
And it was.
Did it last forever?
It was in a, no, it didn't last forever. Because even though it sounds a bit silly, like you say, the deeper people are, there's opens, there's three bets, there's people that have got maneuverability. Is that the right word?
I think you're right about that, actually. I think that, yeah, there's more stuff that you can do, whereas when you get short, everyone's sort of used to that now, you know?
Stacks of 40.
There's just 7 minutes left tonight in the Devilfish Cup by the looks of it.
7 minutes. I just saw a Dubai Dave. He's in the building.
Yeah.
Dave Shallow. He's a WPT champion.
He is.
He wasn't at the table, so I'm going to assume that he's out.
Or maybe he's got so many chips he thought he'd just take a walk.
I don't know if that's his style.
Have a stretch, go get a drink and a chocolate
Have a
bar.
brag outside, yeah.
Yeah.
King 3. Going to open the button with that stack all day. 1.5.
Looks like he's going to go for it. He's tanking.
1.4.
1.4 million.
And William, can he find?
Oh.
Oh,
That's not a bad hand.
ladies.
Unfortunately, Keith hasn't got.
This is a 3-bet or a shove. I'm not entirely sure what
It's
Will's
interesting.
stack looks like
He
at this
flatted
point.
with the aces. He knows Keith is aggressive.
Yes.
I think this is a very different spot. I think this is just a 3-bet. I think this is a very different situation to the pot with the aces.
He could also 3-bet, and if Keith really had a hand, he's 3-betting to get it in.
Yeah.
And that's what he's done.
Yeah, I think this is good.
Small bottle of water, please.
Where's the 4 million?
Oh, I was just about to say, I was about to
Oh
joke with you
my
guys.
God.
I kid you not, I was about to say, and Ben's
Okay.
woken up with aces just because you were both looking down.
Player all in.
Oh, this is just brutal for Will.
Yeah, Ben didn't slow roll and didn't take his time over it at all. Knew that he was calling it
Such
off,
a
and that is
caller.
disgusting.
That's just sigh.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
But that's poker.
That's a really bad way to go for Will. I don't think he's done too much wrong here at all.
Done nothing wrong.
He's just found some really bad spots. Other people have made decisions against him they wouldn't have done otherwise. That is disgusting. Didn't want to see it go this way.
I think Will could be at risk.
I think whoever loses this pot is crippled.
There's the king.
No backdoors. Yeah,
Keith, what are you doing, mate?
Keith, the man in form.
What are you doing, mate? Just flick it in
Be a
one time.
deuce on
end
the
it here.
turn. No. There's no hearts
help.
in either hand. 2 outer,
Yeah, right little smile there from Will.
and it's not to be. And
That's not to be.
massive congratulations to. Oh no, Will still left in, I think.
Is he still in? I think it's very,
It's gonna
very
be close.
close.
Yeah.
It's super close. Someone is crippled.
Yeah, he lost it 9 and a
Just
half.
sick caller.
Such a cruel game.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's one. It's got about 4
Keith
mil
quietly
left.
buzzing. Sitting there looking at it thinking, yeah, this is good for me. I'm happy with this.
Oh, 1.5, 2. He's got about 3 mil left. You got.
Will's
I feel
played
for Will
amazing,
here.
yeah.
I really feel for him.
He has really played well.
It's not over yet, though. He has still got chips.
He cannot wait for this break. Just get a double up if you can.
Yeah, he can't be too long now.
He's never through.
Can't be too long now.
Oh, 4
Ah, there you go.
7.
Actually, he's still got a
loads.
reasonable amount left. Actually, yeah.
Just think, you only started with 30,000.
This is going to make for some interesting dynamics though, because you've got Keith now, who's got a pretty significant chip lead over Ben, and there's now ICM pressure on Ben because Ben really won't want to bust now that he's got all of these big blinds and Will is so short.
Will's a very competent player. He'll know what his shoving ranges are.
Yep. That's for sure. But we might see Keith, but he seems like the sort of guy who'd put a lot of ICM pressure on.
And we can see that Keith won't want to get rid of Will yet.
Yeah.
He won't want to call off his 8 bigs because he can put that pressure.
Yeah, he can keep on putting that pressure on, and he can
Ben.
maybe accumulate so many more chips just by keeping that pressure
Good
piled
players keep short stacks in when they're kind of 4 or 5 handed sometimes for that exact reason.
on. 8 bigs, 8-9 offsuit. Feels good enough.
It's a
Not
fold.
for me. Yeah, not for me. And Ben just not going to get involved.
Not quite.
Keith is like, oh, I want another pot. What a surprise.
Well, Keith,
Familiar sight of Keith dragging in chips.
it'll be interesting when it's blind on blind, whether he does just move in on
He's
it.
eyeing up Will's stack now, just seeing exactly how much he's got, getting ready to.
Again, Keith
Putting them
plays
all
a lot of poker online, a lot of satellites, a lot of short stack poker. He's going to know these shoving ranges down to a T.
There's a small blind.
But it's whether he wants him in or wants him out.
That's what we're going to see.
Willie Tan is a player that likes to keep the short stacks, to keep putting pressure on the other
Willie Tan,
stacks.
what a legend of the game.
Well, Ben will have other plans,
That's a good end.
and Ben can just probably min click here.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any need to raise that much bigger because it's still like
1.2 million.
puts the same amount of pressure, doesn't it, on
Yeah.
on Will.
And now this is a spot that Keith
That's exactly what he's done.
could-
Now we could see with an ace blocker as well. Now we could see, is he going to put the ICM pressure on? Because it's not significant really at all if Will picks up a hand behind him and he doubles him up for 7 or 8 bigs. That's not going to make too much of a difference to him.
But he's opted to just call.
He has
I
opted
don't
to
know
just
if I'm
call, that's
a
interesting.
fan of this because Will could call.
I think I would possibly prefer to just 3-bet here, for the reasons of putting that ICM pressure on. It's kind of hard to win with ace-4 out of position. It's one of those hands that's like, it's
Even if
ahead
you
of
hit-
your opponent's range,
Yeah.
but it's not ahead in terms of playability. Like, it's going to be so hard to win the pot because, as you say, even if you hit an ace. Keith put someone in this spot earlier who hit
Yeah.
an ace and couldn't win.
I think when he gets checked back, Ben is going to want to take this pot down if he's got any of it.
Yeah, I think Keith possibly decided to bet here for protection, but he decided to check. Partially, I think, because Ben can definitely still be checking some good stuff. And we saw him check the 8-9 down, didn't we?
Do you just stick a little million in here and try and get a hero call?
Try and get hero off of ace high, maybe.
Ace high, king, queen.
Check.
Yeah, I think he'll just be really happy to check and take it down, won't he?
There's no, I don't
Possibly
see
in check call
value
mode.
for
Yeah,
a call
check. I
here.
think just in check call mode.
Yeah.
Ben, there's no way
You
Ben's
don't
going
wanna
to
bet
bet this
and get-
river.
Ben's got some showdown value with his king high, isn't he, there, so...
He won't imagine his opponent had an ace here.
No, not too much. Not too much.
Stood over there hoping you two like got sent over second like the lot. Not too much to ask.
All in and call.
Oh,
All
we've got
in
it here
And a call. Will Davies at risk.
with the 9-7 and
He's
Ben
live.
with the
Still
call
live.
with the king 10.
Sevens have been coming fast and furious. Well, and there's
There
another
it
one.
is. There it is.
Cheeky smile. It's not over.
Ben has got exactly the same expression that he seems to have had this entire final table, that slightly tired, just want to go home now.
But inside he's thinking something else.
Yeah.
2 pair.
And now Will is very much back in the game. He's going to be left with, what, 15, 16 big blinds, something like
I
that?
think he's only got 3 million there.
Maybe not quite that much.
Yeah,
then.
2.5, 3.12.
3.1.
There you go, 3.1 mil.
I doubled and then I like 3x king deuce of clubs and the cut off out to 7 bigs or 8 bigs, but then against ace queen. He tanked for ages as well. I thought we had a massive hand. 7 bigs.
Well, he's back in the game with 13 bigs. Beat Ben Windsor in a pot, he said.
Yeah. This is okay for Will. Again, he just wants to try and make the break now, same as before. Just try and make the break, regroup, recover a little bit, go and have a bit of a moan.
Yeah, I run bad.
Yeah.
Got queens three-handed and walked into aces.
Yeah, then get over it, come back and do it. And to be fair, he seems to be, you look at him now, he seems to be pretty level still.
Pocket twos for Will.
With 13 bigs, I imagine. What's this going in? Very interesting close-up of the face of Keith that we had there. Maybe that was the cameraman trying to see if it really was a Halloween mask. Another pot for Will, though.
Yeah, well, they all count.
You do, especially when you've got 13 bigs. It's probably up to about 15 or so now. Feeling a bit better.
Yeah.
Still not great, but better.
He came back from this situation earlier, so anything can happen.
Yeah,
so.
he had a couple of hours of having a decent stack and then straight back down to playing short stack poker again. But as you say, looks like he's been doing this all day. Just settle back into the groove.
Yeah.
And there's an element of it, it's just easier at that point, isn't it? He knows exactly what he's doing here, knows
He
he's
does,
shoving
yeah,
ranges.
he does.
It's just easy at this point. Very hard to win, but
Yeah.
easier to make the decisions.
1.5.
Spin this.
Is Ben on the button there? Or is he in the small blind?
Good question.
There's only 3 chips there. He must be in there. He
there
must be on the
must
button, so.
Must be button. And now Keith deliberating with the suited king. Pretty reasonable hand to 3-bet. Can't imagine he was thinking about flatting. So I think that was one of those 3-bet off hold ones. Keith's in a great situation now though, where he doesn't have to take any of those spots. He can just pick and choose.
Yeah, he likes to 3-bet more than peel out of position.
Yeah, he definitely likes to be the aggressor, as we've already seen, but he's very good at taking advantage of people's ranges, I think. Punishing that range advantage.
Punish them.
Punish them.
Just bagging up in the other room for the Devilfish Cup.
Devilfish Cup.
We might have some information on that.
Yeah, see how many
After
runners
the
we got in
break.
the end.
Yep.
Probably got into like the 160 with the re-entries.
Yeah. They're about there, I think, on the last break, so.
Fantastic turnout for day
excellent
one.
turnout.
There's quite a few people coming in tomorrow. It's good
There
news for
is,
Rob
yeah.
that they should hit the guarantee. That's another 1 million guarantee with a guaranteed first prize of $250,000 plus a signed guitar from, I think, Brian May.
Yes.
Brian May?
It is, yeah.
My highest card was
Queen.
7, I was still considering it.
New dealer, guys.
New dealer, new luck. I think positive will.
It was that bad, it wasn't going in the last orbit when I was shorter.
That is commanding for Keith, isn't it?
It's
Look at that. That is
huge.
commanding for Keith.
Saying that if Ben takes Will out, this is going to be a very good heads-up match. Or even if Will doubles up and then takes
And
Ben
again,
out.
it wasn't that long ago that Will was in the position that Keith's in now. It can
Yep.
swing so quickly.
Absolutely. Before you know it, Keith loses one pot to either player.
Yeah, Keith, he's looked unstoppable for quite a while, for this entire final table, I think, so far, Keith has. But as you say, it just takes that one pot, that one momentum shift, and then all of a sudden.
It might
Irish accent.
I looked at hand just now, I looked on the live, looked down and it wasn't the same.
Not a good hand for Will. If you're Ben, do you start putting pressure on Keith?
I feel like
Show you don't care about the difference?
I feel like the way Keith has been playing, he's not going to care. I feel like he's not the sort of player you can just put pressure on, and he's shown that all the way through this final table. He's willing to make big calls. He's willing to make big decisions, run big bluffs. I think he would be well, I think everyone's a bad choice that's left really to try and put pressure on, aren't they? It's a pretty stacked final table, well, pretty stacked final three.
That's a nice turn card. That is the
nice
turn card that you'd ask for if we could see the hands.
Yeah, I don't think Keith's going to lose too much though. Keith has run pretty good on this final table. Like he's not had too many big callers or anything go in his favour, but he's found really good spots. Like he's caught people bluffing, or he's been able to push people off better hands. He's had a lot of that hidden luck all the way through this. So even though it's not been like, oh, I've got aces every hand, it's still been everything I've wanted to do has worked out perfectly.
I think Keith has to call this, and as long as it doesn't come a diamond on the river, he's probably going to call the river bet if it's a card lower than an 8.
Yeah, I think Keith needs to defend. I think if he folds this hand, he's folding way too much against this bet. So I think he definitely needs to defend that on the turn. Interesting whether he chooses to defend it or not on the river. It'll depend on the sizing.
Problem is the 9 jacks, all of that. I mean,
Yeah,
he's going to bet his gut shots with 1 diamond.
I think that's actually a pretty bad card. Even though it's not a diamond, a lot of stuff has got there,
Yeah,
or has made
jack
something.
queen with 1 diamond.
So I feel like, depending on sizing, obviously, I feel like Keith can probably find a fold on this river.
Do you just go for a really weak bet of 800 and hope that he might come over the top?
Maybe.
Natalia's thinking.
No,
what are you thinking? Like 1.5?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say bigger, I think, just to try and...
Yeah, and he's folded straight away. Oop.
Didn't have the
There's
shape
nothing
on
to
it.
show.
I was pretty sure that was probably slightly worse.
Showing the 8.
So which you're going to say?
Ben's face does not care.
Don't even think he saw.
No.
Pass me the chips.
Yeah, he's thinking, look, can we just... Let's do this a whole load more times and then go to bed.
Don't mention it. So I just burnt 3.5k money. Don't worry about it. You'll be alright, son.
Is that, I think we can hear the Kasuf in the background.
It's hard to not hear him. If he's in the building, it's hard to not hear him.
I missed that. I'm sure we'll see him on the break. I think 5 minutes time, maybe. We'll probably be on a break.
Yeah, it's pretty soon. It's pretty soon. Feels like we've been at this level for...
It
nearly
does,
an hour
yeah.
Beautiful. 3-handed. Pick up these kind of cards.
Yeah, in the small blind. We'll see what he's going to do. Is can he just shove? I think he can just shove.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this is an inducing hand.
I'll just put him in.
Yeah, he has just put him in.
Can Will?
Oh.
No, Will's not going to call.
No, he's not going to call this. This isn't good enough.
9-10 suited.
Yeah, 9-10 suited feels like it might be. 9-10 off, I think, is just not good enough. What's he got there? 4-5-6, something like that?
2, 4, 5.
2, 4, 5,
Yeah,
6.
5.5.
It's like 10 bigs, yeah.
Dealer's feeling a bit sorry for Will. Thought to try and chip him a pot. He's like, nope, I'm having that. Surprised they're not used to chipping in pots by now.
It's the only hand that didn't miss play. Got it in free.
Keith has been a professional poker player now for a good 6 years. Worked in construction for a good 15 years before that. Certainly got a lot of experience playing poker. Had a lot of very good results. Has had some very big scores online. And plays a lot of his tournament poker at Party Poker as well, I believe, online too.
Do you know his screen name?
Not off the top of my head. I feel like I will know it if I see it.
They just discuss how
This guy's cheeky grin.
They're discussing if they can shorten the break, but I think because of the staff and everyone else involved in the production, it's a scheduled break because, of course, you've got the guys doing the graphics.
Yeah,
us
everyone's
guys.
gonna have, dealers are going to have breaks. Everyone's going to have breaks. I think it's important for the players, though. I mean,
It is,
people
but
need
when
to
they've been
win.
playing all this
frustrating. You just wanna
time
get it done.
and it's a 20-minute break, it just feels like
Tilts me.
a long time.
Yeah, I think a lot of the tournaments here, when you get down to 300, the players will just decide, we'll just have 5 minutes and then we'll get back onto it
Yeah.
and play on.
But in the production,
It's different in a production because everybody needs their breaks. Everyone needs to make sure all the equipment's still working.
Yeah.
well, this is it for Will. In it goes.
Yeah, and it goes.
I'm not a fan of a limp call.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't be a fan of a limp call here for this amount of chips. He's got 12 bigs. Queen 4 suited is not a limp
I
calling
think
hand
he's
in my
ever
opinion.
calling here.
I don't think he has 7.
I think he just wants to double check. I mean, it's so important in these things to make sure. I mean, if you fold there and he's actually got like 4 million, for example, and you've miscounted somehow,
It's 5.6.
It was a bit silly.
So it's 5 million more.
Yeah.
There you go, yeah. But still, to limp call, I think, is...
Optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, if he,
Optimistic.
even if he min clicked and Will moved in and it's 4 mil more and you get 2 to 1, you might take a stab. So, if you didn't know, it's £150,000 for the winner. Just a mere 90,000 for the runner-up and the next player out. He gets the shrapnel, 60,000.
Yeah. Gets the small change. Got some fun facts on Will here. He apparently his favourite band is the Spice Girls. I can get along with that taste in music. That sounds about right for me.
Yeah, I heard some of your taste in music last night. Steps was,
Yeah. First concert I ever went to was a Steps concert. Yeah, I've not got the best when it comes to music. Favourite food is Nando's. Has lots of Nando's. I think, to be honest, most of the people that come to DTD have a lot of Nando's. It's just down the road.
Just
Does that
yeah.
mean his favourite food's chicken?
Possibly, or that type of chicken. Peri-peri chicken. It's good chicken. I'd recommend it.
I had Nando's tonight.
Everyone has. He also
I'm
says
just not a Nando's fan.
it's easy, isn't it? It's just easy. He also reckons his favourite player is the great Terry Jordan.
Oh.
And that's a popular choice as a favourite player, isn't
Surely.
it? The one
Yeah,
and
everybody
only-
wants to play against
the one and
Terry
only
Jordan.
Terry Jordan.
Terry Jordan took down, I think it was also a WPT event last year here. He was in the heads-up match that literally they went from 90-10% ratio and it would just flip and flip and flip and flip.
Sounds like Terry.
No
I
one
think
was
that's
going
what
out.
poker is like for Terry. He's certainly good fun. Anyone who's been around the live tournament circuit is going to have had a few run-ins with Terry before.
I've played against him a reasonable amount, especially in the last 6 weeks on the live circuit.
He's in all the
Here,
high rollers.
London, Killarney.
He loves it.
He certainly does. Lovely bloke as well.
He is a really lovely bloke.
He once broke down a couple of months back and he took a cab here from London.
Wow.
I phoned him up, said there's an overlay. He took a cab. I took him home.
I was going to say, how much did that set him back? Jeez.
Wow.
He's got to win the tournament to break even for the cab.
Ace 10 of diamonds.
That's a good hand. We class that as a good hand. That's a thinking face.
Keys having a think.
Sylvie Hewitt loves Terry too.
Yeah. I know.
We all love Terry Jordan.
The smiles from the players, everyone looks pretty relaxed.
It's fairly early still.
Must be nearly break time. They must be all smiling 'cause it's nearly time for that
Yeah.
break.
Someone's just said last time before the break, everyone's like, yay!
Okay, so there will be a 25-minute break.
his facial expressions. You don't teach me enough, that's why.
Very playable hand here for Keith with the King Queen offsuit. I imagine we're going to see an open here. Here it comes. Continuing with the announcing of those bets to make sure he doesn't put in too many chips again.
King Jack. I think he's just going to defend.
I feel like Will's going to double up before the break.
Get that feeling of you.
I have that feeling.
You got that feeling.
I think going to say Will's going to be heads up by the break.
Yeah, King Jack offsuit here feels like he's a little bit too good to 3-bet. It's a bit of a waste if you 3-bet and get 4-bet off of it. It's going to play very well against the range that you'd expect Keith to be opening with. This is an interesting flop.
Yeah, 2 overs and a gut shot for both players.
Up and down straight draw for
Up and
Ben.
down for Ben.
Up and down, sorry, yeah. King.
Yeah, just goes check, check.
If you're Ben and you're the I know, Keith opened, right?
Yeah, Keith opened. I think that's it.
I think this flop hits Ben's range a lot of the time here.
Which I think is why we've seen Keith bet. I mean, Keith is not just going to randomly start firing it off on every board.
Yeah.
He's very, very good at understanding players' ranges. And this is a board where he's not going to expect to be able to just fire people off hands. So he can check back the flop and pretty safely call a small bet. I mean, Ben has been making some pretty small bets in some of the previous pots that we've seen. I think he's gone ahead and done the same thing here. So I'd be pretty surprised to see Keith fold here with 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts.
Yeah.
Or a gut shot to the nuts straight at least.
Problem is he won't want to catch a queen.
Though he won't want to catch a queen.
I guess he may not be worried about his opponent having a jack if they didn't bet the flop.
What was that?
I think it will just go bet call.
I imagine so. That's actually it's the queen of clubs.
Yeah.
And it will depend on the sizing that Ben chooses here. I think if Ben chooses to go big, Keith might be able to find a fold here because it's really hard to pick out a bluff that.
Yeah, he's beaten
that
by
Ben
any
can have.
10.
Tough for Ben
Obviously,
to bet
any
big
jack.
too.
Ben just everything's got there. You know, like the bottom end of the straight, the 7 hasn't got there, but that's basically it. Like the jack's got there, the flush draw's got there. So it depends on the sizing that he chooses here. If he chooses to go really big,
Yeah,
I think that's excellent sizing. I think that's excellent sizing. I'd be surprised to see Keith fold to this. Although if he does, I think it would probably be for that reason that it's kind of hard to pick out the bluffs that are.
I think he'd be more worried about a club than he will the jack if Ben's checked the flop.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he can still have. I think Ben can still have loads of jack X's. He can have loads of like various different club draws. He can still have 10. Like I think he would possibly choose this sizing with a 10 too.
Yep. Yeah.
I think he would probably choose to go bigger if he had a full house. But there's still a chance he would choose to take this sizing with those. There's a lot of really good stuff that Ben can have here, and there's not too many what I would call natural bluffs that he can have. I mean, the 7 is a natural bluff, but possibly he wouldn't choose this sizing with one of those if he was going to do it. Try and make it a bit bigger to try and get him to fold hands like the one he's got. I don't know. I think it's possible to sniff this out, although it can go either way. Because I definitely think Ben can be bluffing in this spot. I mean,
I think if it was just that it wasn't the queen of clubs, then it would be much easier.
The queen of spades is the queen of spades. I think is a much easier call because then he can have all of the missed club draws. Yeah.
Yeah, he's made the call.
And you can't blame him for it.
No, but I mean his bet sizing looks like he's value betting.
Yeah.
As well.
That's a big pot for Ben.
Yeah, it's a big pot for Ben, but it's barely a dent in Keith.
Well, it's 3-4 million off his stack.
Just before the break too, so it's not going to affect him mentally. I don't think too much.
No.
I'd definitely have fucked that hand up again.
So there's quite a rail here.
I reckon the best hand I played was the one I stacked off in.
Yeah, these are all pretty well-known guys and pretty popular guys.
And it'll get even bigger now that the
level fish cups come to an end for day one.
The rail will get pretty big.
Yeah, there'll be some people hanging out and drinking and getting all excited.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's got 2 of them.
Still thinking about the queens against the aces.
Yeah, that's such a brutal spot, but full credit to Will. He's managed to regain his composure very quickly, and he's still going.
The double up helped.
Still grinding away. The double up did help.
Oh, here we go.
Good in context while we're about to develop a limping strategy.
10 bigs.
An ace. Three-handed.
You're just shipping it in. Oh, he's in the big blind, sorry.
He's in the big blind, yeah.
It's like a raise from Ben.
Yeah, all in.
Yep.
Yeah. He hasn't snapped.
Oh,
Well, he has
he
snapped
has.
now. I think
He
he's going to
has.
be in king, queen, or bad shape.
King 9.
King 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ray's called it off for 10 bigs or so, just
Said
under.
I had that feeling.
Okay,
Feel the double up.
the old 60-40. Can he hold up? Oh,
That's a good start for Ben.
an ace from space. Or will not make the break.
3 outs for Will.
Oi, oi.
That's one of them.
And there we
That's
go.
one of those 3 outs. See if the same thing works the other way around. 5 outs of Ben. And that's not one of them.
Ben's thinking he's running bad here.
Yeah.
Twice he's doubled him up. And
Same
Will-
expression though at the same time.
Yeah, he
Just,
doesn't
"I wanna
change.
go home.
Yeah, well, he knows it's just the situation that plays itself. And
Excellent close-up of that nose. That's quite some nose.
well, that's going to be that's good news, really, if we think about it for Keith. Because while those two keep going to war, he can chip up.
I get my 27 million back and start again.
Well, there you go.
They're starting to level out though.
It's starting to level out again. We're going to have a blind jump pretty soon though. When that after the break, we're going back to what, 400?
4-8.
4-8, I would assume with 100k.
4-8.
What's the next level?
So that's gonna change things again.
Right. I need
It's gonna put if stacks stay the same, that's gonna put Keith as the big stack on 30 bigs.
trusted.
I don't know. I think 410's looking pretty good.
Well,
It's gonna be a sweat between those. 110 was way out.
well, we're going to take a break, 25 minutes, so we're going to be back for the next level at 3. It's such a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah.
You know,
So
you
tough
get in,
mentally.
You
I mean,
come
Yeah.
to that 9 and you just sink, and all of a sudden, boom! It hits the ace, and you're up.
yeah, you've been grinding it out for 2 or 3 days, and it's all come down to this.
I mean, I don't know about you, but once you finish playing a tournament, whatever the result, it's kind of, even if once you win an event, it sounds really strange. I mean, all I wanted to do was go home and sleep, and the next day it hit me, and I woke up.
I don't
and
know.
I was happy.
Yeah, I
The
can't
first
say that
thing to-
I'm like that.
The first decent tournament score I had, I stayed up all night. With had the check sat on my table, stayed up all night, and was there at the bank as soon as it opened the next day, cashing it in. And then I crashed and slept for a good 2 or 3 days.
It's just, it takes a lot out of you.
It
these-
does,
these
yeah.
days.
It really, really does. That was
Even when you're
hell of a
like in
slog.
the middle of the tournaments and you're on adrenaline a lot of the time, you don't sleep very much.
No, I had one not that long ago where I made day 3 of a tournament, and that was brutal. I mean, that was like 10, 12-hour days for 2 days, and then quite long drives and not much sleep because you're all excited about making a day.
Yeah.
It's so hard to sleep when you're excited
It
about
is.
making the next day. And I remember walking into day 3 of that, and everyone looked shattered. Just no one looked very happy. Everyone was sort of
Tired,
drinking the
yeah.
Red Bull and having
Yeah.
the coffee and trying to like muster up some energy for the next
It's
next few
actually,
hours.
I actually sent Will Kasufa a message before his final day in the World Series, and I said, listen, if there's any advice I can give you, it's turn your mobile phone off. You're not going to be able to sleep, but you need to just unwind.
Switch off, yeah.
Yeah.
Switch off, put a film on, just sit there with your partner and just relax and
Yeah.
have fun, but just turn off all your technology and just focus and visualize and just try and relax, because you're going to be way too excited to sleep. But
Yeah.
just even if you just have a bit of you time and just unwind, it's
I still
really
feel that way
important to
after I have
conserve that energy.
After I have a big session either way, because obviously I don't really do it so much with the tournaments, but if I have a big session either way playing cash or an interesting spot that's sort of stuck in my head, I can sometimes find it difficult to sleep.
Yeah, I can't go home and sleep. I have to.
Yeah, it takes me a while to switch off. I mean, I've been here some nights when we've not left till like 6 a.m., 6 a.m. It's a good hour and 20-minute drive for me. Even when I get home, I sometimes think I could just stay up for a few more hours now. I can't just switch off.
Yeah, there's been a few times where there's been a particular pot or a particular situation that's been bothering me. It doesn't even have to be one that I've played, but it could be one that someone else has shown me that they wanted to talk about, and I've ended up staying up for hours and hours running it and trying to work out what the thing to do is. That's one of the things I love about poker, just trying to work it out. Someone gives you a spot where you're like, I don't know what to do here. Give me a few days and I'll get back to you.
So many dynamics, though, to...
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why live is somewhere like it's so hard to comment on when someone tries to talk about hands they've played live. It's so difficult to comment on them because there's so many more dynamics. So much of it is player dependent and situation dependent.
Yeah, and there's so many live tells as well.
Yeah.
That unless you're in that situation, you can't pick up on yourself.
Yeah, the amount of hands I've played live that are just crazy, and you think if that you would never really be in a situation to do online, but you can. There are reasons for it that you don't find, as you say, like live tells or game flow of some sort that you just see so much more clearly when you play live.
9 high like a boss.
Been waiting for that one all night.
But I like the fact here that Keith bet this flop and Ben peeled. Okay, 25-minute break, guys. We'll be back.
See you in a bit.
Show some highlights. See you soon.
Welcome everyone to the WPT500 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Time to get this party started. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
He came in.
13 bigs today, I think he
yeah,
started day
this is
three.
seventh in, yeah.
Or was that for day? I read on one of his posts.
He did, yep, 13 bigs, and even the final table, he was 7th in chips, I think. So it just goes to show anything can happen.
I think some of these guys, this is what you don't get from just seeing a final table. Some of these guys have been playing short stack poker basically all day, so they're going to be so comfortable in this position and so used to what they're doing.
Marion with a hand again.
Yep.
It's got about 10 bigs there, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 mil. Do you prefer an all-in here, or?
Yeah.
1,150,000.
Stop hands maybe like Jack
Although he's
10,
being very consistent.
Yeah,
he's opening his entire range. It's not just he's not changing it up depending on what hand he has, which is it's good to be really consistent. If you're going to shove, you should just shove all the time. If you're going to raise, then yeah, just continue to raise all the time.
I mean, into anyone else's big blind except Will, because Will can peel a lot. I mean, hands like this is the exact scenario. Will is always going to peel.
That's what's going to happen. I expect Will probably is going to peel here. We're going to see a flop.
First flop for a while.
Yeah. To the streets.
Here we go.
Queen high, 2 hearts.
Oh, you don't ask for much. Well, that's going to be bad news for Marion.
Well, that is very bad news for Marion. He's going to find it very hard to get away from this. And dare I say, I think he might be doing something wrong if he gets away from it at these stack depths.
I mean, he's probably. I mean, with his stack size, he's
all in.
There it is.
There it is, all in.
And snap.
Yep.
Cool. Just asking if Will was going to clean them out one by one.
Yeah, it looks like it's happening here. I think Will's in an excellent position here to take another scalp. Keep building that stack.
Yeah, Marion, the man at risk. Well, that's bad news. Well, it's the same scenario.
It doesn't make a difference.
Got to catch the ace or the 7.
Make a difference. Wry smile there from Marion.
It's
there
not
we go.
to be. Congratulations.
It wasn't really his final table, was it? But congratulations, Marion.
20k.
Yeah.
Absolutely, £20,000.
I believe that's now Marion's biggest ever cash, and he's also got himself a seat into the main event, so there's chances for other things to happen from here on in.
We're down to 5.
Down to 5.
Down to 5.
I think, talking about grinding, I came back into day 2. 48,000 chips from my first bullet.
Myself an extra, what, 13k, something like that here, something like that?
Yeah, 27 to 40.
Wasn't to be.
So guys, I will be streaming tomorrow night on our Party Poker channel, which is Party Poker TV on Twitch. If you guys can follow us on there. I'll be streaming from 7 o'clock. I will be joined at some point by Mike Sexton and Tony Dunst, and potentially Will Kassouf if he is not still in the Devilfish Cup.
So you'll have Will Kassouf for sure.
Hopefully. we will see. I think on the next break, if we make it that far, I'll probably do a roundup of the Devilfish Cup and see what the stack sizes are like and give you guys a bit of an update from that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, put the pressure on.
Yeah, Will's just jammed into 2
And it's
short
called
stacks.
Snapped off from Ben, obviously, with the 7s.
Yep.
Is in great shape, Ben. Patience has paid off.
Oh, not yet. Oh, we got 5 cards to come. Yeah,
You know what they say?
That's early.
Deuces never loses.
Commentator's curse.
Well,
well.
how many hearts were there?
2?
No, 2
Disaster.
diamonds.
Disaster.
Well, just in case.
just quads.
3.7. It's more.
That was
3, 5.
He's going to be a bit happier now. Now he's doubled up as well. Taking a little bit of the pressure off of him, although he's still not got too much. But what did that look? 8.1 he's ended up with now?
That's 3.6. 6.2 plus the big blind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the game.
Yeah?
Yes.
Big blind chat.
Yeah, I don't know when they were.
Before my time too.
Yeah, it makes me feel old when I think that's 17 years ago. Wow.
Same other thing, where was I 17 years ago?
School.
It's up there.
Not at this time.
Sleep ready for school.
What did I want to do 17 years ago?
Tucked away in your Thomas the Tank Engine bed sheets, probably.
Yeah.
In the car bed.
Yeah.
What did I want to be 17 years ago? Probably a dinosaur.
Well, in about 25 years you will be.
Maybe even less.
Oh, wow. John has
Maybe.
just moved in. He's been snap called from Keith.
With the ace king. Excellent spot for Keith.
Oh, shaking
don't
hands.
shake it.
Yeah, stand up, put your code on for the extra 2%.
Yeah, I feel like this is a mistake from John. If he's still
Oh, he's still
sitting
sat down.
that's an error.
Yeah, you need all the help you can get. Oh, but there's still the 6.
He does have a 6 king.
The king. Or running higher pair. Diamond would be a good card for John.
King 6 over 9.
Yeah, any 9, any 6, any king.
Can Keith upset John's knight? Oh, there it is. An upset.
We all did that. We all did exactly the same face when we saw that.
Congratulations there to John. He did come in to the final table, a short stack with just under 4 million.
Done an excellent job of laddering his way up there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pretty cruel. But that is poker. You've got to think, well, he was behind. He takes 27,000.
Extra 20 bigs deep, I think we'd see a very, very different final table. A lot more pots, a lot more people opening, and certainly there's been a few situations where people have made folds that I think they probably don't want to make and would much rather be either 3-betting or playing their hands.
Yes.
But due to the stack sizes, they've been forced to take the tight option and fold. This is a lovely playable hand for Jav here. I feel like at this point he's going to need to start getting these hands in. He's not got too long left being four-handed before the blinds come all the way back round.
No. There we go.
Yeah, here we go. He's realised the same thing as we have. He needs to start making things happen. Oh,
Will's asked
Will's
for a
thanking.
count. Yeah, Will's just going to reship.
Yeah, I think he probably is too. He might decide to flat on the basis that he doesn't think anyone behind is going to shove without a good hand, but I think I agree with you. I think reshipping makes the most sense here.
Because if you're going to call the reship,
Yeah, because you
make them
can't
fold
exactly
tens.
you can't exactly put 5 million in
Yeah.
there and then fold to a shove. So you might as well try and get people out. Keith is going to take just a second to have a look at his pair and then throw it in the muck.
The other flip side is with the stack that he's got, he knows if he just calls the 4.5 million here, he's going to see all 5 cards.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. He's 15 million. It was a third of his stack. And Will Davies, a big favourite to get this three-handed. But this Jav, he stayed alive. He's picked up a gut shot. Oh no, gut
Nope,
shot's
that's
no
not
good.
a good. It's not a good one. He's got 3 outs.
Running diamonds or a 9.
Doesn't really change anything.
See,
Still
pair
got
of
3
5s
outs.
there for just announcing it is 5s.
Yeah.
Just the sweat on the river. Oh,
There we
upside
go. Unlucky
down.
Jav. He did an
Yeah.
extremely good job though of
He
coming in
did,
short
and laddering up.
laddering up to a whole £40,000. That's an
Yeah,
excellent cash from Jav, one of the
£40,000.
regulars here.
That's going to be one of his biggest cashes. It's a superb weekend for Javid. 4th place at the WPT 500 here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, very well done. Second shortest stack coming into this final table, laddered his way all the way up to 4.
So I'm going to assume that he's out.
Or maybe he's got so many chips he thought he'd just take a walk.
I don't know if that's his style.
Have a stretch, go get a drink and a chocolate
Have a
bar.
brag outside, yeah.
Yeah.
King 3. Going to open the button with that stack all day. 1.5.
Looks like he's going to go for it. He's tanking.
1.4.
1.4 million.
And William, can he find?
Oh,
Oh,
That's not a bad hand.
ladies.
unfortunately, Keith hasn't got.
This is a 3
big
bet
of
or
a
a
hand.
shove. I'm not entirely sure what
It's
Will's
interesting.
stack looks like
He
at this point.
flatted with the aces. He knows Keith is aggressive.
Yes.
I think this is a very different spot. I think this is just a 3 bet. I think this is a very different situation to the pot with the aces.
He could also 3-bet, and if Keith really had a hand, he's 3-betting to get it in.
Yeah,
And that's what he's done.
yeah. I think this is good.
Small bottle of water, please.
Oh, I was just about to say, I was about to
Oh
joke with you
my
guys.
God.
I kid you not, I was about to say, and Ben's
Okay.
woken up with aces just because you were both looking down.
Lower all in.
Oh, this is just brutal for Will.
Yeah, and Ben didn't slow roll and didn't take his time over it at all. Knew that he was calling it
Such
off,
a
and that is
caller.
disgusting.
That's just sigh.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
But that's poker.
That's a really bad way
Yeah.
to go for Will. I don't think he's done too much wrong here at all.
Done nothing wrong.
He's just found some really bad spots. Other people have made decisions against him they wouldn't have done otherwise. That is disgusting. Didn't want to see it go this way.
I think Will could be at risk.
I think whoever loses this pot is crippled.
There's the king.
No backdoors. Yeah, Keith,
Keith, what are you doing, mate?
Keith, the man in form.
What are you doing, mate? Just flick it in
Be a
one time.
deuce on
end
the
it here.
turn. No. There's no hearts
much help.
with either hand. 2 outer,
Yeah, right, a little smile there from Will.
and it's not to be. And
It's not to be.
massive congratulations to. Oh no, Will still left in, I think.
Is he still in? I think it's very,
It's gonna
very
be close.
close.
Yeah.
It's super close. Someone is crippled.
Yeah, he lost his 9 and
Just
a
a
half.
sick caller.
Such a cruel game.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's 1. He's got
Keith,
about 4
Keith
mil
quietly
left.
buzzing. Sitting there looking at it thinking, yeah, this is good for me. I'm happy with this. Hanging out and drinking and getting all excited.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's got 2 of them.
Still thinking about the queens against the aces.
Yeah, that's such a brutal spot, but full credit to Will. He's managed to regain his composure very quickly and he's still going,
Double up helped.
still grinding away. The double up did help.
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't look good in context while we're about to develop a limping strategy.
10 bigs.
An ace. 3-handed.
You're just shipping it in. Oh, he's in the big blind, sorry.
He's in the big blind, yeah.
It's like a raise from Ben.
Yeah, all in.
Yep.
Yeah. He hasn't snapped.
Oh,
Well, he has
he
snapped
has.
now. I think
He
he's going to
has.
be in king, queen, or bad shape.
King 9.
King 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ray's called it off for 10 bigs or so, just
Said
under.
I had that feeling.
Okay,
I feel a double up.
the old 60-40. Can he hold up? Oh,
That's a good start for Ben.
an ace from space. Or will not make the break.
3 outs for Will.
Oi, oi.
That's one of them.
There we
That's
go.
one of those 3 outs. See if the same thing works the other way around. 5 outs of Ben. And that's not one of them.
Ben's thinking he's running bad here.
Yeah.
Twice he's doubled him up. And
Same
Will-
expression though at the same time.
Yeah, he
Just,
doesn't
"I wanna
change.
go home.
Yeah, well, he knows it's just the situation that plays itself. And
Excellent close-up of that nose. That's quite some nose.
well, that's going to be...
Welcome everyone to the WPT500 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Time to get this party started. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
The best seat in the casino on my left, isn't he? So he's got the best seat in the casino on my left. He'll be all right.
Welcome back, everybody. And we're about to kick off again. As you can hear, their blinds are going to be coming back at 400,000, 800,000, with a 100,000 ante, I believe.
So we're down to the last 3 and the WPT500 at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, to give you a quick run through, we've got seat number 1 is Keith Cummins. Seat number 2 is Will Davies. Seat number 3, Ben Windsor.
As you can see by the stacks, Keith currently has the chip lead. I think he'll have around 30 big blinds now the blinds have gone up.
Something like that. I think he had about 24 million before we left for this break. Something like that. I think we have had a colour up. I think we are just down to white chips now by the looks of things.
Make it a little bit easier for us to count stacks.
Yeah. And here we go. King Queen offsuit on the button for Ben. I think he's going to be playing this one here. And he's coming for a min raise. There we go. Players have had a little bit of time to regroup, maybe have a quick shot of coffee or something.
Yeah, Ben looks a little bit more lively than he did before.
Yeah, he does.
I might have to join them on the coffee soon.
Depends how long it takes, we'll see.
As we expected, the rail out there has got rather lively now that the Devilfish Cup has finished for the day.
Yeah, I think everybody's either playing cash games, moved into the marquee, or is now currently railing the tournament.
Yeah.
As we said, all of these guys are pretty popular guys with some people in the club that are going to be funking for them to win.
We're just waiting for numbers to come through so we can let you guys that are asking about how many winners there were in the Devilfish Cup know.
Yeah, we are still checking the Twitch comments, so if you do have anything you want to say, anybody you want to wish good luck, just let us know.
Ben will call here.
And we're going to see a flop. Bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw for Keith. Don't imagine he's going to be going anywhere. In keeping with how he's been playing so far, we see him check back. Personally, I quite like to see a bet there.
I think I would definitely be betting there.
I think we've got quite a lot to protect against there, like exactly what happened here. So if Keith just goes ahead and bets the flop, then he gets the king 5 out. And pretty much like most of the hands that Ben's going to have are going to have 2 overcards to Keith's pair. So personally, I think I'd quite like to see a little bet for protection there with the.
Ben will put in a small bet here.
Keith calls. Keith calls and looks a little bit unhappy about it.
Ben Windsor, the short stack for so long. Looks like the momentum is back.
Yeah, I think he's played excellently at this final table. He's been so patient, really kept his composure, didn't he, all the way through being that short stack. Ground his way up through a good couple of pay jumps, and now that he's not got any ICM pressure on him anymore, he's doing his thing. He's building his stack.
Absolutely a 3-tier tower with 100k chips.
It's what you see from a lot of the great players. They're sitting there grinding away, and then you go to the loo, you pop back, and all of a sudden they've got all of the chips. You got no idea how they did it. I remember Julian Thew used to be like that a lot. You'd see him grinding away, and then you'd pop off for a minute, come back, and he just had all of the chips.
Simon Deadman was another one.
Deadman's another one who does that.
Now Shola.
Yeah, now Shola. All of a sudden they find their spot and they take everybody to school.
Absolutely, she was one of the big chip leaders coming through today too. Keith here.
Yeah, they've been turning up at the club quite a lot recently. Simon's been playing some of the bigger cash games. Shola's been playing some of the PLO games.
Yeah,
I think some
PLO.
of the Hold'em games too.
She's quite open in the PLO.
Yeah.
Not afraid to put chips in, put pressure on. Can Keith do the same? And here it is.
There it comes.
I didn't quite hear what he said.
4 million, I think, is what he said there. 4.4 million. There we go. And it's just going to get through.
He says, I've had enough of this guy.
Yeah. Remember who the boss at this table is. It's not you.
Of course, a couple of things just to mention to you guys. Of course, we've got literally the WPT Prague Festival. Of course, there's the WPT Caribbean. There's a big satellite this evening.
It's in a couple of weeks now.
Yeah, you can buy a package directly here at Dusk Till Dawn, either $6,000 or $8,000. And the schedule for Prague, which is also coming up. It starts on the 29th of November. There's a deep stack, there's a satellite live, the WPT main event is a €3,000 buy-in. There we go. Is there a guarantee here?
Rejoining the action here, we've had a open from Keith and a call from Ben, and we've seen this flop. Keith flops a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, not a bad flop for ace-4 of spades.
It's not a bad flop at all.
I think that WPT's off to DeVille after that.
1.4.
Yeah, we've got a C-bet from Keith, keeping the pressure on, keeping the betting lead. And he gets it through. Very nice. Straight back onto it after losing that pot just after the break. Straight back on the horse.
Got the chips back.
Winning pots. Yep.
Yeah, December sees the WPT National heading to DeVille. All the information on the worldpokertour.com under WPTN. It's chip leader. 31 bigs and chip leader. Time to finish the job.
Yeah, we've still got plenty to play here at Dusk Till Dawn over the next week or so for this WPT festival. This was the tournament to kick it off here, the 500 WPT National. We've got the Devilfish Cup going on at the moment. I believe it's day 2 of that. When's
Day 2 is tomorrow.
Day 2 of that is tomorrow, so day 1 just finished.
4 levels worth of late registration.
Yeah, so if you can still play that tomorrow if you want to for the first couple of levels. We've also got the World Poker Tour main event coming on next week. I think we've got a day 1 tomorrow. We've got another day 1 on Thursday, I think. Or have I got that wrong?
Yeah, I think day 1's on Wednesday. Day 1A is Wednesday. Day 1B is Thursday. Day 2.
Yeah, day 2 is Friday.
Friday. Yeah.
Yep.
And then the deep stack again, the monthly deep stack.
Yeah, they've got a monthly deep stack going on this weekend too. So if you are about and you want to fancy a bit of poker this weekend, there's all sorts of things to choose from, all different buy-in levels. Of course, there'll be cash games running throughout the club as well. So
yeah, plenty of cash games. There's something for everybody at the moment. There's
absolutely all sorts of different stakes as well.
Yeah, all the way from 1-1 up into 25.50.
Probably up until that high. Yeah, you can whatever you fancy, you can find it. Whether it's pot limit, Omaha, Hold'em,
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice even?
Dealer's
Yeah,
choice
dealer's choice
game
even.
going on
Fun one to go.
tonight.
Yeah, a couple of big games in the Tricket Room.
Raise
Yeah.
1.6.
And they are putting posters up for double vodka Red Bulls for a $5. They're calling it the Devilfish. That was his drink. So they're renaming the drink at the bar.
The Devilfish.
Special promotion. Double VNR for a $5. Look at that, he's folded to the min. Can Will bounce back? Kind of feel if he picks up kings and walks into aces, he's just going to go find a bridge.
Oh, he's done very well. He's. I think the thing you can say with a lot of those big pots in tournaments, just try and have enough so that you can survive the cooler. Try and make sure you've accumulated enough chips so that when it goes wrong, and at some point over, you know, the many hours of poker that people have played in this tournament, 3 full days these guys are going to have played by the end of this. At some point, you're going to get unlucky. So you've just got to do your best to make sure you've got enough chips so that when you do get unlucky, you survive and you can rebuild. And that's what Will's managed to do.
I'd rather get unlucky 3-handed than 30-handed.
Yeah.
That's my favourite hand right there. The 3 deuce of hearts. The Zimbly.
Zimbly.
Did he pick out? That's what they used to call it in the...
Somebody's just asking when day 2 of the deep stack is. I'm just going to have a look now.
Sunday,
Day 2 is on the Sunday.
I believe.
Okay.
There'll probably be a turbo heat in the morning.
Probably will be.
A turbo day 1. That's the...
I'm guessing it will play out through Sunday night to Monday morning, then it'll be finished.
about 6 a.m.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, if you're free this weekend and you fancy some poker, check out the DTD Club website. They've got the full schedule up on there. If you just want to play for a day,
£300 turbo as well on Sunday.
yeah. If you can just want to play for one day, come on down to the club and we'll find something for you. All sorts of tournaments, cash games, all sorts of things on. Take your pick. Seems to have quietened down a bit. It seems to have quietened down a little bit. Coming back from the break.
I guess
Keith's
there's
on
going to
the
be a lot of opens and a lot of folding, I guess, now.
Yeah. Maybe if we can get a few more of those beers in, Keith, we could see the game open up a little bit.
Maybe. Or a few more of those coolers.
Yeah, well, let's get the devilfish in him. A couple of the devilfishes in him.
I think something we did actually in a cash game that we streamed from the commentary booth. It was quite dull, so we sent the table a shot of tequilas and let them know it came from the commentary booth.
Make it more exciting. That's a good idea. I've commentated on a few of the cash games here. That's a good idea.
Yeah, very different to do it in a tournament, I guess, 3-handed.
I feel like it should reach it. If it gets to 4 o'clock and no one's bust out and it's all been pretty boring, we'll start sending shots to the table every 10 minutes.
Well, at 4 o'clock it's going to be 600k 1.2. So there's not really
It's
much
just,
left.
yeah.
To be fair. And Ben has been more animated in the last 5 minutes than he's been for the last 5 hours.
Which is excellent news for him. I mean, if the other guys are getting a bit tired, and he's now coming into his own, he's now woken up and is with it. That's excellent news for him.
All in.
$8.8 million. Very tough to call it off with ace deuce, but it is 10 bigs. Just trying to look at the action here. Did Keith limp here?
I think he must have,
Yeah, he must have made it 1.6.
Min raised, yeah.
I mean, he does know that Will will shove with king, queen, king, jack, king 10 suited, but still, you've got to... They're the only real few hands that you're beating. The rest of them, it's 3 outs.
but even to call, and if Will has a hand exactly like he has, still 60. We can see the numbers on the screen, 55-45. It's a pretty big chunk of his stack
Yeah. I think he may
in
show
big
it to
blinds.
Will is praying for a fold. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a fold here.
Call.
What do I know? Will, he looked a bit surprised at the call. Will at risk. It's not a good flop so far. He can't watch. I guess maybe he just decided this is my shot to win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shove there with King Jack suited every day. He's not done anything wrong. He's played extremely well.
Yeah. He's got to find the cowboy or the joker. Boom! Will Davies. He's had a few callers, but he's just hit a 6-outer. And Keith, that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden,
Those stacks are going to be very level.
we have a real game.
Really should have been more excited, shouldn't I? Like the stream, just like two
Ben,
classes, like,
Ben was looking forward to a heads-up match. It's pretty rough there for Keith, but it's poker. Yeah. So he's Keith now the short stack.
Keith's a short stack.
Keith must be the short stack now.
I'm
15 million is the average. A bit
think it
more
must be
actually.
close.
18 million is average. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 for Ben. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 8. I think they've got about 18 million each.
It's all levelled out a bit.
Looks that
yeah,
way.
it will be interesting to see.
Well, Will picks up the ace deuce. So Matt was away there.
I was. What did I miss?
Keith opened.
Keith min-raised from the button, and Will shove from the small blind with King Jack suited. Keith tanked for a very long time, decided to call with ace 2. And
Did not
Will
win.
rivered a jack.
Okay, so stacks have evened out properly.
Yep. They all seem to have very similar looking towers right now.
then? Yeah.
Ben's got a slightly bigger bit on the top of his than the other two, but I guess
That's
gives
part
us
of it,
some
though, isn't
idea.
it? That's the idea, isn't it? Have a little bit of a bigger tower than everybody else. Yeah, maybe. That's a good thought.
Misconception.
That's a good thought. I've also got to be feeling pretty good about himself. He's been grinding it out. He's managed to keep
Yeah.
his composure. He's got to feel pretty good right now. He can just keep on going, fade the callers, let someone else get called next time instead of him.
I mean, I think whichever player here wins deserves the win. I think all three
Absolutely.
of them
They've
have
all
played,
three have played really well.
played a fantastic final. All three players.
Absolutely. It's kind of a shame that it feels like this is going to come down to some callers at some point.
Unfortunately, it has to.
Yeah.
Pair over pair, 2 high cards v the pair. Even ace-6 beat ace-jack.
It's going to become very much this again. The raise, the all-in.
15 bigs.
Yeah, with the stacks this even. Interesting to see what Ben decides to do here, because if we had Keith call it off with the ace-2 not that long ago, it'll be interesting to see what Ben does. If Ben feels like he's got an edge over these two guys, then I feel like he can fold this sort of spot.
Thing is, he knows Keith is able to do this a lot wider.
Then ace-jack.
But like you say, he just wants to be able to keep putting pressure on.
yeah, if he's winning a lot of pots uncontested and he feels good about his game, maybe he feels like the other guys are getting a little bit tired. That's a pretty good reason for him to not take anything marginal, and that would be pretty marginal. To remind everybody watching, the payouts here, third place is going to take home 60 grand. Second place is going to take home 90. First place 150. Big significant pay jumps here, but everyone's already got a pretty significant amount of money too. I think with the stacks this even, no one's going to want to be the first out. Feel like we might end up having the blinds do it for us.
I think you could be right too.
No, with the 1 hour clock, it's going to take a while for the blinds to do it.
Yeah, there's still a fair bit of play left, isn't it? I mean, it's not like we're not seeing flops; we're still seeing flops. And you know, all of these guys. Keith certainly has already shown that he wants to make moves and try and make things happen. So there's a reasonable chance that he could, you know, make a push for it here and try and emerge as the chip leader.
It's not a bad spot for Ben to raise here.
No, I definitely like a raise here.
Yeah, we've not been seeing as many people barreling. I think they all sort of know each other and respect each other.
I think if it was ace-3, it's ace of diamonds, three of spades.
Yeah, maybe we see a raise then.
It would be much easier to raise there.
Check.
Do you think Ben's got a bet now?
I think I would bet just for all his rag hands that he was just having a stab at, like not even a big bet.
Yeah, try and avoid him pairing up with a hand like the one he's got.
900, even a 900,000.
Yeah, this is maybe one of those spots where if you ever get anything to fold, it's great news for you because whatever he's got has got some sort of equity. But the flip side is obviously there's a lot of stuff that that Will can be check raising with and check calling with too.
Exactly.
So there's risk to it as well.
Yeah. But he's been making quite a lot of small bets, so it would. And I promise you, all these three guys have got people watching the stream and feeding them information at the break.
Yeah, something I've really enjoyed actually watching from Ben, the bet sizing that he's chosen. He's chosen to do it, make a.
The blinds is 1 and 5-1. 5-1. Yeah, the blinds up 5-1.
What?
Have they shot in the levels?
What's happened here?
She just announced the blinds have gone up, 5-1.
Yeah, it's dying.
Yeah.
Maybe because of the time, maybe. But they all look shocked, usually that I've spoken to them before.
Yeah, there's some surprise there. I think we're still at 4-8 by the looks of it there.
Sometimes when you look at the screen, it tells you the next blind level, and so
Yeah.
there's a confusion.
You keep dealing with like 6 hours.
I'd be up for a half-hour clock if I'm three-handed. I mean, they actually have a rule here at DTD for their own tournaments that once they're six-handed, they shorten the clock because you're getting more hands in. All in the fella. The later it gets, the bigger the crowd get, the more drinks they've had.
Yeah.
But that's how it should be when we're down to the last three, when the head's up, when we crown a champion, there should be a, you know, it's good to have a lot of people
Cocktails
watching.
and beer and
You know, most of the time on a Monday evening, or a Tuesday morning, should we say, you win a tournament, there's no one left in the club to cheer you on.
Yeah, that's no good. I think the English rails are famous for it, aren't they, out in Vegas? I think we've had a few quite noisy, quite loud rails. I think when Barney won his bracelet, that was quite a loud rail that he had watching him there. We're certainly quite good at that, I think. We're quite good at getting a bit leery.
Being rowdy, the Brits. Like you say, there's going to be a lot of open and folds. It's basically who's going to run good, who can hold, who can win a flip.
I'm in, bro.
I think we can see from the way that they're playing, it's very unlikely a deal's been done.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like it at all, does it?
So there's the answer to the questions in the chat box.
Another pot for Ben. Will opening up here with the 10-8 offsuit. Suited ace for Ben. Expect we're probably going to see a through bet from Ben here. Suited aces just play. This feels like a hand that's a little bit too strong to be folding, and you don't necessarily want to be calling out a position here. It's a bit different if you're in the big blind with a much better pot odds. I expect we're going to see a three bet here. We might see a call. We've seen a call. Excellent work from the commentary there. And wow, look at this. Keith waking up with the nines here. Is he going to squeeze? Is he going to flat? I think either one's an option. I mean, obviously he's getting a fantastic price if he wants to try and, well, not even necessarily set mine. Nines is a little bit too good to just set mine with, but yeah, he's gone for it. He's gone for it. I think that's a pretty good shove from Keith there. He knows he's going to be comfortably ahead of both of the ranges here. Will's obviously got a fairly easy fold. Ben's in a kind of tough spot though because he knows that Keith can be shoving pretty wide. Ace-7 is not a bad hand. You can see he's looking quizzically over there at the stack, wondering how much it is.
This is second time Ben's opened and is shoved now.
Yep. And he folds. Nice. That's a nice little pot that Keith's taken down there uncontested. As the blinds start going up, these pots get more and more important. Every one of those, it's only like what 4 or 5 big blinds that he's won in that hand, but that's a lot compared to the average stack and the amount of chips there are at the table. It's enough to let him build his 5th tower.
Definitely look good enough to have hand open. Would have been interesting if Ben 3 times.
Ben finally has a hand he can now call off with.
Yeah, finally Ben's got a hand that he's going to do exactly the same thing, I imagine, that he's been doing all the way through. Hope that Keith goes after him. That's a no from Keith. A little frustrating maybe for Ben there. He's been shoved on a fair bit. Finally, he's found a hand he can call with. He gets 2 snap folds.
Yeah, no, a good hand. I said, you've got all the good cards, that's the problem.
Still comfortably building his stack up though.
Sorry about that. I'm back with you. These guys all having a laugh, smiling, which is good to see.
Bit of interaction with the rail.
I'd be smiling too if I'd locked up 60k.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
£60,000 today.
Very tidy payday for everybody.
I'm still smiling, sat eating my chips and gravy.
Chips and gravy. Till we're up north. Will's just moved in.
Yeah, he's got about 15 bigs now. A little bit more now, obviously, but had about 50 bigs to start the hand.
Standard procedure.
Yep.
I mean, it's all pretty standard now with hands and positions. These blinds. I can't hear the table chat, but guys all seem to be having. They seem quite relaxed. Like you say, 60k locked up. It's amazing how that can bring a smile to your face. You asked earlier what's going to make Keith smile.
Locking up 60k will do it.
There's the answer.
Seems that it was just as soon as we ticked over to that.
So Will's called the button here. It's called Keith. Very unlikely that Will's setting a trap on the button. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Keith have a little raise.
Check.
We've got a flop.
He's checked. I guess if he flops big, he thinks he could get paid.
That's an interesting flop. We've got 2 players here with second pair. In a situation where you wouldn't expect too many of them to have an ace in a limp pot.
I mean, Will's loving this flop because he's got a second pair where he doesn't believe his opponents will have an ace. They won't believe him for an ace on the button. So he could get called.
Yeah, and Keith, on the other hand, has got second pair with a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. He's got all sorts of good stuff going for him here. Definitely not going to be folding to 1 bet.
I don't think he needs to raise, though.
He's double checking how much he's got. It's a pretty disgusting spot for Will if he does raise, and he's shoved it in. Ooh, that is a disgusting spot for Will.
But he's going to move in with all his flush draws.
Yeah, all of his straight draws potentially too.
Yeah. He won't imagine. I mean, if he did have a rag ace, he may have just checked the blind.
Yeah, possibly maybe some hands like this. You would not. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you'd expect to see him stick it in here with a raggy ace all that often. You'd maybe expect him to call instead.
So it does look more drawy. He's a massive favourite, but he doesn't know it.
On the flip side, he's got all of the pressure put all of the pressure back on Will here. Will's not in a very nice spot here.
Keith's
Sitting here.
edge at this final table is he has put max pressure on his opponents at every opportunity.
Absolutely, and he's been consistently getting better hands than his to fold. And Will's now got to decide whether he wants to call off his tournament life with second pair in a spot where he could be in really bad shape.
I mean, if he is against a flush draw with 2 overs, he's basically taking the flip.
Little smile from Keith. Maybe a bit of a trying to put out a reverse live tail there.
Yeah, I think after the ace 8 hand earlier, Will probably knows about that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We've got to remember that all these players are getting the information.
Aces, does he not just shove?
Pre
Yeah, pre.
and ace rags, are they just going to call? So I think Will, if Will could see he had a flush draw with 2 overs, would he call? And if the answer is yes, I think
Yeah, does he really want to flip for it here? I feel like this looks quite a lot like a draw from Keith, even though it's not.
Look at,
But he's done it again. He's done it again.
Hats off to Keith here. Hats on for Keith.
Again.
He's done it.
Consistently getting better hands to fold all the way through. Really has come out and been aggressive. He certainly hasn't been playing what you would call standard poker here.
Chips in the booth, chips on the table. Keith could have virtually been down and out there.
Could have been.
There was no raise pre, so there was 2.4, 2.7 in pre-flop, and we'll bet, I think, about $1 million on the flop.
Something like that. 1.2, I think the bet on the flop was something like that.
2.7, 3, 4 is 5 million in there. I think it's a very tough fold.
It's a very tough fold. I feel like that's a fold that he might regret later. Obviously, when he sees it again, he's going to regret it because he's going to see he had the best hand. But I feel like when he thinks about that and he thinks about the range of hands that that Keith could have there, I think he might have decided, he might have wanted to call that off.
Yeah.
But then again, do you really want to grind for 3 days to call off for your tournament life with second pair?
Just in that scenario.
Yeah, I think
Ace 7, 5.
this is what Keith's thinking, isn't it? He's thinking that it's really, really, really hard for Will to have an ace there because you'd expect him to shove with it pre, given his stack size. So that kind of makes it a bit easier for Keith to raise because he doesn't expect to see an ace very often when he does. Which, on the flip side of that,
it makes it easier for them to put the pressure on him.
It does, and the flip side of that is that it's the situation that Will's in is he's quite a long way up his range with made hands there. I mean, so that's an argument for him calling because he's not going to have very many ace X's there because he's going to shove most of them pre. I don't know. I feel like he's going to regret that one. Obviously, when he sees it, he will. But
these two, there's nothing that separates them. Will is to fall victim to be third place. His chips will divide the two guys heads up.
I don't know if you guys can hear that there, but I've just heard someone has announced that they are not allowed to do any deals. That has been confirmed. So no deals allowed as per the Dusk Till Dawn rules.
He doesn't look too happy.
That's not good news for Will.
We'll just swap 10% instead.
Yeah.
Action on. Oh, he won't. There's a chance the others could clash.
That's a good hand. That's a good hand, and these are the two big stacks now.
Ben is no fool.
I really like this limping strategy. This is excellent work. I just really, as someone who really enjoys playing deep stack poker, and I think that if you think that you have a post flop edge, then it's obviously much better to be playing deeper. The cash player in me really likes this. Really likes the way that Ben is trying to play small ball poker. He's trying to really take it to people with his bet sizing, not step out too much.
Step out of line. We have to see a flop.
It'll be interesting to see if Ben continues this, if he does pick up a big hand like ace king, like king, something like that in this spot.
He's got a double gunner ball here, Keith.
As that's a pretty good flop for Keith and a pretty good flop for Ben as well.
For some action.
I think we might see Ben take a stab here, yeah. He's going to continue doing what he has been. He's going to take a small stab for, what's that, about a third part? Is that 800 he put out there? Yeah. 40%-ish.
Snap call. I think Natalia's just spilt gravy down her.
But we're not going to tell anybody. We'll keep that one a secret.
They want photos in the chat box. Brick on the turn.
Yeah, no reason for Keith to raise that flop. I think his hand's a little bit too good and he doesn't want to be getting it all in there.
We're going to make it here like at least 1.6, I think.
We'll see what happens here. This might just go bet call again. Keith's got a fairly nicely disguised hand if he gets there. Sometimes he's going to be expected to bluff too on some of the cards that do get there. Ben goes for, yeah, Ben's gone for 1.4. He's gone relatively small again. Don't expect we're going to see Keith fold into this bet.
No.
He's got a pretty reasonable price as it is, and on top of that, he's expecting that if he does get there, he's going to get paid sometimes.
Yeah, the 6 will be a bad card. I think the 10 definitely gets him.
He gets paid on the 10, I think. Oh, we've got to fold. We've got to fold this. And the rail goes wild. The rail goes absolutely wild.
I think there's a few Ben fans out there.
It's a right smile there from Ben as his rail goes that mad. It's English rails for you. What are we at now? 3 o'clock nearly? Gone through 3:30 we're at. Still going strong.
Foggy, English only.
Big hand for Keith here. We'll see what he's going to do. Is he going to limp? Because he limped a hand earlier. Are we going to see him limp here? Are we going to see him raise? Are we going to see him shove? He's elected to limp again. Getting trappy with the kings. This could be it. He's announced it. He's announced all in. Here we go. Oh, he's not happy about that. Yeah, I actually really like that limp from Keith. He's continuing with the same strategy, making sure that he's balancing himself, making sure that every time he limps, he's not just going to fold every time.
Worked out for him.
Yeah, knowing that Will is going to... I feel like if he'd shoved, Will might have ended up calling it off with that anyway, but maybe not, I don't know. We'll leave that up to the tournament pros. Some hope for Will there on the flop. Any queen, any 7. Otherwise, it's a great spot for Keith. Will doesn't look happy. He's really run into it. That's a king on the turn. Will's drawing dead, and we lose. Will in 3rd place. He's run really, really badly, I think, at this. He's run good in places, but I think he's run badly when we got down to short-handed at this final table, Will has. But he's definitely played really well, and he can be very proud of that result. But congratulations, Will. 3rd place, £60,000.
He'll be really happy.
He'll be very happy with that. I think he'll be a bit disappointed now. I think he's got called a couple of times at that final table. I don't think anyone can say that he's made too many mistakes. So I think right now he's going to feel a bit disappointed maybe, but soon he's going to be pretty pleased that he's walking away with that 60 grand. But we are heads up.
I think I've just missed Will's exit hand. I've just walked outside to...
Yeah, we had Keith limp this small blind with kings and managed to induce a shove from Will with queen 7 for, what was it, about 13 bigs, something like that, 12, 13 bigs?
Yep.
Something like that, and Keith held.
Well, Will was a little unhappy with his play 3 hand that he says, but I know when I wake up in the morning I'm going to feel a lot better with 60,000. So all credit to him, he's played fantastic.
He has played very, very well.
£60,000, it's a lot of money.
As we said earlier, any of the 3 that made it 3-handed would have deserved to win. They've all played very, very well, but I think Will just didn't quite have the run of the cards or the run of the spots when we got to short-handed. Yeah, nothing much he can do.
He was just asking me about the hand with the Jack 7. He says, I normally bet there to get him to call, to get him to shove, to call it off. But the thing that stopped him, he said, was he hesitated pre-flop and it looked like he was going to raise.
Ah, that's interesting. See, we've been talking about that, about the difference between live and online.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, it looks like they're going to be taking a short break.
Yeah, they'll do a quick, they'll probably move them so they're at each end of the table.
Yeah, maybe do a...
Put the trophy on the table.
Double check all the chip counts, and yeah, we'll be back with you in a few minutes. Couple of minutes. Okay, we'll be back with you then.
Welcome everyone to the WPT 500 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Time to get this party started. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Not this time.
Sleep ready for school.
What did I want to do 17 years ago?
Tucked away in your Thomas the Tank Engine bed sheets, probably.
Yeah.
In the car bed.
Yeah.
What did I want to be 17 years ago? Probably a dinosaur.
Well, in about 25 years you will be.
Maybe even less.
Oh, wow. John has
Maybe.
just moved in. He's been snap called from Keith.
With the ace king. Excellent spot for Keith.
Oh, shaking
don't
hands.
shake it.
Yeah, stand up, put your code on for the extra 2%.
Yeah, I feel like this is a mistake from John. If he's still sat,
Oh,
still
he's still
sitting
sat down.
that's an error.
Yeah, you need all the help you can get. Oh,
Oh.
but there's still the 6.
He does have a 6 king.
The king, or running higher pair. Diamond would be a good card for John.
King 6 over 9.
Yeah, any 9, any 6, any king.
Can Keith upset John's knight? Oh, there it is. An upset.
We all did that. We all did exactly the same face when we saw that.
Congratulations there to John. He did come in to the final table, a short stack with just under 4 million.
Done an excellent job of laddering his way up there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pretty cruel. But that is poker. You've got to think, well, he was behind. He takes 27,000.
Extra 20 bigs deep, I think we'd see a very, very different final table. A lot more pots, a lot more people opening, and certainly there's been a few situations where people have made folds that I think they probably don't want to make and would much rather be either 3-betting or playing their hands.
Yes.
But due to the stack sizes, they've been forced to take the tight option and fold. This is a lovely playable hand for Jav here. I feel like at this point he's going to need to start getting these hands in. He's not got too long left being four-handed before the blinds come all the way back round.
No. There we go.
Yeah, here we go. He's realised the same thing as we have. He needs to start making things happen. Oh,
Will's
and
asked
Will's
for a
thanking.
count. Yeah, Will's just going to reship.
Yeah, I think he probably is too. He might decide to flat on the basis that he doesn't think anyone behind is going to shove without a good hand, but I think I agree with you. I think reshipping makes the most sense here.
Because if you're going to call the reship,
Yeah, because you
make them
can't
fold
exactly
tens.
you can't exactly put 5 million in
Yeah.
there and then fold to a shove. So you might as well try and get people out. Keith is going to take just a second to have a look at his pair and then throw it in the muck.
The other flip side is with the stack that he's got, he knows if he just calls the 4.5 million here, he's going to see all 5 cards.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. He's 15 million. It was a third of his stack. And Will Davies, a big favourite to get this three-handed. But this Jav, he stayed alive. He's picked up a gut shot. Oh no, gut
Nope,
shot's
that's
no
not
good.
a good. It's not a good one. He's got 3 outs.
Running diamonds or a 9.
Doesn't really change anything.
See,
Still
pair
got
of
3
5s
outs.
there for just announcing it is 5s.
Yeah.
Just the sweat on the river. Oh,
Well, there we
upside
go. Unlucky
down.
Jav. He did an
Yeah.
extremely good job though of
He
coming in
did,
short
and laddering up.
laddering up to a whole £40,000. That's an
Yeah,
excellent cash from Jav, one of the
£40,000.
regulars here.
That's going to be one of his biggest cashes. It's a superb weekend for Jav Javid. 4th place at the WPT 500 here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, very well done. Second shortest stack coming into this final table, laddered his way all the way up to 4.
Ben has been more animated in the last 5 minutes than he's been for the last 5 hours.
Which is excellent news for him. I mean, if the other guys are getting a bit tired, and he's now coming into his own, he's now woken up, and it's with it. That's excellent news for him.
All in.
$8.8 million. Very tough to call it off with ace deuce, but it is 10 bigs. Just trying to look at the action here. Did Keith limp here?
I think he must have,
yeah, he must have made it 1.6.
Min-raised, yeah.
I mean, he does know that will shove with king, queen, king, jack, king 10 suited, but still, you've got to. They're the only real few hands that you're beating. The rest of them, it's 3 outs.
But even to call, and if Will has a hand exactly like he has, still 60. We can see the numbers on the screen. 55, 45. It's a pretty big chunk of his stack.
Yeah. I think he may
In
show
big
it.
blinds.
Will is praying for a fold. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a fold here.
Call.
What do I know? Will, he looked a bit surprised at the call. Will at risk. It's not a good flop so far. He can't watch. I guess maybe he just decided this is my shot to win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shove there with King Jack suited every day. He's not done anything wrong. He's played extremely well.
Yeah. He's got to find the cowboy or the joker. Boom! Will Davies. He's had a few callers, but he's just hit a 6-outer. And Keith, that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden,
Those stacks are going to be very level.
we have a real game.
I really should have been more excited, shouldn't I? To like the stream, just like keep laughing, it's like-
Ben was looking forward to a heads-up match.
Will opening up here with the 10-8 offsuit. Suited ace for Ben. Expect we're probably going to see a 3-bet from Ben here. Suited aces just play. This feels like a hand that's a little bit too strong to be folding, and you don't necessarily want to be calling out a position here. It's a bit different if you're in the big blind with a much better pot odds. I expect we're going to see a 3-bet here. We might see a call. We've seen a call. Excellent work from the commentary there. And wow, look at this. Keith waking up with the 9s here. Is he going to squeeze? Is he going to flat? I think either one's an option. I mean, obviously he's getting a fantastic price if he wants to try and, well, not even necessarily set mine. 9s is a little bit too good to just set mine with, but yeah, he's gone for it. he's gone for it. I think that's a pretty good shove from Keith there. He knows he's going to be comfortably ahead of both of the ranges here. Will's obviously got a fairly easy fold. Ben's in a kind of tough spot though, because he knows that Keith can be shoving pretty wide. Ace-7 is not a bad hand. You can see he's looking quizzically over there at the stack, wondering how much it is.
This is second time Ben's opened and his shove now.
Yep. And he folds. Nice. That's a nice little pot that Keith's taken down there uncontested. As the blinds start going up, these pots get more and more important. Every one of those, it's only like, what, 4 or 5 big blinds that he's won in that hand, but that's a lot compared to the average stack and the amount of chips there are at the table. It's enough to be.
Can't hear the table chat, but guys all seem to be having. They seem quite relaxed. Like you say, 60k locked up. It's amazing how that can bring a smile to your face. You asked earlier what's going to make Keith smile.
Locking up 60k will do it.
There's the answer.
Seems that was just as soon as we ticked over to that.
So Will's called the button here. It's called Keith. Very unlikely that Will's setting a trap on the button. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Keith have a little raise.
Check.
We've got a flop.
Checked. I guess if he flops big, he thinks he can get paid.
That's an interesting flop. We've got 2 players here with second pair. In a situation where you wouldn't expect too many of them to have an ace in a limp pot.
I mean, Will's loving this flop because he's got a second pair where he doesn't believe his opponents will have an ace. They won't believe him for an ace on the button. So he could get called.
Yeah, and Keith, on the other hand, has got second pair with a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. He's got all sorts of good stuff going for him here. Definitely not going to be folding to 1 bet.
I don't think he needs to raise, though.
He's double checking how much he's got. It's a pretty disgusting spot for Will if he does raise, and he's shoved it in. Ooh, that is a disgusting spot for Will.
But he's going to move in with all his flush draws.
Yeah, all of his straight draws potentially too.
Yeah. He won't imagine. I mean, if he did have a rag ace, he may have just checked the blind.
Yeah, possibly maybe some hands like this. You would not. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you'd expect to see him stick it in here with a raggy ace all that often. You'd maybe expect him to call instead.
So it does look more drawy. He's a massive favourite, but he doesn't know it.
On the flip side, he's got all of the pressure on put all of the pressure back on Will here. Will's not in a very nice spot here.
Keith's
Sitting here.
edge at this final table is he has put max pressure on his opponents at every opportunity.
Absolutely, and he's been consistently getting better hands than his to fold. And Will's now got to decide whether he wants to call off his tournament life with second pair in a spot where he could be in really bad shape.
I mean, if he is against a flush draw with 2 overs, he's basically taking the flip.
Little smile from Keith. Maybe a bit of a trying to put out a reverse live tail there.
Yeah, I think after the ace-8 hand earlier, Will probably knows about that now.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You've got to we've got to remember that all these players are getting the information.
Aces, does he not just shove?
Pre.
Yeah, pre.
And ace rags, are they just going to call? So I think Will, if Will could see he had a flush draw with 2 overs, would he call? And if the answer is yes, I think.
Yeah, does he really want to flip for it here? I feel like this looks quite a lot like a draw from Keith, even though it's not.
Look at,
but he's done it again. He's done it again.
Hats off to Keith here. Hats on for Keith.
Again.
He's done it.
Consistently getting better hands to fold all the way through. Really has come out and been aggressive. He certainly hasn't been playing what you would call standard poker here. Still going strong.
Foggy, English only.
Big hand for Keith here. We'll see what he's going to do. Is he going to limp? Because he limped a hand earlier. Are we going to see him limp here? Are we going to see him raise? Are we going to see him shove? He's elected to limp again. Getting trappy with the kings. This could be it. He's announced it. He's announced all in. Here we go. Oh, he's not happy about that. Yeah, I actually really like that limp from Keith. He's continuing with the same strategy, making sure that he's balancing himself, making sure that every time he limps, he's not just going to fold every time.
Worked out for him.
Yeah, knowing that Will is going to... I feel like if he'd shoved, Will might have ended up calling it off with that anyway, but maybe not, I don't know. We'll leave that up to the tournament pros. Some hope for Will there on the flop. Any queen, any 7. Otherwise, it's a great spot for Keith. Will doesn't look happy. He's really run into it. That's a king on the turn. Will's drawing dead, and we lose. Will in 3rd place. He's run really, really badly, I think, at this. He's run good in places, but I think he's run badly when we got down to short-handed at this final table, Will has. But he's definitely played really well, and he can be very proud of that result. But congratulations, Will. 3rd place, £60,000.
He'll be really happy.
He'll be very happy with that. I think he'll be a bit disappointed now. I think he's got called a couple of times at that final table. I don't think anyone...
Back. We are heads up for the title here at Dusk Till Dawn for the WPT500.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. Just to recap, we've got the payouts here. 2nd place gets 90,000, 1st place gets 150, so we're playing a £60,000 heads up sit and go here, and I think the stacks are relatively even. I think Keith's got a little bit of a lead, but I don't think it's huge.
He's got like 25, 26 million.
That's what they're telling me.
Looks like here.
Sure, they'll give us some stacks.
Yeah.
There you go, 37 big blinds versus 30 big blinds.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's very close.
Okay.
400, 800.
You might have to put them in there quickly just for a second.
Basically levelling chips, and Will had 10 million difference.
Yeah, that's good. And then
This heads up match. I mean, we were talking at the break that I think we're going to see a lot more flops. I think there's going to be more small ball pre, like nothing huge. As I say that, he opens to 2.5x.
Excellent work again. We've done so well on predictions, haven't we?
We'll see flops, and it's just only a question of time before they both connect.
Yeah, just from a playing point of view and a commentary point of view, I enjoy seeing flops just so much more. That's what I want to talk about. I don't really want to talk about callers. I want to talk about the weird situations, like when Will with the Jack 10, where he was running a range-based bluff and stuff. I think that's so much more exciting to talk about and so much more exciting to see.
too complex for me.
I love it. Love the game.
So Will Davies, 3rd place, £60,000. One of these guys, Ben Windsor or Keith Cummins, will be the WPT 500 champion.
Take home the trophy and all the glory.
Do we have a trophy on the table yet?
I don't think so.
Pretty sure it was there for the photos, because as they went heads up, I saw it placed on the table. In the old days of the WPT, the girls would come out, the money was on the trays, they'd throw it on the table.
I miss those days. Poker lost something when they stopped doing that.
Only in America.
Yeah, I miss that. How exciting would that be? You got all the money on the table.
4.5.
Big trophy. Interesting. This is interesting from Keith. So I don't know. Check raise this board. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen something like this before.
Now if you're Ben with top pair, you're just going to flat call here, because there's no point shoving if he's got draws. I mean, the money's going in. You want to see a safe turn.
It depends on the stack sizes. I mean, it might be that Ben's just happy to get his top pair in here. I think by this point, actually, he'll probably know about the 6-7 hand. Okay. So if he knows that that Keith is going to be raising that wide, then he'll probably just get it in. I think he could do either one. I don't think we're going to see him fold.
Yes, that it might.
I would be surprised if he knew about the 6-7 hand. I would. They've obviously just gone heads up, and I can't imagine anybody's railing and letting him know this is going to be buzzing about this on the break and getting ready for playing heads up and probably having a quick drink with his friends.
Yeah.
I would actually be really surprised if he were going to be.
He's just gone for the call. Now, this is, I mean, basically, Keith can fire the turn if it comes a 9, 10, 6 or a diamond, probably.
At any overcard.
The stack sizes are getting pretty strange here now, though.
Yeah, this pot 15 million. 15 million.
Yeah.
Jack would be nice.
Oh, that's just that card. I mean, this could be Keith's.
I think if Keith decides to go for this, he might well win this pot.
Yeah, but he's got to.
I don't think he's going to. It's just it's so
tournament
difficult to
life
put
on
it.
the line,
Yeah, it's so
yeah.
difficult to put it all in here as a complete airball. I mean, he has picked up equity. That's pretty good. I mean, that's a pretty good turn card.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just given up though.
Tough. I don't. You know, Ben.
Now,
doesn't
yeah. Now
need
what are you
to
gonna do
bet.
if you're Ben? Are you gonna bet here, because I feel like Keith is gonna be able to check shove this.
I think he's
this turn
definitely
a fair bit.
capable of check shoving.
But on the flip side, do you want to bet to try and protect against like the having a random diamond? I mean, that's a disaster if he's got like the 4 of diamonds or something, and you let him see a free card at making a flush. That's not great. So this could go either way, I think, for Ben. Lots of bad cards on the river.
I'm a chicken in this situation.
Just checking.
Yeah, because of this, the aggression of him.
He's
And
been on
I'm
your
just
side.
prepared to call him off.
It's
Yeah.
pot control as well.
Wow.
Oh, wow! How's he done
Chop,
that?
pot.
How has he done that? I feel
Really
like Ben's going to be a
loves-
little
he's
bit.
going to move in. Keith is just going to move in.
I feel like Ben's going to be a little bit tilted when he sees this hand. He's going to be kind of surprised that he lost this pot.
But he's going to get to see his cards.
Yeah, but he is going to get to see
Which
his
is a
cards.
really important thing at this stage.
I think it's going to make him feel very happy about
Look
his
at
flat when he
Keith's
sees these
chest,
cards
sorry,
too.
'cause I look at the body language a
Yeah.
lot when we're watching here. His chest is. You cannot
look at
believe
that
what he's
breathing.
just backed into. Pot's 15 million, 4, 8, 12, 16. Actually, he's got over pot size, but maybe he'll make it a shove here. Because Keith has got Ben covered. I mean, are you shoving here with if you're Keith and with your image?
No, I'm just going to bet, and I think it's going in no matter what.
Yeah, he's
I'm not
chosen
just
to bet 8
going
million.
to. I'm not just going to shove.
He's going to get called
It's
relatively quickly here, I think.
I like the way that he's just taking his time. He's checking the
Double
situation.
checking, making sure that he's never folding. Yeah, this is just he's just going to.
I mean, now if he was to shove,
Pretty serious for Keith.
Yes.
Pretty sick to attempt to turn that into a bluff. But with that sizing, actually, I guess it's really hard for for Keith to have like a flush or anything with the way he's played this hand.
Yeah.
So it'd be pretty sick if he did turn it into, or try and bluff him off of a chop. I feel like after that, I feel like with that body language though, after he's done that, he's definitely not going to be ripping. I don't think you can, but you can have that sort of confused look and do that sort of shake of the shoulders and then decide to go all in. I think he's just going to call. It's one of those spots where his actual hand's improved, but when you look at the board texture, you look at the action and everything, it's improved, but he kind of wishes it hadn't. Hit an 8 or something instead on the end, and it's much easier.
I mean, if he does have a flush heads up, it's just a cold deck.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, isn't it? If he happens to have a flush here, I feel like I don't think Keith would really ever play a flush like this. More so with the sizing on the river. He bet I think the pot was something like 15 odd million before we on the river. So I feel like Keith might just try and get it all if he actually had a flush, rather than going for half pot on the river. And then checking the turn.
Yeah.
Do you think this is a bit of a nip roll?
I think he's obviously there's
60k
at stake.
Yeah,
I think it's
you
not
can't blame
a
him
nip
for
roll.
taking
It's
his
just
time.
he obviously he's just thinking about everything.
I think this is a thing where if it was early on in the tournament, he'd just be like, "Yep, let's see this hand."
Keith
But now,
will think he's won this pot when Ben calls.
yeah, this is quite an interesting concept actually. That the fact that Keith has got a hand that should never be in his range, that he should never have, sort of means that Ben has already won the pot, because Ben has a hand that he should definitely have here. Keith has a hand that he should definitely not.
Yeah.
So regardless of what happened, as soon as Keith decided he was going to raise that board, Ben had won the pot. Keith's got to be feeling pretty good right now, though. After all this deck, he's got to be like, "Oh, obviously I've won the pot. Let's try and talk him into a
praying
call."
for a call.
Yeah. Initially, he was like, "Please don't shove," and now he's like, "Yep, okay, I think I win." He's putting him on a hand like 9-10 or something like that now. I'm actually kind of surprised this is taking so long. I'll be really interested to hear what's going through his head. Yeah, he's called.
He definitely thinks.
Did he call and announce straight?
Yeah, he called and announced.
Okay, there you go. I like that.
Yeah, Ben's having a look at that hand, had a look at the board, and had another look back at him.
They can have a good one.
Yeah, but
And he'll be able to take a lot of information from that now.
it's a really good point you made there, Paul. That as soon as he sees that hand, I think Ben's like, "Yeah, I won that pot." You make that raise. You make that raise a million times. I'm going to win that pot much more often than you are.
Keith's shocked after how long it took to call.
Yeah.
He called.
He might feel like it's a bit of a nit roll, but maybe it makes him happier about his raise though. If it's taking him that long to call with a straight, maybe it makes him a little bit happier about his flop check raise.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I thought straight away. But then I thought I've got to think about it.
Well, it's certainly going to open up some dynamics here between these two.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It shows that the aggression was a good player.
Yeah, he's loving me too.
Keith came with aggression to the final, and he's carried it through. These two guys came second and third in the chips, I believe. Second and fourth in the chips to the final.
Yeah, and Ben, if you remember, was very, very quiet at the start, very card dead, blinded himself all the way down to sub 10 bigs.
Yep.
Kept his composure though, and found his spots, found his hands, made the most of them when he had them. Excellent little tutorial for everybody there in patience, waiting for your spot.
Absolutely. Mike Carroll, in fact, has got a video on the internet. And he talks about about some of the skills that you need to play tournament poker. Basically, seed into some soil, and he puts some water on, and he says, "I'll be back shortly." And so it's literally half an hour. He comes back, he says, "Are you bored yet?" If so, tournament poker is not for you.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Yeah, you've got to sit there. If you're not happy sitting there looking at 9 deuce off for a couple of hours, then
But that's why it's important. Play a game, play a mental game. Watch the players next to you.
it's so difficult.
Information that you can pick up rub off your opponents is so key to how you're now going to play a hand against
Exactly
them.
that, exactly that. And it's something that a lot of the people that play predominantly online, I think, maybe struggle with when they transition over to live, just how slow it is. And they might think there's nothing going on and they're just sitting there in their own little world. But there is, as you say, so much to pay attention to. You know, what is this player raising with? How does he look when he's raising with it? Stuff like what you said there about how heavy Keith was breathing when he made that straight on the end. That's something, if you notice that, then you can use that.
But you have to have been watching him the whole time to notice if he's doing it when he bluffs, if he's doing it when he has a hand.
Correlation.
Yeah.
Correlation.
I like to do if, if you're ripping the nuts and you're betting, they're staring at you, just hold your breath.
Yeah.
900,000.
Slows down.
Speeds up.
Cool.
Initially,
Okay.
obviously, if you hold it long enough, it'll slow down. But to start with, and then.
Yeah, I'm kind of aware that there's a few things that I do. I have a confused face. Sometimes the guys used to say they had a tell on me when I was about to bet. So I had it was sort of like a confused face, and I sort of, as soon as I caught myself doing it once, I sort of realised they were right, and I've tried really, really hard to stop doing it, and I've now got to the point where I can't stop myself. So I just every time I just make sure. Sometimes I just do it anyway.
To be balanced.
Yeah, it's just I can't stop myself. Sometimes I'm like in a full-blown conversation with somebody and I flop the nuts and I'm just like, I really flop the nuts? Do that? Yeah, it's just so obvious.
Table.
Do it every now and then.
Talk and play at the same time. They've generally got a good hand.
Yeah, every now and then I do something. I make a bet and just think, if I was sat on the other end of this, I'm snapping it off. You feel like such a tell box sometimes.
Something I recommend to people that have played on a feature table, take the time. It's a learning curve. Watch yourself play poker.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised at things that you do.
Have you ever played on a live stream?
No idea you've done.
I've played on live streams. I've played.
Of course you have, in the cash game.
Yeah, I've played on live streams. I've played on the cash game. I've played my share of times on feature tables. I made a final table here a few years ago and was on the live stream for that. I've had a fair bit of experience playing on live streams, and I do certainly watch them back, and I look for partially how I play, how I look, also how the other players play, because a lot of the guys, certainly for the cash games, they're people that I play with a lot.
Yes, it's really useful information.
Yeah, and I keep an eye on the other cash game streams too, for that exact same reason. That these are people that I play against a lot, and I'm expecting to keep on playing against a lot. Which is one of the things that's interesting for me when I commentate.
So I think it's called there was spot. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Fourth pair. Good call there from Ben.
Cool there. Yeah, this is one of the things that's interesting for me when I get to sit here and commentate, that I'm not just calling out the action. I'm looking here to try and learn myself. I'm looking to try and not just learn from what the players are doing, but look at their body language, look at the things they do, and see if I can pick up anything that will help me in the future when I'm playing against them.
Good information today. Ben,
Could be very useful. I mean, if you know you're about to be playing with somebody, it's always worth just looking up and seeing if they've been at final tables. I certainly have made a couple of big decisions before that have been based on information I've had from watching live streams and seeing how people play. Just give me that little bit of information going into it.
I think it's important when you do see that. Like there could have been a player at this final table that's made 50 final tables, but he's never got above fourth place.
Yeah.
And that would also give me some
Yes.
information about.
Now I know that once we get around to fourth place, he's going to be like, I don't want to finish here again. We've had a couple of big hands here, though.
2 million.
I mean, to be fair, heads
It's
up.
probably going to be.
These are two really big hands, heads up.
Keith is not a flat caller, as we know.
Yeah, so we've had Ben has opened to 2 million. Keith, we expect, is probably going to 3-bet this hand. This is a good hand, heads up. It's a good hand anyway, but this is definitely a very good hand, heads up. It's going to be well ahead of Ben's opening range. Now we could see a very, very big pot here. The consideration here that Keith's got to have is, does he really want to get this hand in? Is it in a sense too good to 3-bet? Because if you get 4-bet, do you really want to get 32, 33 bigs in with ace-10 offsuit? So it depends on what he thinks of Ben.
Heads up, I think.
Players all in.
He's just shoved.
Yeah.
Wow, he's moved.
Ben has called.
He has called. This is basically near enough going to decide.
But Keith did not look happy when he got snap called, but he looks much happier now.
Yeah, he thought he had 3 outs.
Yeah, he thought he was in dreadful shape.
Flipping.
He thought he was in dreadful shape.
Do we know who this is? The guy there?
Tom Haney was in
Tom
that
Haney
shot.
was in
Tom
the back.
Haney's back there in that shot. Yeah, Doc is in the shot as well. There's a couple of DTD regulars there.
Picked up a gut shot.
Mark Foggins is the guy that's shouting away. That's a boss I recognise. There's a familiar face in the background.
Yeah.
There's Matt.
Yeah, that's me. That's me before the door. Rooting for my boy. Might be over, yeah. Very, very close. I think Keith had ever so slightly more.
I don't want to say anything.
It actually is 10 past 4 as well. You're too good. How do you do that?
We're going to do a count up. I mean, if there is anything in it, it's a couple of big ones. Wow. And look at that to me, right there, Ben, that is a true down-to-earth gentleman and a champion. He's not a high-five crowd, excited. He's doing the right thing. He's sitting down, he's counting his chips.
He doesn't know the job's done. He doesn't know the job's done. Celebrating too early is a real problem. Definitely don't want to celebrate too early. Keep that game face on until you know that it's over, and then you can celebrate. Because anything can happen. If he's left with a couple of bigs, he can spin it up. Anything can happen.
The shaking hands. Even if it's not over, there's not much in it. These two players, both of them. I mean, really hats off to them both. Absolutely fantastic. Keith, the aggressor. Ben Windsor has sat patiently.
Yeah, and it all in the end, as we sort of predicted, just came down to a flip. Yeah, just still counting up the chip stacks. I don't think, judging by I think the graphic before we came there said that Keith had ever so slightly more, so I don't think it's quite over yet.
He's got him covered, he's just said.
Got him covered.
Okay, it's
That's
over.
It is
Ladies
over.
and gentlemen, we have a winner. Ben Windsor from the UK is crowned the WPT 500 champion. He takes the trophy, £150,000, but all credit here to the runner-up, the BRS man, Keith Cummings from Ireland. He has played a phenomenal final table.
Yeah, played absolutely excellently throughout.
Congratulations to him.
Fantastic work.
So, from myself, Paul Zimbler.
Yeah, from Paul, from me, Matt Harris.
And me, thank you very much.
And the whole of the team here with Party Poker and Dusk Till Dawn. We're going to leave you guys. I'm pretty sure they put the presentation up. And there they are, everyone. They'll be at the bar right now celebrating.
Yeah, very well done to everybody. That was an excellent final table. We saw some really interesting spots, some really interesting hands. So well done, everybody.
And we'll be back for the main event. Don't forget, guys, if you want to play, 2,200 is the buy-in, $1 million guaranteed here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. We'll see you soon.
We'll see you soon.
Welcome everyone to the WPT 500 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Time to get this party started. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.